Morning, everyone. Morning. Morning, Musket. Morskit. Morning, Morskit? What's happening? We're off to a flying start, guys. Morning, Rav. Morning, Anma. Morning, Oren. Quiz time? It's not fucking quiz time. Why would it be quiz time? It's not quiz time. It's Korean Overwatch time. Did you see... quiz music. Grow up, Rune Skimmy. It's not quiz music. Morning, Armo. What are my transfers this week? It's over, Armo. Salah's out this week. I'm just accepting what is going to happen to me in FPL now. The FPL is actually the least of my drama. What rank am I in FPL? Oh, it's going so horribly, Abik. It's an absolute disaster. My current rank overall 1.8 million, and it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse, Abik. So yeah. Did you see the coaching documents are leaked? So I saw some stuff was leaked. Yeah, some big client of some big client of the week moments. So what happened from my POV is I recorded a video yesterday that I'm gonna release over the weekend, #ad, and then I went and had dinner with my fiance. Then we watched some TV. We watched the new Curb Your Enthusiasm, and then we went to bed. And what a pleasant evening I had, right? Had a real pleasant evening. And then I wake up this morning, and it seems some people didn't have a pleasant evening last night. Seems like a lot of stuff happened. Morning Decrypt. Yeah, I got tagged in a bunch of tweets saying maybe we need to get Seeker back on the podcast. Overwatch Esports finished? I don't think so. So, obviously I only woke up like half an hour ago, so fill me in a little bit here, guys. But the TLDR. Oh wait, let me do a transition first, because we can have. What we should have is the dulcet tones of OWCS Korea starting in the background. Those are my old predictions as well, so we'll do that in a bit. Take those away. Kind of weak contenders are overflowing. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. So, I guess the TLDR, from what I understand, is a burner account was made, revealing some less than ideal language from Sam, OG, and Mikey as well. And then M80, obviously, as you would expect, have to react to this and end up dropping the entire team. Which is wild, because it wasn't a burner account. It was a famous person. Oh, I thought it was a burner account. Either way. Either way, the result's the same, right? So it all stems from the World Cup, where... was it actually Nico? I heard it was the French World Cup team, and that's where it happens from. But was it actually Nico? When you say Defo Nico, oh, okay. Nico's ex, apparently? Nico was stemmed from Nico. Maybe his girlfriend. Okay, but yeah, so the way it works of the Overwatch World Cup, and it's the same as the Overwatch League playoffs, is you have a certain number of practice areas. Hold on, can I get my pen up? So you have a certain number of practice areas, and then what happens is each team's assigned a practice area, but then this practice area will change over the course of the week. So you just have like, can you see my pen? You just have like, I don't know, however many there will be, 6 rooms, and then on day 1, this might be like London's room, this might be Atlanta's room, this might be Houston's room, this might be Florida's room. The biggest 4 teams in Overwatch League. And then on the next day, it might be slightly different, so London might be here, Atlanta might be here, and the same at the World Cup. So what happens is you got to make sure you log in to everything, which is annoying, and then you got to really make sure you log out of everything. You log out of your YouTube, you don't record anything locally. Otherwise, But I mean, the main risk everyone has is someone's going to steal your VODs, right? Someone's going to steal your VOD playlist or access to your scrims, or you've recorded a video locally and that's still on there. Or you've got a link to maybe your scrim spreadsheet or something that's not properly protected. So, yeah. Do I think Sam was justified? No. I think from what I understand, like Sam was the only person who talked to this guy and sort of explained his point of view and I guess owned up to everything. But I mean, it's not going to really change anything for the org. Like, think of it from M80's point of view. You just get into this new game because the system's just opened up, and then this happens. Are you really doing anything but just dipping immediately out and dropping away? Like, there's no... Yeah, I completely understand M80 just going, oh yeah, this seems a little bit fucked. I want nothing. Nothing to do with this. Yeah, or maybe an internal scrim gets put on YouTube. Wait, a YFP leaving as well? Yeah, this is what I mean by, like, I've only just woken up, so I'm like, you guys are going to have to educate me a little bit here as well. Yeah, I saw the Kaluj stuff as well, which, I only briefly read Kaluj's thing, but it was Kaluj's point of view that he essentially, this was going to happen anyway. His retirement is actually unrelated to all of this. Alright, I'm going to click this one. What's it saying? Oh, God. Oh. Alright, is this a reliable document? Am I sharing reliable stuff? Someone verify this is worth looking at. This has it all? Okay.
Alrighty, and this is going to be the map pool for the entire tournament. As of course, this may be updated later on in the stages of the tournament.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's okay then. Guys, these aren't for coaching documents. Pad Sander, don't spread messages. This is not for coaching documents. These are not for coaching documents. I repeat, these are not for coaching documents. Okay, so I'm unemployed, blah, 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 blah. If I share, blah, blah, blah. Okay. At approx 4 p.m. CST. View Overwatch post screenshots of Sam, OG, and Mikey. Yep, okay. Sam is dropped by M80, starting the domino effect. McGravy then starts to look for Reflex DPS since matches start in 3 hours. Oh, of course, it's the first ever Swiss as well. Jesus Christ. YFP disbands an hour before matches. YFP as in the org disbands or YFP the team break apart? Because Cal was in my chat yesterday morning saying he had poached like 4 players. And I think PG was one of them. Due to recent news, what happened is we have lost a few players and unfortunately been hit by roster mania. We'll be back for the next split. Alright, so they've been hard screwed as well. Former YFP members Mirror, Zero, and Top Dragon added to M80. Oh, fucking hell, okay. This is just Varuna posting it, right? So this is... Oh, she's posting to the face it then. Is this what Cal was on about then, or is that something else? Where are the players? Alright, maybe some more stuff happens after this. Alright, hold on. Alright. What's happening on here? Our Team Falcons... We'll come back to this, it's fine. Wait, is this yes? Oh, it's Falcons vs SPG. We'll come back to this. This first game isn't super exciting. So we won't lose our minds about it. We'll catch up when it starts. Yeah, so Cal was saying he stole a bunch of players from other teams. But yeah. They thought PG was poached again. America's such a mess. We talked about this, like we touched on this on Uncoachable. But actually, America has sabotaged themselves so much with all this like roster mania and no one committing to teams. You compare this to Europe, where for the most part, there's been a little bit of like, I don't think much of this has been public either, which is maybe a good sign for Europe as well. But like with Europe, everyone just went, hey, we're the London guys. We're the Peak Check guys. There's a little bit of like Kai and Kev super team shenanigans where these guys are maybe going to one place and these maybe players going to another place or whatever. But for the most part, everyone just picked a team and then played in said team, tried to find an org or something. All right. Yeah, exactly. There was one super team that was sort of and then it was over. Right, so then Kaluge retires, which is just, as far as I understand, is being told this is just a completely unique and separate decision that just so happened to happen on the first day of the tournament as well.
The meta-wise, probably the Peppy doing more coordinate dive and maybe Jasmine is more aggressive their own playstyle.
I made a decision to retire yesterday as I felt another passion. Okay, so I mean, Kaluge's decision to retire, it's obviously certainly his right. But then this sort of, I did not want to let my team down or the org, so I decided to step away last minute. But yeah, well, yeah, I sort of see what he means, but the problem is that Senders is also quite self-defeatist as well. Because if you don't want to let your team or org down, stepping away last minute is actually sort of a way to let them down anyway. So it's just really horrible timing from Kaluge. He got a replacement before he left. Apparently Iron or Hawk were going to step in, so they weren't. Okay, Hawk was going to step in. So Hawk was going to leave his Gator team, right? Fucking hell. Okay. So then the team's backline, I left August an hour before matches. Well, the team's backline plus Seeker, right? Seeker's also stranded here. Oh, okay, he found a replacement, would have played if no replacement. Okay, that's a lot more reasonable then, actually. Okay. Alright, so then Magic Maple joins Pip. I feel like this is... This news doesn't match the rest of the news, right? Good for Maple. Good for Maple, but I feel like bigger stuff is at play. Pip Maple. Alright. Cool. Alright. Pelican added to run it down mid. A potential super team. This is the Hawk Spectra team, right? So, yeah, I actually knew this team was trying to add... another DPS, because obviously they have Hydron, right? But they're obviously very conscious it might just be a Tracer Echo meta. I know they were looking for like another Tracer Echo type player. But yeah, to add Pelican and Spectra, it actually doesn't matter who your supports are in this meta. Oh, they also added EV as well. This seems crazy now, no? This seems crazy. I mean, Hydron's good at Tracer, but Spectre and Pelican are better, right? Like, there's no competition there. It's so much better too. Gator's actually, he's pulled it off, guys. Gator, people were critical of him. People weren't hot on Gator. They didn't think he could do it after the Atlanta season. But look at this fucking roster he's got together at the last minute. Look at this team he's got together. It actually, Bazo's right. It does shit on Toronto because they've got like Merit on Tracer Echo. Gator's winning OWCS, guys. He's done it. You think if he can't win if the Koreans are on ping? Oh, it's gonna be Central Server, isn't it? It's gonna be Central Server. Yeah, it's gonna be Central Server. Fuck's sake. He was so close. So close to winning the stage. So close to winning the stage, but unfortunately, one little bit of the rules that they have to play Central has sabotaged him. Surely Hydron is better than Spectral Pelly on ping on Tracer? I don't know. I think you still... would you still play the Koreans? I don't know, 220 is pretty bad. It's really rough, isn't it? Like that kind of region. Surely they fly out? To where? So no one's... They need to get an org if they want someone to fly out. But even some of these orgs, like, you know, like M80 and YFP level, they're not providing housing or stuff, right? Like, it's not like they're going to be providing housing and doing all this stuff. I don't know. Like, my understanding is there's... yeah. I don't think there's any investment, so there's no way to fly them out. They'll fly out if they qualify, like, for the lands and stuff, but they have to get there first. I mean, to be fair, maybe they'll get there, right? SNR added to X Oblivion. So this is the guy who was helping Goomba's American team. Why does this tweet not exist anymore?
This is one of the interesting things that happened in LAN events.
Oh, added to X Oblivion NA.
That is,
Where's the tweet gone?
might not be
Is the game starting? Oh, we're not quite starting yet.
trade-off is always there because you're in front of the fans, like you get to hear those team cheers. I think it's
Okay, then MCD is looking for team. Grow up, MCD. Come on. Yeah, then UV's on. Run it down mid, which is what we saw there. M80 report he signed Hawk's team. All right, here we go. This tweet doesn't exist anymore.
During this past time,
SNR's with Gravy now.
poker face a bit more. So the one thing I'm not sure the people remember about this part.
If these former players and staff members.
Houston after
See, so the rumor is that M80 then have signed Hawk's team, which would obviously make sense for M80, and it's actually quite nice that M80 have chosen to stay around considering the situation they find themselves in.
the hard carry on some point.
And then Seeker's been screwed out of it.
Regret.
yeah, that's actually a really good point and also a good storyline to point out is that
You think they changed their minds, so now they're not signing him? Fuck me. So then Liar's looking for team. Match is starting 50 minutes.
Was formerly of the Houston Outlaws that Junkbuck
McGravy is having a deserved mental breakdown.
a small revenge arc for Eris. Like, hey, you didn't bring me along.
Fuck. I shouldn't laugh, but because he's true. It's right. He's not done anything wrong. McGravy, one of the nicest people you will meet in this game. Yeah, I shouldn't laugh, but it's also fucked. It's so fucked. He's done, yeah, he's one of the nicest people you meet in this game. He does nothing but work hard for his team and look after it. And he's been screwed through no fault of his own. The silver lining for McGravy is he can still just go and coach a team, right? Like, he can work around this roster lock way more easily than, obviously, the players can't work around it, right? But as a coach, he can work around it. If you get him at Gravies. Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we need to go talk to McGravy again. Oh, not McGravy again. Maybe we need to get Seeker back on the podcast for some kind of like catch up.
What change does that bring to like the poker face composition overall?
So
WD-40. So wait. So did he submit this team? So this is just like, what's MTD doing here, guys? But this is just like all the other teams, right? Pardon me. So this is coaches who have been shafted, managers who have been shafted, players who have been shafted. Also, MCD is here. Yeah. All right. But did these guys get their roster submitted in time? So I'm looking. If I go on Face It, or I can't remember to actually. But these guys are on Face It, right? They played their Swiss games yesterday, and it's like everything's okay. They extended it for him. Oh, it's actually really good of them. Actually, good adminning. Yeah, the leftovers. Okay, well, that's good. Broslock got extended for him. Yeah, this would probably count as extenuating circumstances. So I think a really reasonable decision by the admins. Yeah. What's this Sead news? He can't play in OWCS. Nice rules. Because he was on, what team was he on? I remember seeing Ziad's name on one of these like EU teams.
Yeah, I believe that Faith was also on the Vancouver Titans last year, and he was a big part of that. Let's talk about.
No, well, so Ziad is on Twisted Minds for Saudi E-League. He's a backup for KSA, and that's fine. But he's on there's another EU team. Like Mike stopped working. Testing. It's lighting up. It's still working. I'm just getting trolled. Yeah, there was another team Ziad was on. There was a EU team he was on as well. Because Saudi E-League, he was there. Look at his previous tweets. I'm just skimming, but surely there's a roster. Just him playing ranked. It was 100% I saw a team that had Ziad on it. Oh, because he's 16? Oh yeah, well that'll be it then. Yeah, he wasn't... I did see one EU roster, because I remember talking to KSA and asking him about Ziad when I did the interview, and why he was on the Twisted Minds roster, and he said he was just a young kid, backup for him. And then I asked if he was going to play OWCS with Twisted Minds as well, and KSA said no. And then I saw another roster like a couple of days later that had Ziad on it, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Do you think this will stop orgs from investing in Overwatch? Nah. No, not really. Obviously, we can see M80 have actually just pivoted and just gone, we'll just find a team of people who can actually play, who won't be a problem, and are going to win us some stuff. The minimum age is 17. So I even have him in Twisted Minds? Well, it's just like an emergency backup for KSA. It's the sort of thing you can do if you're an actual org with money, is you can just have all these contingency plans that these smaller teams or unorged teams can't. And also, from Ziad's point of view, what better experience is there going than getting to be a backup player on the best team in Saudi Arabia? What a great experience for him in terms of learning and stuff. So obviously it's unlikely he's ever going to play for Twisted Minds, but I think, especially on these sort of established teams, it's really useful to have that kind of experience. Actually playing Overwatch probably, but that's why he wanted to play OWCS, you see. He was going to still get access to all the scrim footage and be with the team and learn from them, but he'd also be playing for an OWCS team regularly. So he sort of really would have got the best of both worlds, right? He would have been playing regularly, but also had access to all this sort of inside information and all of that, and be able to learn a lot from him. So I think actually, other than not factoring the fact that he was 16, it was actually a good plan from Ziad. It was going to be a good situation, but he's been screwed by this. But we're actually... I didn't do predictions, guys. I'm sorry. We'll do it for the next map. These aren't going to be fun. This game might not be fun. I'll do my predictions quickly. 17 is too high. Yeah, I don't think it should be so high. I think it's... I guess they have a problem if they're going to fly people out to lands. But there's definitely ways around this, because we've flown Sparker out to places when he was 15 before as well, and 16. And other games do it all the time, right? Other games do it all the time in terms of having players under 18 competing. So I don't know why it's such an issue for Overwatch. Yeah, no Magic. So Falcons are actually screwed in this one. So no chance for Falcons with no Magic. You guys know how it works. Is the group stages more than just this weekend? Yeah, it's going to be 4 weeks of groups. Actually, it's actually a really sort of long group stage. We should look at it. We should look at it afterwards, because also in this group stage isn't just a straight top 2, top 4 qualify. There's even more games after this group stage, and this is actually just going on forever. There's actually just so much more action to happen in Korea. We can look at it afterwards, though. Magic greater than Fielder without Kumba holding him back. Hot take, surely, Bazo. Couldn't it be an issue with flying out minors for LAN on teams who have no org? Yeah, I don't know if a no org changes it. I don't know. Surely there's a permission thing. They just need they'll just need their parents to either one sign something. I guess you need someone to be the guardian, right? Well, the answer is actually you just fly one of the parents out as well. I swear that's what... Isn't that what used to happen? I don't know if that was actually what used to happen, or I don't know if that's something that officially happened, or if... Oh, I'm trying to remember. It was so long ago. It was Sydney Drop Bears in Australia, and they were going to fly me out originally. They were going to fly me out because Sydney Drop Bears qualified for the LAN, and they were going to... Blizzard was I can't remember the exact number, but Blizzard were we have the number of people, you can fly this number of people out. And originally they were going to fly me out, but then I think we had to fly, they changed it because it was a higher priority to fly out. I want to say a Kraken's dad or a Kraken's mum, because then they were going to be quite literally the mum and look after the team and obviously look after him. So we changed it to that. But I'm pretty sure Blizzard paid for that. I think Blizzard, yeah. Yeah, close round, right?
Yeah, also the Parkon did it pretty well, but
So I think the answer is Blizzard should just fly the parent out if it's that big an issue. It's like the right thing to do. I don't know. Like if they're going to pay for, yeah, it's surely not that much money for the number of 15-year-olds who are actually going to qualify for LAN, right? You're talking about like one extra plane ticket. So what are the games today? The other games, we got Poker Face. Oh yeah, the big one at the end. All right.
so let's see how they can improve during the fight.
We are going to Gordon's
So honestly, guys, it's going to be a 3-0 Falcons over Poker Face.
composition and Poker Face as well. So this is the composition that both teams think that they have that works best.
Then the next, Sim Prisa are just going to get bummed as well, right?
Taking down Fate first in the fight, so Poker Face has to back off because they are lacking the speed boost and the sustain that the
And then that's the big game is the last one. That's the one where we've actually got to like, we actually got to make our money, you know?
Falcons here, they are not a team that will easily give up a lead, any lead that they
Let me know if anything interesting happens in this game, guys, because I'm not convinced it will.
as they are still looking for the neutral fight here. No ultimates online as of yet, but Faith is back, so it is finally a 5v5 fight back. Peppy looking for
All right, and then WAC versus Genesis, right? So that's where we've actually got to do like
as Smurf is just reaching
some figuring out.
went a little bit too far. No, but Proud
All right.
taking down instead of Smurf. I thought Smurf was going down here, but Proper is also taking down Faith.
All right, that's it, guys. Oh, wait, transition. There we go. Those are the Preds. I think we're 3-0, 3-0 into a WAC win.
Seems like a Parkon understanding of this meta like a more than other team. Because
Did they ban the Magic map or nah? We don't know yet. So the suspicion is the Magic map is Blizzard World, right? So
possible, but he seems like almost
yeah, Blizzard is too support. I guess so. I guess that's my unreasonable expectation from me that Blizzard can afford one more plane ticket. Yeah, and these Proper and Stalker guys seem pretty good. Yeah. What's the team that has Simple? It is this Poker Face team. They did play double flex on Kings Row yesterday, and Simple was in. So maybe if we go to one of the, we'll see in one of the hybrid maps. But yeah, this Poker Face team is the Simple team. Hopefully we'll see Majid. Is the Knife Viper team playing today? No, they're playing tomorrow. That's the Yeti team you're looking for. How do you play against that comp? Which you mean like the mirror we're seeing on screen now? Do you mean Monkey Happy? It's a player. It's a dive POV on player. It's a dive matchup with player POV. How we're gonna have something interesting happens.
they're only gonna be get the second down there.
Do I agree with Gumba that WC can be better than Falcons? Yeah, I think that roster is actually super competitive with Falcons. I think the Falcons roster is better. You know, if you were to ask me how many of those players would I really take over their counterpart, we're maybe looking at Shu,
So much hesitate to making decisions.
and then we're maybe looking at
Not thinking about too much about it. They need to just make sure.
Lip in like a weird way. Like I don't know if I'd actually take Lip over Proper, but I guess I wouldn't, right? But I'm really quite happy with Lip. Like I take the thing is with a Lip and Proper, what I would do is just if you gave me all 4 DPS in play between WAC and Falcons, what I would do is I would sign Lip and Proper. Those would be my 2 signings.
99% on Team Falcons. And okay, Poker Face did not even have any bodies to touch here because they lost the fight so late in the game, and so
Yeah, and this meta might be a little bit worse for Lip. I imagine what's going to happen is we're going to see Lip on Tracer, right? Maybe, or is Lip going to be Echo? Yeah, I feel like. Yeah, I don't think I've not seen Heesang's Echo either, so I don't really know.
Parkon did pretty well, but I think
Yeah, I don't really know.
the Poker Face doing the wrong or like making each player doing something bad play. There just need to be like an understanding about what they're as strong as yesterday because
How do you play against that with a Queen comp? So you'd probably play quite a similar type of comp. So you'd probably still be running like Kiri Lucio, maybe like Tracer Genji or something. And in general, what you want to do is you just want to try and... I don't think... What we saw yesterday is Vesta game when using their shout very aggressively, trying to first tempo push. And you can do that sometimes because you can sort of shout and take the Echo Duel. But I think in general, more often, you want to just be poking and forcing the Doomfist cooldowns. Play a slower fight, look for knife opportunities, don't take too much poke, and then use your shout defensively to survive the dive. We see a lot of the times if these dive teams try and like skip steps and just hard dive backline unless someone pops off. They just die. Like you force for Suzu or something, but then you die for it. So I think Queen's very good at that, and you actually want to play the Queen a little bit slower and baitier into this type of comp. All the drama is surely just guaranteed that Toronto is going to stomp even harder. No, I think it's actually shifted. It's kind of shifted power level to Gator, except for the ping problem for his Koreans. That's the big problem we're in, is the ping problem for the Koreans. Is Sparkle not playing? No, Sparkle's not on a team for this OWCS. Sparkle is... It's over for Sparkle, maybe. Yeah, the big question for that team is just that everyone's going to be on horrendous ping, because it'll be central servers only. So it's going to be shit for Spectre and Pelican, and these sort of like heroes like Tracer and stuff, where you just need like you need to be able to have reaction times and recall in time, blink in time, etc. It's going to be rubbish. It's going to be rubbish for both of them. Yeah, Ultraviolet. Yeah, Ultraviolet's obviously a big upgrade over Renko. I think Renko would have been okay. I think he's like good enough to play like top 8 OWCS for sure. But it's really hard to argue that UV isn't actually probably the second best flex support in the region behind RuPaul, like RuPaul UV. I don't know who you'd put in third. Maybe CJ in third. If we're like, if I put Landon up there as well, but obviously we're ignoring Landon because he's European now essentially. We do a little bit of visa fraud. How does the Doom comp work in the mirror specifically? No, I don't think it's necessarily the team with a higher tempo that wins. I think what happens is I can draw a little bit, but what happens is if you're playing like the Doom, Tracer, maybe I want a different color. Maybe I want Doom, Tracer, Echo. This is your sort of front three, and you got like you're in some kind of formation like this. If they were just on like an Anna Brig or something, you'd really want to just fucking be pretty aggressive, land on these guys all as 5 people and just sort of keep going. You can be really aggressive with it. But if you're just in this mirror, I think what happens more often... Oh, I'm drawing. Is you actually end up just in these sort of like frontline fights for space. So you're trying to... More often than not, you're going to see Dooms trying to push Tracers and punish Tracer cooldowns. Just trying to get these small advantages. Because if these 3 guys go all the way straight for the backline, all that happens is the Doom's going to counter punch, the Echo's going to turn around, land all these stickies, and if your Echo will die, your Doom will die, your Tracer will have all that stuff forced. So in the mirror, I think it's a lot more just sort of this slow, pokey, vying for space. Can we team up on the Doom Fierce? Can we team up on the Tracer Echo? Can we just maybe outplay our Doom cooldowns where like he blocks but we hit the punch or something like this? And can we time that with our Echo cooldowns? It's a lot more just these front 3 people battling. And then once you get some of this initial space, so let's say you force the Tracer's recall or you get some kind of health advantage on the Doom, that's when you can then look to maybe commit a little bit more for a Kiri or a Lucio or something. So you sort of have to sort of earn the dive first. If you just go for the dive, it should be very easy to counter dive. Landon is Irish. Yep, true. UV, RuPaul, CJ, Cow, in your opinion? I still think certain heroes, I think I might just be a RuPaul head. RuPaul over UV might be mine, and then CJ in like a solid third. Yeah, if the Hawk team can just make it to LAN, it does solve their problems. I think so, yeah. I think it's true, but you got to bear in mind that the way the tournament works... Where's my pen? Where are we going? Overwatch League. The way the tournament works... Show me a schedule. This one? No. I guess it's in the news. Ooh, where's the fucking news? I want the calendar. Show me the big calendar. Alright. Yeah, the way it works is that we're going to... This is where we are... Okay, my pen's not going to work. What? Give me a pen. So this is where we are now. But this is... By the time we get to this, the patch will be different. So even though right now... I mean, obviously, the M80, the Hawk team still looks good, right? But it's going to be a different patch here. So maybe Spectre and Pelican aren't as overpowered. Like, this is almost the ideal meta to have Spectre Pelican. But maybe they're not as overpowered by the time we get to like the live patch and a new DPS hero out. Who knows? You'll have to wait and see. But I mean, I'd rather still have Spectre and Pelican and then have to figure out that problem, right? I'd rather have Spectre and Pelican than have this problem to figure out than not have them and have it to figure out. Is Hunter full-time for Maryville? Yeah. He's helping the boys. He's after Dante, guys. Don't let Dante know. It's going to have to be our secret here, but Dante's in trouble. Hunter's after him again. Who do you think the top 3 tracers are on EU? So first one, super easy. It's Kevster. And then it's Psycho. And then it's Wimone. And if you don't want to count Wimone because he's technically a American college boy now, then it'll be Sauna then, right? Am I missing anyone? Yeah, Sauna. Are there any Korean main supports left? Maybe one that would have been better signing. You mean for one of these American teams? Not really, no. I think the only major main supports who weren't signed to teams were like Fixer and someone else who probably wasn't worth using an import slot on. Yeah, I mean, one thing you can do if you have like Spectre, Pelly, and Hawk, you can probably just force comps that suit those players all the time. Right, imagine Falcons just banned Blizzard World. Right, so yeah, guys, lock in. No, Falcons have banned Blizzard World. Why did Falcons are stopping Majid playing? Why did Falcons ban Blizzard World? Fuck's sake. Oh wait, we should do the predictions. Fuck what I'm thinking. Like, wait. I mean, let's see. Who will win map 2? Outcome 1. Oh, who? Falcons on this side, and where are they? Poker Face. All right, guys. Any Poker Face heads in the chat?
You know, just not use those important cooldowns for his own survival. But speaking of next map,
I think UB's Tracer is pretty good. The problem I've had with UB Tracer is I've only seen it for like 2 maps in Saudi League. So lots of people tell me UB's Tracer is good, but I sort of haven't seen it with my own eyes, you know. So I need to see it with my own eyes, and then maybe UB can move up in that ranking. But I'll be interested to see if he's competitive. Yeah. Yeah, the problem Spraycheck have is they have Sauna. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if they want to run Tracer Echo, they could put Kev on Echo and Sauna on Tracer. Seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, I don't think J. Karu is playing. Yeah, he's a TFT player now. UB best Tracer, mark your words. I mean, a lot of people say it. Some unfortunate hangs you can't play. Yeah, actually, you're true. That's actually so true. Imagine if it was this Doom Tracer Echo meta and you've got Gushway, Shy, and Leave. I mean, I guess the problem is you kind of want Leave on both heroes, but they do alright, I think. They do alright. UB's main is Tracer? Oh, really? Like before? Because I guess in my head, when I really like started to see UB play a lot, it was when he played Mei and stuff. Like Mei and Sim, and that's kind of in my head, because that's why I saw him do well on first. I think that's why I have in my head as like, oh, those are he's like core heroes.
Definitely going to look at that first point defense as we are going to Midtown in the first time in Overwatch Championship Series Korea.
Who Meta and Gushway can't even play. I know, right? You think Shy Tracer good enough? Yeah, Leave Echo just goes hard as well, right? So that would just be a big carry. Hambin in again. Hambin a bit of a map 2 kind of fella, right? Map 2 Hambin. Map 2 bin time. All right, so we're doing double flex again,
Peppy on
but Simple has actually been taken out back. He's been shot, and his body has been found on top of Majid's. As there's no Simple. No Simple for double flex this time, which well, the most likely explanation is more that they want to have the ability to swap to a Lucio or something at some point. Yeah. But yeah, shame Simple's been killed. They died in each other's arms. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. That's true.
They're probably trying to find the target die to the Zenyatta.
Alright, and in case we haven't mentioned it,
Yeah, I feel like Jasmine is one of the names I recognize, but I don't really know too much about him. I should close these predictions.
important tactics.
All right, so surprise, surprise, people have put Falcons as the favorite.
And taken down. So remember what Nike said, the first point defense is going to be very, very
See, when we watch some of the other games and we're watching like people betting on Vesta, I think there was like a real like Vesta can steal a map here. You know, Vesta can steal a map, but
on the side of Team Falcons.
can Pokerface steal a map? I don't think Pokerface can steal a map.
Maybe there for the occasional touch, but it does not look.
Iris's Zen isn't all that good. I think like Iris is really good at BAP,
I don't think there's anyone to touch, and there is
but that's like probably where he excels at the most.
40 seconds on.
Oh, they're going Zen, BAP, Zarya.
Remember,
What we're going to see now, guys, is probably like a small case study. Obviously, like Team Falcons are just way better than Pokerface, but we're going to see like a small case study in like why it's so hard for these type of like double flex backlines to survive. Even with Hambin only in on Diva rather than like a Doomfist or something.
That means even your soft counter comp, the counter comp taking a while to be countered. So it's not
Need Iris to go like, I don't know, you need your backline to play so incredibly well. I don't know if the Zarya really helps here compared to like a Diva or something with like just longer cooldowns. I don't know.
so Pokerface, although, like what 9K said, although Pokerface did come up with a counter composition, they are
Your mid boomers or your prodigy zoomers? Always play the fucking zoomers. Oh, where we going, Chio? Suzu's good, gets him through. Just moving the car here.
Good try though, and
Discipline from Falcons. Now they're going to get to drop this Kitsune Rush as they come out if they want.
already almost up to
One fight territory. Kitsune Rush to force for cap. Copy Diva comes out. Oh, he's going to lose his mech so quickly. Copy Zarya from Proper. That's a better copy.
pace on the field, but it looks like Team
Where's he going? Doing a rollout. Looking for the grav.
lead in at least in
Oh, he's not going to get it.
here, and
Is he? Oh. Window on the top. Peppy's been focused down. Damage has been done.
here as proper stop
Damage has been done. Yeah, I mean, it's just so horrible for Pokerface by the time they let him just drop that Kitsune ult on point and stuff. 5.5 minute time bank, guys. Oh, fuck.
counter comp ready for possible to block the enemy tempo.
Pokerface clapping Simprisa last night really doesn't bode well for Simprisa. Yeah, I put Simprisa bottom of my power rankings. So,
Very important time for the poker face.
yeah.
Counter at the first fight.
okay, so
Alright, so we now need a 5.5 minute hold. 5.5 minute hold and Becky's dead. They beat it in. Traded it for Transcendence. Grav coming up from Peppy, but he's going to have to save this one.
I guess
Poco bomb from Hambin.
to save his teammates, but Proud is
Hambin thinks he's Poco, guys.
down. Take
He's not Poco. He had one bomb yesterday. You got to do it on the regular if you want to be the new Poco, though.
so Poker
One's not enough.
being allowed to have a proper 5v5 fight because everyone on the side of Team Falcons is
Getting proper.
so
Oh, Hambin's interrupting.
good that
We're not going to get in this Grav, are we?
5v5 fight. And remember,
It's going to get eaten. It's going to get eaten.
no touch.
No, we're not even going to get it off.
Denied the opportunity
Oh.
to use his ultimate for the entire defense. As Team Falcons, I do have to check if this is one of the fastest midtown pushes in
If they're not going to play Simple, they should get Simple to critically wound proper.
push for Team Falcons.
Yeah, that is really impressive.
All right.
See the whole time to fight. But
Yeah, great. At least we get to see WAC earlier. Yeah.
tech team this
Yeah, there's like two ways to root for this, these first two games. There's one, we have like a colossal upset, or two, they're over really quickly and we get to the WAC Genesis game. Because that third game of the day is actually, that's the big one. That's the one we should all be really excited about. And I think that's the one that people are going to eat up those replay codes to try and learn about this comp and how it works.
Blizzard wise, probably you're not having that much like a bad like experience, but once
Attack isn't an OWCS. He's an old. Oh, I say an old. He was like a Korean tank player, right?
Aggressive comp or really slow comp, you maybe have a lot of struggle time to be defense.
Alright, and this is gonna be a very
We just know for a fact that Falcons don't have any rank 5 endorsement players. You're right, Oren.
and 30 seconds
No, what's the gonna get an endorsement check on Falcons?
started the map.
I think it's fair to say after recent discoveries, Majid probably not working with an endorsement 5 situation.
Time bank.
Cheeky 8 AM Pepsi Max. Yeah, big. I gotta wake up early. I don't really drink coffee. I've never been a bit of a coffee guy. I used to drink it a little bit when I was younger. When I worked at like a cinema and stuff, and I just like in my sleep schedule, and then just in coffee to correct for my terrible sleep schedule. But I don't really drink it anymore. Not because I don't like it, but Pepsi's enough caffeine. Bit of a pep head.
So probably Team Falcon probably do the more like a ping pong style, and they try to find
Let's see if I'm definitely a Pepsi head, but I don't know if I'm a Peppy head right now.
for the dance to the dive it. So they're probably damage stacking. But this map is not easy to rotation. If you're
Iris must have rank 5 endorsement.
gonna be a huge damage.
From what I understand, actually, Unter was like really big on Iris as like super nice guy. Iris actually Unter's favorite Korean to work with.
Falcons looks like they want Poker Face out of that building, so they're back.
Pepsi over Coke. Honestly, I like both. I'll just buy whatever's like.
They have no
If one of them's on offer, I'll just buy the offer one.
very slow with Humpin on the front, and
All right,
also very low. It
pin back.
What a, okay, Pepe taken down. I was about to wonder what Pepe's options were, but if he's down, he's no option.
I can tell the difference for sure, but I don't have like a strong preference.
Down Soccer is that's
Guys,
the line.
Queen the answer.
They don't have Pepe, so they won't
They've
be
got the pick.
forced to just force
Pepe's gonna be back soon. We can start walking.
The tracer down is not really danger situation for the Team Falcon because coming on back to
Thanks, Soren. Exactly. Yeah, Patreon heads would know that one already. Copy Queen.
coming back.
Good copy. Gets the slash.
Is so important.
Oh, so much pressure here. So much pressure on them.
So what do I
Oh, they're just dead as well as they walk in.
is really important.
Yeah, the copy. One of the problems with running Queen is the Queen copy's actually so powerful.
That is like a
There's this weird sort of like counterplay meta you can get into because we used to have this problem on London when we played against Echo teams. Is they would copy Backbone, they'd copy May, and then if they had a copy May, they'd just win with a copy Blizzard because it's like May is such a powerful ult. When they get a wall or they'd like copy May, they'd wall Haddy, they'd put a load of fucking pressure on him. Then they had a Blizzard. It'd be so hard for us. So we would do a load of things to make it so hard for them. If we knew they had copy. We'd have like Backbone de-peeking him. We'd have Backbone hiding behind his shield and stuff. If the guy ever did copy May, we'd immediately window. Like if as soon as he pressed copy, we just window just to deal with it. Whew, there's smoke to get on the way in here. So I think you started to see this a little bit in EU, and then maybe a little bit in the Toronto versus SSG scrim, where it's like.
With those ultimates online, Poker Face
Once teams get really good at using copy, you have to start reacting to it like more aggressively. So we see sometimes when teams are doing like double tracer in the past, now people just beat it just to deal with it. Because the nice thing about beat versus copy is that
target Lucio, but Lucio is an
is that
easy target for that. So
the beat, because the beat health doesn't charge ult charge, it stops the copy getting their ult. So it can be really reasonable to use beat against copy. So yeah, so that's really useful. Or if you just use window or something, I guess maybe you don't have window, but it's just something where you can kill it quickly, essentially.
very low, but okay, in the end, Chio goes down, but the damage is already done for the side of Poker Face. And 2 minutes on the clock, they don't have a lot of options left. Pepe taking down as well, so Poker Face does not have.
Will you please have an MCD Gooshway debate on Uncoachable? What's the debate?
A matter of a destiny.
Um,
Side of Poker Face. Yes, Becky and Proud do have their ultimates, but what? They can only do so much against the might of the Team Falcons right now.
yeah, but still duplicate them and Kiriko will keep coming back. That means they still allow the chance we can then touch the point.
let's get a Sam Uncoachable.
To be like making the winning the fight. It's not really
Nice try auto mod, but I'll allow that one.
is one of the best.
That one's actually a cannon.
Pepe taking down. Yes, Becky did
Yeah, this is over, isn't it?
to maybe have a take on the but it's not gonna- it is-
Yeah, if we get Sam on. I mean, to be fair, but everyone Sam's one, he seems to be sort of confronting it and handling it the best from the little bits I saw.
Point for Team Falcons. Wow.
You see Luca on Uncoachable?
Scary.
Oh.
So good right now. I mean, Pokerface, this is not just any push.
I feel like I've... Yeah, I don't know if we're quite at that stage yet, you know. I feel like there's a lot of people to get on first. Probably get Seeker back on first now. We need to get yeah, I guess we should do should maybe get some kind of relevant guest for all this drama. Gator 2 is possible. Were there any close games yesterday? Not really. Not particularly. There's maybe a close map or two, but none of the games were particularly close. I think the big one we're all waiting for is WAC versus Genesis. You got an ad? This is a good time to get an ad. We're between games. He can't hear me saying this, but it's a good time to get an ad. When will we get Majid? Yeah, we saw Majid. Guys, we saw Majid yesterday. So we're going to see Majid again today. Stop begging. Nobody likes a beggar. Sorry, I'm gonna eat my breakfast while we do this.
This is a talented roster. There's no doubt that they need to work on their tempo. They need to work on their team coordination right now because they seem a little bit disoriented. Like their target acquisition, target focus seems a little bit off, and they're not.
Thank you for the crypt. Appreciate the prime. Do appreciate the support. Oh, you know what we should do? Maybe this is actually more on Sunshine Spread. People, as people might know, the VODs are actually behind the sub wall. We have to sub to see the VODs. The way I'm going to do this going forward is all the co-streams of like the official content, so like these Korean ones that we're watching, I'll put those on my YouTube. So those will be free to access. All the scrim ones will be behind the sub wall. So it's like sub if you're interested in the scrims, if you want those VODs. But we do have some scrim heads who have subbed while I was offline. So we should thank our scrim heads, and there's a few people in here. So thank you to B Skyrim 22. That was a prime. I'll pay the predictions. You're right. Wait. Let me do the predictions before we get on this, because I know some people are gonna want to throw their money away on Pokerface before again.
After a short break, we'll be coming back. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, subs for VODs. Let's see, star prediction. Who will win map 3? What? I don't think it's a bad deal, honestly. Like, what is it, like £4 and you get access to the VODs? And I'm going to have, like, I should be getting, like, exclusive access to a lot of the Toronto VODs and stuff. So, if you want to watch NA Overwatch, this might be the place to do it. What am I writing? Pokerface. And I'm going to put, like, loads of time on this one, because we're actually going to, I think we're going to be a bit of a, we're going to, like, half time now. All right, 10k scrim bucks, nice. All right, so yeah, we're thanking people who VOD heads, people who are only interested in the VODs. They can't make it live, but shout out to Hello J Venom. I actually know Hello J Venom. He pays for private coaching as well. This guy can't stop giving me money. Fuck. Thank you, Venom. Alex T FM, Rusty Rust, Breddy OW, Stuart, X Blur. That's X Blur is he's a British tank player, no? I feel like we trialed him for Team UK. Shout out to Blur. And, the big one. Shout out to Goomba TV. Here you go, guys. Goomba will pay for it. So if Goomba pays for it, it's got to be worth it, right? Ooh, we should occasionally say what scrims. Yeah, so the scrims we've had recently are... We had EXO versus... We had EXO versus, well, at the time we Spitfire. Then we had the first ever SSG versus Toronto. Well, the first ever SSG branded scrim, and which was also the first ever time Toronto had all their players on low ping as well. So that was the big one. And then what we've got coming up is we're also going to have a co-stream of the final day of Swiss. There's a few things that are going to happen. So there's going to be a co-stream on the final day of Swiss for EU, where we're just going to do like... It'll be like a Gillette Soccer Saturday style thing, where we're just jumping around games and POVs trying to find out results. And then we're going to have an official Toronto last day of Swiss co-stream on Sunday as well, where we'll get access to like Kasaurus's POV. Is it not Gillette? What's wrong with it? Is it not something else now? Am I showing my age by calling it Gillette Soccer Saturday? Is it now like, I don't know, TikTok Soccer Saturday? And then next week, we have a Gillette segregation zone. Maybe that's what I'll call it. But yeah, next week we'll have loads of Toronto scrims. I'm kind of partnering them for a couple of weeks to bring you all of their scrims on this channel. So if you do actually want access to all those Toronto scrims, it's probably a reasonable deal for you. Or just watch them live. If you watch it live, it is just free. So if you watch it live, you're probably saving yourself some money. And then just normal co-streams for all the Korean ones as well. And then we'll just do normal co-streams next week, essentially, for the group stage games. Let's see. Will he make you do push-ups? I feel like there's like right now I've not built out my Twitch fully. So like the bits, I don't have like proper pictures for the bit stuff or the hype trains. All the sub stuff and the gifted subs I have like proper pictures and stuff for. But I also don't have a way, like I have, obviously we're gambling and making scrim bucks, but I need a way for people to spend the scrim bucks. So yeah, we need a way for people to spend the scrim bucks. I think like private coaching would be a good way to do it. Or like just a live VOD review as well. There is like an unreleased video I did on how we played. When I was like first setting up to make all the content, I made like a big video about us playing against versus Houston and how we played for Ryan and like loads of our core concepts, just so I could like go through the process of making a video and figuring it all out. And then I never released it. It's like a 40-minute video on how we played like Ryan Sim into Dive. So I could maybe make that like the if someone spends all the points, I'll release it on YouTube or something. Mercy cosplay, no, there's literally zero chance. Pod review me calling into my own pulse. That'd be worth a 10k scrim bucks. Any more insights into how the Doom mirror works? Not massively, no. I think there's like the key ults. There's like the way a lot of these ults work is like the Kiri Lucio ults are your big push pull ults. So what we'll see, we've probably seen Falcons. I know we've not been paying a huge amount of attention, but if we watch, Falcons will do loads of things just to disengage these ults. Like when the other team uses it, just walk away and then try and go with their own ones. So there's probably like a really big execution level here in terms of like the timing of your Kitsune rush and your beat in terms of actually getting an ability to connect onto someone. So it means a lot of the time, if you have Kitsune rush or you have beat, the better teams get in this meta. You never want to just use this sort of first tempo round a corner because a good team will just give space. If you can use it on objective, this is probably really good, right? So let's say the caps here and you just Kitsune ult here. You can just do that whenever, right? Because it forces the team is forced to fight there to protect their objective. But in general, you probably want to do it like you start a fight and then you Kitsune rush to keep going. Or you start a fight, like let's say, one thing I think we've seen teams do is like, let's do a bit of a dive, like our Doom Tracer pushes their Tracer. We force their Tracer's recall. And now we beat, and now we're really fucking chasing this Tracer after recall because we can confirm the kill. Like these type of things where we do a dive or try and force a cooldown, then beat to confirm the kill or Kitsune Rush to confirm the kill. I think we'll see more of this. I think one thing I want to do, especially after the third game today, is I probably just want, I don't know if I'll do it on stream really, or if I'll just do it off stream and turn it into a video or something, but I really want to look at like, especially the WAC Genesis game. I think there's probably going to be a lot to learn and figure out from that one. But yeah, I think VOD review points is good. What's this one, Oren? What am I clicking on? Stage 2, let's build. Fuck's sake. They're back. Here you go, guys. These guys are getting back into it.
To kind of give feedback to the entire team. So maybe that's also a reason here. And we are seeing Smurf back on the side of Team Falcons as well. So a change, maybe a tactical change for that for the side of Team Falcons. We are going to Esperanza.
Yeah, Esperanza is a classic map for the using like a dive com. And first,
Dark mode, please. there's actually good lore about this. So, if you're like a professional streamer, you're like Poco level of like you've got all the gear, you've got this little ring light around your camera, right, which will illuminate your face and make yourself look pretty at all times of day. I don't have that. So what I was finding when we were recording Uncoachable, if I'm just on Twitter on dark mode or other stuff on dark mode, it wasn't lighting up my face as much. Like, let me open Reddit. But then if we compare, like, my face, it's not so bad now because it's for daytime, but especially at night, you notice the difference. It's like the lighting gap, you know? So, what I should do is probably just, we had this conversation yesterday, but I should just buy a ring light, right? It's really reasonable now I just buy a ring light. Oh, I should delete his Twitter, fuck. Yeah, but that's why. Yeah, the codes will be available. I can put the link in chat. Because, yeah, I don't know exactly what time. It took him a few hours. Like, it was quite a while after these games actually happened. We got these replay codes, but I can put you the link. Why is NU OWCS exploded? I know, right?
So let's talk about Team Falcons a little bit. Humbin swapped out for Smurf. Esperanza. Dive. So are we expecting a Doomfist?
yes.
Okay. So Jasmine
OG has fled the country. Maybe.
is traditionally an off-pink player. Would you expect Pokerface to come with a counter dive composition or matching dive composition?
If this is not push, man,
I wonder if there's any future for Sam in Overwatch. Yeah, I guess it's difficult for him as well because he was at Collegiate as well, right? So I don't know how Collegiate is going to react. I don't know if he's posted or anything, but I don't know how Collegiate's going to react to this.
because you still have a second fight, third fight, fourth fight, way better condition than Junkirk in like a rush com. So that is the biggest reason about
They suspended him?
the mobile com here. But if they feel like they really struggle against the mirror situation, you have a two choice. One, if you want to win the
Yeah, no, I can't remember exactly what he said or like, because I remember I didn't read the full thing, but he talked to
the regular season and playoff, you have a rarely have a good matchup, good like experience. So you're bad for that experience for the just fight.
What was I say? Yeah, because he talked to the guy, the viewer guy, right, or the guy who posted the leaks originally. But yeah, so like the fact that M80 want to drop Sam, I think it's like it sort of almost becomes an obvious decision for them. But I don't think he should get kicked out of college for it. I guess it's a little bit more complicated because it's not just getting kicked out of college, right? Because I guess the way the collegiate programs works is essentially like similar to a scholarship, right? From what I understand.
I'm hearing that we're still tackling Jasmine's monitor issues. I'm hearing that it will be fixed in a minute or two, so stay tuned with us. Yeah, so I do think that.
Yeah, I think no M80. Well, I don't know actually because one of the things that people linked was that there was a rumor they were going to pick up Gator's team, but I don't think that was confirmed. So I also wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised if M80 just like looked in this whole situation and it just went, fuck this, you know, like this is not worth the effort, not worth the drama. I mean, I hope they don't, obviously, because one of the biggest shames about this really is that this is all happening at a point where a lot of orgs are coming into Overwatch for the first time. Have they posted backing out? Yeah, well, then they are probably backing out, yeah.
Yeah, so he doesn't have any other tournament to play.
Okay.
So why not?
I hope he gonna stay until I go there because I want to meet him.
All right, so if anyone who is at the venue, please give a memo to Carpe to stay there because 9K has some words to say to him. But, I mean, good to see old faces back and a lot of, like, this is something that we haven't been seeing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think you've seen this all the time. If you look at, oh, thanks, Lotcha. But if you look at like when these things happen normally, it's always after something like this. Like if you look at like when someone will be cancelled, it will always be after they just signed to a team or something, some period of success. So whenever it's timed like that, regardless of what the behavior was or whether it was worth calling out or not worth calling out or any of this, it always feels very targeted and actually quite an aggressive move from the person doing the cancelling. So yeah, it seems really unreasonable. And likewise, you know, obviously Sam said himself, right? Doesn't agree with his behavior, doesn't think, agrees it was a mistake, regrets doing it, and all of this. So should he get kicked out of school for doing that? I don't think so. I mean, with something like M80, they're a private company, and obviously they can make their own name, or they make their own decisions about who they want to represent their brand, and maybe don't want all of this drama around their initial Overwatch, the launch of their Overwatch team. But for the school especially, I think, I don't know, like there's something about school and college and university, whereas this is for time in your life when you go to school, college and university, where you are meant to make mistakes. I mean, maybe ideally not this type of mistake, right? But you're meant to go and do things, make mistakes, figure stuff out, learn how to be a person, learn how to function in the real world. School and uni is a really good place for that. And this is maybe not, I'm not saying this is part of it exactly, but yeah, I hope he doesn't get kicked out of school as well, because that seems overly harsh. I don't know like what form of like they just do like a punishment thing instead. Like either just suspend he has to like suspend his payment for a little bit or suspend something like that. Suspended from actually playing in the team.
Is this kind of IT issue or like something policy issue always kind of help for the
Yeah, I think like I've not spoke to Sam loads or met him loads before. But every time I've met that LAN, he seems like a reasonable guy. My guess would be, yeah, he's trying to be edgy, he's trying to be funny, he's trying to impress his friends, he's trying to make everyone laugh, rather than any true, deep-seated feelings of hatred or anything like this, right? Not that justifies it or means M80 should just accept him back with wide open arms or anything, but it means there should be like a limitation on this, right? Because what you want to do, if you're not happy, if you think someone's behaving in a way that's upsetting or offensive or inappropriately, what you want is you don't want these people to be fucking killed and just exterminated from the world. You want them to have some kind of learning point and coming back, right? And something like college is the perfect place to go through some kind of learning and personal growth or whatever you want to call it and come back. So I really hope he just gets to keep playing it and it doesn't affect him like much beyond this.
Pokerface is a team that has a lot of confidence, and they are actually 1-0 in the tournament so far.
Yeah, just suspend him from the roster on Winthrop or something for like,
Still have the confidence that if they win,
I don't know what would be the appropriate amount of time.
And so they are going with the Jungle Queen composition. The DPS is mirrored, but so there's only one difference in the composition, but it's vastly different playstyle.
Yeah, so, because a lot of time like a Junker can have a much more DPS advantage of the fight because like a shout for the taking the wild space, but that is the reason like when the Junker can have a shout, the mobility normally just high.
I think he's suspended. He's suspended from the college at the moment.
So they're not trying to fight.
Or they said suspended indefinitely.
Echo's very, very low, but Proud is the one that is taken down early.
Hold on.
The proper, well, Echo's beam rather, and that's going to be a numbers.
Do Winthrop have like a Twitter? Is it like an official post somewhere?
Bunker is taken down, so this is a 4v4 fight. We still don't know how this fight is going to go. Echo's very, very
Oh, thanks, Hazto.
Remember, Becky
Appreciate it. Thank you for the prime.
famous for his Echo, but is taken down. But Jasmine takes down two. Faith. So this is the first fight win for the side of Poker.
Yeah, I guess the problem with suspending him from the team is obviously also
We'll be having two ultimates online.
Yeah.
sorry guys, we'll lose the game for a second. Oh.
For looking for a dive
Winthrop Esports has placed Sam on indefinite suspension. Okay.
at that space so hard.
I guess what that really means, like behind the like corporate speak, is that he's suspended while they investigate it. Yeah, because the problem with suspending him from the team is it also means he won't be getting his funding because the sponsorship covers his like the cost of his education. I don't know if he gets like food and accommodation as well, but at least I presume it at least covers the cost of his scholarship or his like education. So if he loses that, then it's like a very different decision about like whether he can afford to go to college or anything.
Using that Kitsune rush. Proud also taking down Chio with the pulse bomb. And it's going to be a big win for Pokerface, but the good news for Team Falcons is that they have not used
Yes,
any of
yeah.
their ultimates. So the next fight is probably going to be on Team Falcons' favor.
As OT, yes. Secondly, the problem is this OT.
Guys, are Pokerface back, by the way? Yeah, I think Pokerface, not to detract from the other stuff, but I feel like Pokerface might be back.
That high ground, they really hard to like take back, and also Team Falcon doesn't have a good angle for the using the critical ulti for the dive. So that means they probably have a struggle.
Invest in Becky. Oh, no! Close the poll! The market's being manipulated! The market's being manipulated! The market, guys! Don't manipulate. That's the #1 rule, guys. Don't manipulate the market.
But Chio is lost in the process, so this is momentum for the side of Pokerface. And Pokerface is definitely looking for that first point cap here. Both ultimates used on both sides. Proper did use the duplicate and also the Kitsune rush, but ultimates used on side of Pokerface.
Sorry, alright. I finished my sandwich now. Now we can lock him.
But Proper
Yeah, there's Wall Street Wolves out there, guys. These people will just take your fucking money. I'll try and protect you guys.
It's not expensive as Soundberry, because Soundberry is much more important ulti than compared than like any single ulti.
Alright, so yeah, Queen. There's only a 45-meter lead, so it's maybe not quite over yet for Falcons, but
Right? So that means like still is
it's possible we jump to conclusions.
disadvantage.
But it's not over yet. Not over yet. Beat advantage for Chio. Iris getting very slowly to this. Beat push comes in aggressively. Cleanse out is good. Shout defensively as well. This is kind of what we were talking about before, right? Like, Chio just chooses to beat in, but Pokerface have the defensive shout. They have the defensive Suzu. They just absorb the beat. They even force the Meteor Strike. Proud goes for what can only be considered an ambitious fucking pulse bomb. They've stabilized here. They're going to have Kitsune ult. Smurfs 1 HP. Oh, Proppers won the Echo Duel, but they can go. Need to find a kill with this Kitsune ult. Need to find a kill. Falcons have just scattered to the winds, and they're all going to be okay. 5v4 player advantage for Falcons still.
I don't know for long. Maybe they're just buying time for Becky.
Copy coming out. Oh, that's a good knife. Oh, yeah, Proper's done. Proper's done the damage. Damn it. Am I saying Chio's washed? It's just a bad beat. Just saying it's a bad beat. Alright, so looks like they'll get cap off this. Still plenty of time left. Still plenty of time for Pokerface revival.
Once you checkpoint first time you get it, a lot of advantage for the mobility con.
Exactly. And also, like, just in the general phase
Oh, did Smurf get pulled? Maybe he did have to beat Smurf. Oh, okay then. Maybe you're right. If that's the case, then yeah, I mean, it's not the worst beat. Then it's obviously just like a different type of problem that forces them to beat badly. Kitsune rush around the corner, and again, we're going to see that like a disengage here. Doomfist copy. Not convinced by this one. Trying to get on top of Proper, but they're all just going to walk away here. I mean, the nature of having these two very high mobile comps is it's really easy to disengage a lot of stuff, and it's actually just, they just hit the pulse bomb.
that is making those kills happen, eliminations happen, and they are pushing further and further and further.
Yeah, he was knifed him. Okay, so maybe Chio did have to beat then, but then it just, yeah. It still proves for Theory that if you beat without forcing these cooldowns, it's really hard to get value. But it makes it less of a bad decision on Chio's point of view. Yeah, Proper been cooking Becky all game. Yeah, it turns out Proper's going to find a way to be good at this hero as well in what can only be a truly shocking moment for everyone.
Drop the high ground to dive to the enemy when they get the one kill. That one kill is not enough to be dropped to fight the Kiriko OT, but they don't have a Kiriko OT, and Soundbear is the only.
All right, difficult retake now coming through the low ground. Oh, Proud's gonna get focused down first, and yeah, but copy. He's actually getting his copies so unbelievably fast. There's actually like almost a fundamental problem with the Queen, is that the Queen copies are so good.
Now it's bad.
Because you just, if you notice what Proper does a lot of the time, he just looks to run into Jasmine's face. Or whoever, or when it was Peppy, he ran into Peppy's face. He just runs into the Queen, hits his cooldowns on the Queen, gets the healing and damage that, gets the ultimate and just wins. Like, the Queen copy is almost causing him as many problems as anything else. Proper's just getting such consistent value with that ult, compared to, like, Becky's copies have been what we've been copying Doomfist or whatever. Yeah. Jasmine forced to D-pick again. Downtown knife. Doesn't get anything. Punching. Smurf's going to try and trade here. Beat's going to be forced out of the top. Knife into Smurf. They want to keep going. Smurf has Meteor Strike to save himself. Now the Rampage. For Suzu was used, actually. Can they convert? No, it was Fielder TPs. It only hits Fielder only TPs. Rampage value in the bin. Becky's copy isn't going to get value. Falcons have taken a step back, and Falcons so good at these mid-fight disengages of just like, let's take a fight, take a fight, take a fight, take a fight. Oh, they've used assault, we're all getting out. Like, Pokerface used what, 3 ults in that fight? Not one of them got that close to getting a kill. Oh, they finally do get a kill on the chase, actually. But yeah, none of their ults got any value there, Pokerface. Poker? Proper has copy. Probably going to be looking at his Queen again. No, he's got Lucio. Guys, Proper knows. Proper knows. He's going to get a beat. Proper's... it's actually a rubbish Lucio play. Maybe that's the one hero Proper can't do, guys. He can't do Lucio. I'm actually a Lucio copy believer, Coleman. I think it might be one of the better copies. Just get the beat and go again. Where are we at now? Yeah, support advantage for Fielder. Difficult one. They can just play the high ground slow here, but I mean, Falcons... The most scary thing about Falcons as well is they're clearly, like, all these disengage and stuff, it clearly means they're well coached and they're well organised, so they have all this talent, and they're trying to play smart Overwatch as well. Kitsune over the top now, all this pressure, they force for Suzu out, Stalker doesn't hit the pulse though. Proud trying to find his trades, does have a pulse bomb as well, but yeah, Jasmine's just getting caught by all of these support ults. And this is part of the reason why some of these tanks, this is like, I guess, some of KSA's theory as well about, like, why dive might just be meta is like some of these tanks, you see Jasmine just cannot get out. Jasmine just can't get out of these situations in these support ult trades. The shout cooldown is so rubbish. The reason you see like tanks like Doom and Bull now is because it's low cooldowns, high mobility. So they can get out of these situations because other tanks just get hit by the DPS passive and they just fucking can't get healed through it. Ram is maybe the only exception because he's like the tankiest guy in the entire world. But you see the same thing that happens when Haddy plays Winston for SSG. Is he goes in, he dives, he gets bubble value. Cool. But in this mid-fight, once they start shooting him, once he loses a chunk of health, it's impossible for Landon and Astro to get him his health back. It's so hard mid-fight for these tanks. And the same thing we see with Jasmine here. Like, he's actually super squishy. And Proper's going to hit the copy again. They beat versus copy, reasonable, but they have to not let him get the rampage. Oh, the pulse bomb's just going to demolish him in this tiny corridor. That's over. It's over. Falcons won the game. Complete prediction. Can't believe people are just willing to take all this money off the poor poker face believers. Who would have thought Falcons would do so well? Could you imagine it, right? It's actually so unfair as well. It's like a Tracer Echo meta, which is just really nice to have like a Stalker proper style backline. Or, not backline, sorry. A DPS duo. Falcons bought the patch. the signing of the season was actually Falcons. Falcon also bought the patch in this one as well. Wait, Magic check. Magic, other boys coming out to congratulate him. Oh, the whole gang came out to congratulate him last time. Player of the match, Stalker. It was probably proper this time, right? But they gave it a proper yesterday, so I guess they want to give it a proper 2 days in a row. It should have been Stalker yesterday, proper today, I think.
I mean, Super did like a lot of things really good, clean dive with the Smurf whole time because a lot of map when the Smurf at there, the always Stalker was next to him. I mean, because there.
Matt hasn't played a game yet. He said yesterday on Twitter that one of his they'd have the other team banned his maps. They played Runaway yesterday. King's Row was sort of close. Like, it went to an overtime round on King's Row, but only because Falcons died pushing. They should have... Falcons should have full held Runaway on King's Row, but then Falcons ran to spawn. In the same way that's happened in everyone's ranked games. You win too many fights, you got the full hold, you push into their spawn, you all die in their spawn, and then you end up playing an overtime round off the back of it. So that was the only map that was really close, but it was 3-0. Runaway didn't look like they were capable of beating Falcons. Falcons were like hard chilling, really. Falcons roll, yeah, unbelievably one-sided, honestly. Even more one-sided than yesterday's game, so Falcons really set the bar reasonably high. What am I looking at here? Was this us? This was... Oh, wait. Hold on. I think I know what this is.
If Seeker has, like, any interest in streaming them. Like, you said that Winthrop doesn't do it, and I, like, loosely insinuated that you don't do it because you're all racist, even though it's not true. I want to know if Seeker has, like, any...
This was actually just a straight joke. This was a straight joke. I see... Because I saw people tweeting us and commenting on this that we've inadvertently predicted the whole thing. But, no, not really at all. It was a pure joke that has, unfortunately, not aged great. Or maybe it has aged great because it feels like we predicted everything. Any good games so far? Not really. No, we're just all waiting for the WAC Genesis one. Makes it even funnier, yeah. What are the fucking chances, eh? Yeah, Falcons might just be in cruise control. Oh wait, let's ignore these guys for a second. What we're going to talk about is... I don't know if exactly... I need to figure it out as well. Because Korea doesn't work. Like, it's not just a straight... you see, like, there's all this stuff. So, alright. Let's break it down. So there's the group stage. And the way the group stage works is... Every week, there's going to be three rounds of matches. So it's into, like... Hopefully that... You kind of like free, right? We'll play a Friday, Saturday, Sunday match, Friday, Saturday, Sunday match, all the way up to whenever this one finishes, the 24th of March. And obviously, the 24th of March is an interesting day because this is actually when EU and NA finish. That's an A, believe it or not. This is when EU and NA have their finals, but this isn't the end of Korea's group stage. They actually then go to this. So the top 4 advance to seeding deciders, which is this, and then there's a day 1 and there's a day 2 of this. Right. So then I presume these 4 teams will then be seeded here somewhere? I presume it will be like the top 2, because this is like, you see these 2 there's like purple slots and green slots. So 2 teams will be put here, and 2 teams will be put here. And then these 4 teams, which in theory is going to be... This is going to be Sim Prisa in the bottom here, guys. That's my prediction. But whoever is the 9th team is going to be out. But then these 4 teams, I think, are going to go into this double bracket final here. So these 4 teams are going to go here. These 4 teams are going to go here. And then... These top 2 teams, I think, go here and here. I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, so there's actually so much Korean Overwatch to play. So much Korean Overwatch to play. Why do I think Vesta Crew better than SPG? I think my main core concept is that SPG has a lot of players who have sort of just about got into Overwatch League and not looking that good. Vesta Crew are complete unknowns, so gamble on them. We watched them play yesterday, and maybe some of them aren't good, but Dart actually looked like the guy. Dart is going to carry them above Prisa. SPG will win it all. Incorrect. Not sure if we discussed it already, but M80 might pick up Hawk. Sudden Petty sign. Spectre said on stream he might get to go to NA soon instead of playing for good. Okay. Maybe. I mean, there's sort of two ways it can happen, right? You can be signed to M80, but I'd still be like M80 aren't providing housing. I don't think any of these orgs are really providing housing, right? So Toronto are the exception here. But even if they were to pick up this team, I don't know if they're actually going to be providing housing and stuff and visas for the Korean players and all of that. So even if they do get signed, I don't know if it will actually solve Spectre and Pelicans having to play on super ping problem. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Hoj, you're a few steps behind. Where's the M80 Twitter? Where's it gone? Why does it bring up it brings up McGravy when I type in M80. What is... This doesn't seem like the right M80, guys. This is not the right M80. Was there... Anyone got their Twitter? M80 is on YFP. Ah. I shouldn't have closed all those tweets. M80 to GG. Thank you. This looks more like it. I'll allow that comment. Nice try, auto mod. Yeah, Nico's actually crushed everyone. Yeah, there is always like an element of this when I feel particularly like... Because you have to look at the motivation behind these things as well. Because if you truly believed and you wanted to do... I don't want to call it social justice. But like if you wanted to do the... something should be done about this. I'm not happy with this behavior that I found out about by these players who are pro players. I think this needs to be exposed, and you want to do some sort of like, I don't think like journalistic press release to expose these players with bad behavior. Then you just do that, right? If you want to do that, then you do that, and that's you acting in accordance with your moral code and your ethical code and all of this. Then just do it. Why wait all this time until roster deadline day after he signed for an org? If it's about doing the right thing, just do the right thing. Don't wait. Like the fact that you wait until the guy gets signed for a team and that team's about to enter a tournament, it really makes it feel like it's the action isn't motivated out of good. The action is motivated out of hate or revenge. You know, it's not a I don't really call it an honourable thing. Spite, yeah, that's the word. If you just wanted to do the right thing, then yeah, just do the right thing. He needed February to be over. Yeah, because the real thing here is, because what you do by releasing it in this time is, let's say the people who did the actions are going to suffer the consequences, right? And that maybe doesn't seem necessarily unfair at all. But loads of people have suffered. Like, if we look at the people who has really suffered here who didn't deserve to suffer. McGravy, Seeker. Why have these guys had everything messed up for them because of this? Like, what you've done by releasing it at this stage is cause a load of collateral damage, rather than if you truly believed and wanted to do the right thing or reveal this information. You got to have a World Cup. So why not just do it then? If it... yeah. Clout addicts? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't like... This isn't like a... I don't want to... This isn't like a defense of... well, everyone should be allowed to say what they want and get away with these things. There should be no consequences, etc., etc. It's not to that level of things, but it's just like there should be a level of caution applied behind the motivations of why people do these things as well. Yeah, so ultimately, yeah, I think just everyone looks bad. Everyone looks bad. Did Seeker find a team? Seeker did find a team, but there's like, I've lost the tweet now. I really should stop closing these tweets because I imagine people are going to keep, this will keep coming up for a little bit. But Seeker did find a team with a lot of the other leftovers. I think maybe it was on McGravy's Twitter. This one, yeah, WD40. This is like everyone who's sort of got scammed or something, or yeah, this is like the leftovers. Everyone who was taken out by their own team or left stranded by their own team situation have combined to make this team, and the admins actually extended the roster lock to allow all of this to happen. So, how good this roster will actually be? And it's not the worst roster I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know where I power rank them. Yeah, well, it's because the PG, because I think actually Zera and Top Dragon were also scammed because Cal was in my chat yesterday, and he was saying he felt he was like, I think we've just ended up stealing a load of players to make a new team, or like we poached a load of players to make a new team, and I think so I think, yeah, Zero and Top Dragon were the ones who suffered that. Look up Twitter to see. Yeah, we can see Cal's team as well. Let's get another one going. What's Cal's Twitter? Cal_OW. I don't think I actually follow Cal on Twitter. What's Cal's Twitter? I'll find it through Wikipedia. I can find it, guys. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it was Cal OW. All right. Oh, wait, is this different? When does NA play? Is it 2? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I do follow this guy, but he doesn't follow me. Oh, fuck you, Cal. Why did I follow this guy? Should I unfollow him? I guess I'm a cowhead, but he's not a cowhead. Yeah, fuck off, Cal. Okay, so yeah, this is the team. This is the team he... Yeah, I guess there's probably some irony about saying it's important not to do everything out of spite and hate, and then immediately doing something out of spite and hate instead. So... maybe I should try and live by my own moral code. So yeah, Rack, Cow, Scissors, PG, Infected. It's like an okay team, right? But yeah, I don't know where... Yeah, like they'll be okay. Maybe they'll get top 8. I think obviously Toronto and what are they called? Run It Down Mid, the Hawk team. They've got to be like the top dogs, right? They've got the absolute top dogs, those two now. But this third spot, does it actually open up? Timeless just get the third spot now, right? Has it sort of actually created a bit of a gulf between like... Why have I closed it again? I need to stop closing these tweets. But the gap between like the top 3 and McGravy's team is now quite big, right? Yeah, like this Cow team with Infected, this McGravy Leftovers team. Do I see any of these teams really touching like the Timeless core? Maybe this WD-40 is probably like the closest, right? The MCD is going to be playing on super high ping, and I don't think MCD was all that good to begin with. Top Dragon's going to be on super high ping. I don't know. Yeah. Shut up, Coleman. I remember that article about digital blackface. Fuck. You're right, yeah. Well, this is actually someone else's quote tweeted, but yeah, unfortunately. What am I looking at here? This is like the... yeah, I don't think I should show that team, but the essential is it's the same joke as... it's the same joke as the like prison football team. How good Prison FC is getting. They're playing all the matches are going to be central, DBs, which is actually why, yeah, which is why it's actually even with Spectre and Pelican, they're actually still kind of soft fucked, all things considered. So. Pelican is on the Hawk team. Yeah, soft fucked. You know? Fuck's sake. Can't say anything in front of you guys without you getting weird about it. Is he good? Play on ping? Prison OW just keep getting the craziest pickups, to be honest. Sam and OG, yeah. Yeah, but I feel like they'd normally play West Coast, though, instead of Central. I mean, I think there's like an argument that essentially... Oh, wait, what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap to the YouTube while we do this, because the YouTube... For YouTube, we can rewind and stuff. We'll 2x as well, guys. We're going to 2x, so we're not in the past. Who else in their end? Well, it'll just be like Sinatra and Provide and... Mikey. Oh yeah, Aspire, Dreamcast, but yeah, it's actually a pretty filled out team in terms of like role and hero pool. Really hard to probably find a sponsor. Don't add MCD to that team. Why would we add MCD to that team? Fuck.
If you're thinking about the more like a brutally calm, if you're not like a mobility calm, you need to manage about your ultimate until the almost third part. So if they manage about that point,
swimmer.
But if you want to do mobility calm, you don't need to manage that much deep play, but you still need
Provide a spy debate on coachable. No, I don't think we'll get into that.
So, yes, Face did show some glimpses of hope and also quality. They do need to work on their target acquisition and target focus if they want to win against the bigger teams like Team Falcon.
I actually should be listening to some of this. I kind of want to hear 9K. Always nice to listen to 9K. I feel like we've actually just been passing over all of 9K's insights and thoughts.
Of course, every member on the team is a superstar on Team Falcons, but I just want to kind of give the focus on the DPS lineup right now. It's Proper and Stalker. Like when I saw Proper kind of duplicate the.
Who's this guy on the right? Do we know?
On the board, it's Proper and Stalker. Like when I saw Proper kind of duplicate the Tracer and then have two Tracers on the board, that was just a nightmare. Yesterday? Yes. And poor Mag, by the way.
Oh, unknown. Oh, okay.
Please go see how Mag got stuck 2 times in a single team fight by both a duplicated Proper and a Stalker. So he was.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm playing games here, but
Dunno. We were always like, obviously 9K knows what he's talking about. Super smart. But I don't know how we will be like casting in English. He's always a bit of a sort of like slow talker, a bit rambling. But I've not actually watched any of it, so we'll see. Oh, he did the streams for Flash Ops? Oh, Unknown Years, yeah. Yeah, I didn't think they were that good. But obviously, it's like, I don't know, it's casting in another language, right? If I had to cast in Korean, I'd be fucking atrocious, really, guys. Oh, they're gonna do hands in, guys. Guys, hands in. Guys, hands in. What? Oh, I feel like that was so shit. No, what was this? Little. What was this?
I think since like a very beginning until now, every year their performance is getting better and the decision making is better. So I think,
Yeah, it was wet. It was floppy, wasn't it? All right, let's see. If SPG can gap him in the little like handshake. Wait, pants check. This guy's in his pajamas. This guy turned up to play Finn and Violet in his pajamas. Oh, wait, let's see. Can they gap him? Gap? It's not great. It's not great, guys, but it's better. It's not great, but it's better. Honestly, guys, there's actually been zero good, whatever you want. What is there an official name for this? Whoa! What's the official name for that? What's it called?
We have Bernard starting on the table. We also saw Bellostraya a little bit yesterday, but Bernard was playing the majority of the.
What do you call it?
And Finn and Violet on the support role.
Like, I sort of know what it is, because what do you do it? Is this like the huddle? You just do like it's kind of like a huddle, right? Like a huddle and a cheer. It's like a 3-2-1 fighting.
So how would you kind of like comment on
Basic cheer. Good morning, cat.
So I heard it like a
Yeah, I don't know really. I feel like there must be a word for it.
and maybe he not satisfy play with the shoe. Because I think Viola is one of the aggressive player, and he have a real high synergy when he play with the Finn, and Finn also maybe feel like, yeah, I think I need Viola, and they're like making the group coordinate, and they believe, probably each other believe, they can bring the team be top level.
All right, and this is definitely a roster that can actually compete at the very, very top. I mean, Bernard is a 2023 Overwatch League winner.
Wait, what? No, he's a Houston.
Oh, my bad. Actually, my bad.
The poll's about to end, and there's been 0 votes for SPG.
But Bernard has been featuring after a long break, but we have definitely
How does this even work now?
no dispute.
What do I do?
Again, apologies for the hiccup there. Prisa Gaming, we have 8 and Argon on the damage.
Can we revote? Yeah, yeah.
And Hyunjae and Lisa
So I'll just cash this for. Oh wait.
yet.
Oh yeah, it actually because no one else sacked the other side. I think it just gave everyone their money back.
Last year with
Who will win
the Overwatch League
Map 1?
League teams.
FTG,
Overwatch League
Sin, Prisa.
Milkaru,
Gaming.
generally we perceive him as a ball specialist, but he is definitely have a lot of other heroes on his hero pool.
Oh, you did it?
So
Oh,
it's
okay.
really going to be interesting to see how he's going to add up to the current roster, because 2U is generally known as a
Yeah, on this one compared to Scrims Common, we can be like we can do loads of time because it's a lot easier to like see when it's actually starting as well. The breaks are a lot bigger between these maps as well. You might have even done it correctly.
was Soul Dynasty.
Oh yeah, you got like a 9-minute timer. Yeah, this should be more than fine. You're popping off, mate. Any Prisa heads?
I don't think
Fuck.
any match, if I'm not
If there's, I feel like if there is a team maps drop, it will be the Koth, but there's just no way, right?
on my notes, it says that he has been
There's just no way.
with Soul Dynasty and
I'm a Sim Prisa hater.
Look, why I feel like I have seen him on the leagues. So maybe I'm wrong, but I think 2 is really have a good talent of the tanker, and that is listen like a soul. During the season. Either bring the
You're gonna believe one more time? Easy for 2U. Yeah, the only person who I thought looked good on his roster previously was 2U. I thought his Doom actually looked pretty decent. I think Ade was having big struggles on Echo. Lee Min and Hyunjae having big problems in the backline.
other DPS and other
Didn't feel great.
need to be approved.
I think one thing that's maybe disappointing is
2U definitely has that.
maybe this would happen in North America, but I don't know if this would happen in Europe, where you look at Sim Prisa and you look at even Vesta,
Because they need that experience.
and they're kind of just going down playing the comp, right? Ah, it's just a Doom Tracer Echo mirror, and I guess we're just gonna play Stalker proper in a Tracer Echo mirror.
And FTG
It just feels, it's just an insane decision, really. I mean, maybe there's just like no better option they had, or it's still technically their players' best heroes, but
Nepal is the
I don't know.
kind of
It just can't feel, it just can't feel that winnable. Does Yeti play? Or when does Yeti play? Yeti play tomorrow.
you can do something
It'll be, is it the first game tomorrow?
and try.
Yeah, so first game tomorrow is actually Yeti v Poker Face, which it might be. I think Yeti are actually going to bum Poker Face. That's my prediction. And then we have Vesta versus Runaway and SPG versus WAC.
SPGs probably want to choose that kind of concept map to be they can bring on table to be
The Dong Hack Revival. Yeah, I'm a Dong head. I think Dong will.
To see that SPG
Dong, Knife, Viper. Like, Dong, Knife, Viper have had, especially Knife and Viper, had such shit season, like, debut seasons in the Overwatch League. And it's going to be their only Overwatch League experience. But I think they can bring it back. A Donger. Oh, Lee Min and Ade fans in the crowd. Fuck.
Just seeing this graphic kind of means that teams are almost
Alright, Nepal first pick.
getting or are already ready. So
Yeah, I think Viper and Knife are both look like the best players on their teams, even though their teams were, I think, maybe respectively the worst teams in each region.
I also think that it's really important to see which round of Nepal we're getting first, because maybe it's just me, but
And Dong solve world hunger in a Falcons esports.
which part of Nepal you're playing.
I think my hot take is, maybe it's not even a hot take, that there's the tier break now. Like, WAC and Falcons exist in a tier break, and the only team that maybe even close, maybe Genesis, but it's possible that maybe even none of them are that close. Like, even today, I think it'll be like a 3-1 at most. Oh, Violet Head's in the crowd as well. This guy just says lip.
Okay, so are we still?
He's fucked it up. The lip pilot. The lip pilot. What he had? Oh, the guy had one. Oh, fuck's sake. They just. What are they doing?
What is that? Is that a hand warmer? For Flora. I mean, he does have something in his hand that is not a mouse, so maybe he's getting a hand warmer, because sometimes, you know, the venue can.
Yeah, Genesis, the only one that can have a case. Yeah, I think that might be the. I think that might be true.
Look like, I mean, I think all the players have a very
Oh.
confident face on them right now.
Okay.
I don't think either team is coming to think that.
So Prisa at a significant jersey advantage.
And yes, indeed, the game is ready, and we are.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame Viper's tank was fucking Flutter, and then Fate. Yeah. Yes, he clears. Yeah, I'm a bit of a Yesy believer. I think they could do. I think they could take top 4. I think it's something like, I can't remember. I think this is what I wrote in my power rankings. I think it's like Falcons, WAC, and then Genesis, and then it's FTG or Yeti. So either this team we're seeing here or Yeti. Gangnam Jin, Lucio, a funny Astro. Who am I taking on Lucio? Gangnam Jin every day. Did I miss anything interesting? Gameplay-wise, no. We did maybe a bit of a recap of all the fucking drama and stuff, but yeah, Overwatch-wise, Falcons just absolutely rolled. The big game is WOC Genesis, which is the game after this. So Prisa might be in trouble, but it's Orisa time. The horse can solve their problems. Is Happy retired? I've not seen him on ET. I don't know if he's officially retired, but he's not on a team from this OWCS Korea or any of the other regions either. So he's at the very least not playing this tournament cycle. Very well could be like a silent retiree. Alright. Did people, when predicting FTG, factor in that they're going to have to try and kill this Orisa? Oh, they killed the Orisa. Never mind. Prediction in shambles. Prisa heads in the bin. To use gone for the Doom Mirror. Okay.
Alright, it looks like Prisa Gaming just thought that
Do I think Hisu would be an upgrade? In theory, yeah. I don't think Flora's that bad. I think Flora's, as far as Korean hit scans go, I think he's actually like top 4 maybe. Whether Hisu would be an upgrade, I think Hisu's actually really good, but I think Hisu had like a really bad season last season, so I guess there's a question of, was Shanghai just bad, or was Hisu part of the reason it was bad? Flora top 4 hit scans in Korea? Yeah, I think so. Well, it'll be proper lip, decay, and then who?
I remember Bernard playing a lot of Sigma.
I think I'm probably forgetting someone.
Not sure if I'm not mistaken, but like.
Oh, yeah. Flora top 4 hit scan out of Korea OWCS, I should clarify. Yeah.
Ult used by Hunji, and Flora taking down early, but he is.
Yeah, Korea actually, I think hit scan is actually the weakest thing in
But no further eliminations on the
it now. You think Proud better than Flora? Yeah, I can maybe see an answer for that. I think, to be fair, if Probe hadn't left his team, I might would have put Probe above Flora as well. Oh, is TU carrying? Guys, TU's bringing it back, I think.
Flora is down, but Bernard is on a rampage, and Lucian A taken down. So this might be a equal fight until TU.
Yeah, I'm actually. Oh, he's bringing it back, guys. He's bringing it back.
So this fight might go on side of SPG, but it is also already overtime, and Prisa Gaming.
We all laughed at the Prisa voters, but none of us are laughing now. TU is back. They call TU the Korean Dante. Yeah. Who is the best Doom? It's probably Gushue. Almost definitely Gushue. Best Doom out of like people who haven't been shadow banned by I don't know. Probably Hawk. Hawk actually. Gushue then Hawk.
So that meant Tracer Echo need to get the more space to taking the enemy zoning, and they making the decision to diving.
Support ult advantage for Prisa should convert this one. TU's in super deep though. Save TU. Oh, we didn't quite get rid of our support ults. Look how close we are. The best Doomfist in the EU? I mean, it's probably Danid, right? If Danid still plays, right? It's probably just Danid. Yeah, China isn't allowed to play, so Gushue isn't playing in any of these tournaments. Is Doom actually good? Yeah, I think it's really good. I don't think... Danid's on the Dan team? Yeah. If I can put Danid on Doomfist, it's actually really, like... That's the team with Shax as well. So Danid, Doom, Shax, Tracer. Maybe that team's making top 8. I don't know if they actually play that comp, but maybe. Chase Torch. Yeah, I think Chase Torch is probably the best in EU, but I think he's also notably behind the best Dooms in NA and notably behind the best Dooms in Korea.
To the Widowmaker?
Yes, and then he was the one to die. So
Oh, don't buffer, guys. Fuck.
nice to know that
Why is not China not playing OWCS? Because there's like a problem with publishing the game there, so Blizzard aren't allowing any of the players to compete currently. I don't know if Danid is on tank for that team, but it would be good for him. Where do I think Spark would place if they could play? Like in this meta, they'd actually place really high. Like this meta, I don't know where they'd compete, right? Obviously, if there was just an OWCS China, they just win that by a mile. But then they'd probably be like a top. Probably better than the European teams on it. Probably better than the American teams on it. They'd probably be like a top 3 team alongside like Falcons and WAC. This type of patch. Do they still play Monkey Dive? No, I imagine they play Doom Dive. I think they would. I think like Spark would love this meta, right? They'd be all over it. What's the Dan team called? I don't know actually. I've just been calling the Shax team. Quick Esports. Okay.
So thinking about the Kiriko is not only hero, you need to do like a marking the tracer.
Alright, we are approaching.
When does OWCS EU start? It was already started. Swiss stage has started yesterday. There'll be more tonight. No official stream for the Swiss stage, but it started tonight. Shy could play the Flex, right? I think Shy would play Tracer and Leave would play Echo. Do you think Zest, Choi, Hisang, or Alfie is third best DPS in OWCS Korea? Who you put in first then, like Proper and Stalker? I think it goes like, maybe like Proper, Stalker, or maybe like Proper, Alpha, Stalker, Hisang? I think that's my order. Then maybe Zest, then Choi. First round close? Yeah, actually first round, it was like, if Prisa actually beef their fucking support ults. They didn't play slow enough for their support ults, otherwise we could have actually been going to like last fight on first round. That's for full roster. Oh, okay, yeah. That's actually that's a really okay team actually. That's a really okay team. They could actually challenge for top 8, I think. Burner wants for kill. It's still winnable though. We got Beat coming back against Kitsune.
Yeah, when you play
A lot of dart heads in the chat. Yeah. I think for a team like that though, top 8, like just being competitive within the region is like the goal. You know, for some of these teams, obviously we talk to a lot of the big teams. Like we talk to Chris, Kasaurus, Gumba, and they've all got to think about global success. They really need to think about global domination. But a lot of these teams, domestic success is actually all they need. Oh, they don't get a chance to get this beat off. Yeah, Alfie has demolished them. Oh, this retake's really hard now, right? T's got Meteor Strike though. Oh, save Ade! Can't save Ade. Alfie's going off. Beat's good. Keep 2U up. Go Kitsune Rush soon. Keep 2U up. We Kitsune Rush. Dodge the pulse bomb. Survive the beat. Drop the Kitsune Rush. Can we keep 2U up? Can we keep 2U up? No. Pulse bomb misses. Oh. Yeah, Burner's Doom looks okay, no? Yeah, Burner's Doom looks really okay.
Once again, we're having a 2-0 win on our first control map. This is
never believing again. Let's see, can I manage? Let's see. Yeah, Sim Prisa heads in the bin. FTG winners. Yeah, these first 2 games really just might be a lot of favorites. Who will win map 2?
Faster than most of the teams, so we just brain dead with the ball in first hook. They did it, and also Jericho OT is impossible to the
start prediction.
Sound barrier rush, so that means the second fight, the most important is when
yeah, Burner comes out of retirement, looks good in playoffs. Now he looks like he can play Doom as well. So yeah, really can't have any complaints about Bernard, right? I think when I looked at this FTG team on paper, Belos Rio was the big name that I sort of looked at and went, oh fuck, why have we done this, guys? But if Burner can just play Doom and Burner can play in the roster, now roster with Burner looks like a really competitive team, looks potentially like a top 4 team. And if Burner's got a good Doomfist, maybe it really is a top 4 team. Flora's Tracer does okay. Alpha Yi can just carry. The backline's obviously good. Kiri actually a really good hero for Finn. I think when we played against, when Team UK played against South Korea when we scrimmed them at the World Cup, there was a few times South Korea were doing double flex, where it would be Fielder and Finn in. And Finn would be playing Kiriko, Fielder would be playing Anna. And Finn looked really good when we played against him there. Really tough to beat. So I think Kiri a really good hero for Finn. If Doom is an alright hero for Burner, then I think we're actually in a really good spot for FTG. I think Genesis, I think Runaway are not going to make top 4. I think I'm not much of a Runaway head at all.
Alright, so what you're saying is that those decision-making times should not go through your head during the match. It should be very instinctive.
Yes.
All right. So how do you, as a team? So this is a coaching question actually from 9K, for 9K.
Let's see what 9K's got.
So when you build a team and prepare for a match, how, like, you know, every other player has their different, like, I guess, different decision-making process.
Yes.
How would you kind of make those different decision-making process into one? Because if you want to make an instinctive decision and 5 different players make different decisions, then that's how you lose a fight. So how would you kind of, as a team, kind of make a single decision? Make those players make a single decision?
I think a lot of teams have a different rules about this point, but my point I try to say is making more reasonable about the why this one was good OT, and if the team know that point, they can understand. They're not hesitant using. Oh, this is what the coach says is a good tempo to use in the ulti. We just press the button.
Okay. It's like a long-winded question and a long-winded answer. But yeah. It's a weird question to like ask him this big, long-winded, open question about how you ask teams together, and then immediately throws you a break after he says his first point. But it's alright. I imagine these players are both relatively new to broadcasting, right? And especially 9K. I'm sure, hopefully they'll get better. Not even halfway through the Seeker Uncoachable, and I'm already begging you for a follow-up after what happened yesterday. Yeah, I think 9K, if anyone's ever spoken to 9K, they'll know he's a super nice guy, super smart about the game. But also, he talks slowly and he sort of takes a while to get to his points. Isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is maybe not the best thing for broadcast. But I mean, he's definitely got the knowledge, right? So like, I'd probably rather 9K on the desk than a lot of people. Or Samsung Odyssey. Has everyone ordered their Samsung Odysseys already? I've not ordered mine yet. Seeker 2 drops this Friday. Oh, we actually still need a guest for this week. Opinion of casters this time. You mean as in like the current talent? Remind me who it is. Hold on. It was just Uber, Jaws, Necra, and Mr. X. Was that right? I went Zoe, of course, as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like solid ones. I like Jaws a lot. I think he's one of the better ones. Obviously, Uber is Uber's a really good caster. I think that's like clear for everyone to say. I'm probably bigger like Uber and Jaws. I really like. I think Necro improved a lot. I guess one thing that's disappointing for me, and maybe you might have to take this with an element of bias and take it with self-interest I have in mind for myself. But it's a shame there's not more talent, and it's a shame there's not more new talent. Obviously, when I say that, I'm probably mainly thinking about, why not me, guys? Why not me? Put me on the desk. I can do it. I can do it. But, so I'm a bit disappointed in that sense, but it doesn't really look, like they're, looking to spend all that much money, right? Looks like they spent all the budget on established quality casters with experience and not really branched out a lot. So hopefully they do something where maybe they branch out for some of the LAN tournaments. Bring in a couple of extra casting pairs or something. Yeah, no former pros on the desk, actually. Wait, wasn't Jake on the desk? Or did I... Is Jake on the broadcast, or have I just, like... made that up? What is it? OWCS? Or should I go? I should get on a bet train as well, probably. Overwatch Esports. Oh yeah, Jake can reinforce on the desk. Okay, yeah. It was yeah, same kind of thing applies, right? Just gone for the established talent. Not looking at anyone new.
FTG banned out Hollywood, SPG banned out Blizzard World, and FTG picked Kings Row. So what does this imply, NK?
Put Jake Aru on the desk. Jake can reinforce, yeah. Yeah, obviously Jake knows what he's talking about. So big fan of Jake. So it's like it's not the worst, obviously. Just from like my personal perspective, I'm like, oh fuck, guys. There's only 6 jobs, or 7 jobs, but there's only 6 jobs, guys. Who do I need to kill to get on the desk? I have to kill one of these people to get on the broadcast. I gotta come gunning for somebody. I should take out Mr. X, right? Because I'm Commander X, so I outrank him. He's just a civilian. I can probably kill Mr. X because he's just a civilian.
Alright, so it's... I don't... maybe it's a coin toss, or I wouldn't say it's that.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, not to toot my own horn, but I can probably game knowledge a lot of these guys, right? Just for broadcast skills. Kill them all. Take them all out. No, we're not taking Jake down. I think, yeah.
We've seen.
Let's see.
Was there a match that we've casted that had double flex support? I don't think so.
Yeah, Necro still, she does a lot of work for Pokemon stuff as well, right? I think if that's... is it Necro does that?
If that
Vicky?
is the case, it's gonna be very
Maybe Necro and Vicky Kitty both do that.
We already jumped into King's Row.
Just wait until Jake has Riptire, then I'll come for him. Alright. But yeah, so the biggest problem is like... yeah, but there's just not a lot of people, you know? Replace Jaws as the British diversity hire? Maybe I should team up with Jaws. I mean, we said the same thing on Coachable ages ago, but our biggest problem was always just like a game knowledge and understanding thing. And hopefully people like Jake can really carry that for the desk. But that's one thing I always felt just in terms of, like, the understanding was always low. The amount they sort of watch the games. Like, I think the thing that, and maybe I said this on Coachable at the time, but the big thing that would always like bother me in Overwatch League is sometimes, sometimes when you'd watch, I'd be listening to the cast because we just watch it in the sofas in London, and they'd be saying something about, oh, really surprising this team does this, or I can't believe this team did this. Let me end the prediction before I get, or 99 to 1%. Fuck. But they'd always say like, oh, are you surprised the team does this? Oh, I'm really surprised this team has done this or run this comp. And I'd be sitting there in the sofa just being like, you shouldn't fucking be surprised. They did it last week. I watched it. Not in like a scrim or something behind the scenes. I just watched it on the broadcast. So it felt like the effort wasn't always there. No real strong opinions on Reinforce. I think he's okay. I think he maybe suffers as well. It doesn't always feel. I mean, I don't want to throw shade here because I think like everyone's obviously still trying to do a good job and trying to put on a good show. And there's like lots of elements to that other than game knowledge. Obviously, like it's fair to say me, Hunter, and Chris are all going to be very game knowledge focused because that's our main take on the game. We want to hear stuff. But I do also really understand, like, since I've been doing more of the broadcast stuff, like even now, like I'm just having to talk all the time. I have to just keep saying stuff. So I'm probably just going to say stuff that's fucking stupid at some point. So I understand there's an element of like listening to what they say, like, oh, they might have said something stupid, but also from the other perspective of like, we need to say things and put on a show. So there's like a balance. I think someone mentioned it already, but like Brennan Side should be in the best, like 100%, they are the best, entertaining and fun to listen to. But yeah, I think like the biggest thing for me on the desk is I just want to have more game knowledge because I think, yeah, I think there's a balance, right? You have to say some stuff to fill the silence, so you might say something stupid, but the more game knowledge you have, the more likely you are to be able to say something useful, or the more understanding of the more knowledge of teams, you know. Like, I've worked events before and stuff, and it'll feel like, oh, the casters don't even know the teams of the players as they come in or something. It's like, oh, okay. We're really not trying that hard then, are we, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, my opinion on these things is it's always, if it's like a full-time job, you should work it like a full-time job. And the nature of this work as well, it's competitive, you know? Like, when we play in Overwatch League, we know we're going to have to work super hard because everyone's working super hard. It's a competition. I kind of feel the same about casting and the content. Like, I've released a lot of content because for me, it's not just a competition, but there's a competitive element to it to me. I want to get better and I want to do as well as I can, so I'm going to try really hard. That's like how I go about it. So there is an element of like competition for me, even though ultimately, like the good of a game thing, everyone should be making good content, and it's like it should be a healthy competition. But anyway, yeah, competitive content create. Yeah, like Alfie copied Lucio, guys. He knows. But yeah, there should be like everyone. You want everyone to be raising each other's game constantly. And I feel like at times, especially in Overwatch League, it got a bit stale because of that. I don't know the exact like behind the scenes or why that is, or if they feel the same way, but that's how I felt while watching a lot of Overwatch League. Who are the casters? So it's Mr. X, Uber, and Necrojaws. Guys, is 2U doing it? Do you think 2U's bringing them back? Can I just point out as well, at this votes, we're actually in like a 99% FTG and only 1% SPG. So guys, the 1% might take all the money.
This is the same situation happened to the FTG and the, what is it, the poker face last game. When you only keep the winning as possible, if you're hiding, that is too obvious for the pro player. So a lot of
You wouldn't mind losing all your points for 2U to win?
even try to hiding and just fight.
Odds were too good, had to believe one more time. Exactly. Exactly. 2U is coming, guys. Suzu forced. Tracer cleared. Bit of space back and forth. Oh, that punch is scary from Burner. Has to be careful. Has to be careful. Gets the big punch. Counter big punch. It's 2U with a pick foe. Ade's copied Doomfist. Don't copy Doomfist, guys. Just don't do it. Punch onto Burner. Argon. Meteor Strike. 2U once more. 2U once more. Kill Violet. He's got beat. He can't beat. Clear the point. Alfie nearly has copy. Alfie's behind. Alfie doesn't get his copy off. They're going to have so many ults coming back for the stagger here, actually, FTG. But both supports for Prisa. Prisa are back, guys. Prisa are back. The 1% are going to win. Beat out. Alright, nothing stupid. Take a little step back. Don't let our Kiri die. Don't let anyone die. We have support ults. Kitsune ult is good. Pulse bomb. Oh, that's good from Flora. Fuck's sake, Flora. Oh, fuck's sake, Flora. Oh, we still have beat advantage for next fight, guys. It's okay. If everyone gives you 100-1 odds, you take it. Yeah, skins are enabled. This is the world we live in. It's fine, though. Doesn't look too... I know. I can... It doesn't look too bad for me. I don't mind it. Alright. Come on, 2U. Come on, 2U, mate. You've got another one in you. Come on. Alright, we got the high ground. Help our guy out. Punch Burner in if we can. Nope. 2U. Careful, careful, careful. Alright, top 2U up. I'm so unbelievably on the 2U train. B come in, 2U train. Alright, they've got... Alright. Oh, we didn't get a kill. Alpha Yi. Oh, we still trade. Oh, Ade's in big trouble. Alfie's actually doing so much with this copy. Alright, we got one more fight, guys. We got one more fight. Okay, coming back in. What do we have? Oh, FTG have both support ults. We kind of need to go and disengage one of these support ults.
The FTG very good manage about the enemy Lucio beat. Once they're using Lucio beat, there really looks like the coordinate for the counter the Lucio beat. But SPG was not bad diving. It was not really bad diving, but I think the Echo need to be a bit more aggressive when once you have a Lucio beat.
Alright, if you look at the tools that both teams have, FTG has both support.
Alright, yeah, Burner on the floor. Take some space.
30 seconds left on the side of SPG's attack.
Big punch. Oh, such a scary punch. Susie's forced. They have time to reset. Still need to disengage one of these ults, really. We got support disadvantage here, Prisa. What do we need? Need a bit of magic from Ade, really.
Yes, that's also true. And Finn starts up the fight.
Kitsune ults will be traded. Pressure on. Want to put pressure on Violet here. Try and make his beat difficult, but we have to go backwards. Double punch coming actually in for Violet. He does get the beat off. All right. Hyunjae's getting close to beat. 25% from beat. Disengage is good. Can we get the touch? Yeah, we'll be okay for the touch. One more touch, guys. Touch. 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 2U's got the touch. Hyunjae nearly has beat. We nearly have the beat. Protect Hyunjae. Protect Hyunjae. Kill something. Oh, Ade dies just with a beat. Gotta get a kill with a beat. We force Alfie's copy out straight away. We need kills with a beat. Oh, Alfie doesn't have recall. We have to go out. All right, he doesn't get copy value though. Help 2U on point. Ah, it's such a shame Ade dies right before that beat, actually. Ah.
Good push overall from Prisa Gaming, but they failed to full cap the point.
Yeah, Alfie lifting as usual. He really is, isn't he? It's a tragedy. Ah. Yeah, I'm actually on the... Yeah. The problem is that even though this sort of looks a good on paper or better than before, is what we've seen out of King's Row is... King's Row is a super full cappable map. So not full capping King's Row is actually a big problem. Yeah, the 2U train is off the tracks. He carried him all the way through to third, but he just couldn't get into the station.
Full cap, King's Row. So FTG has a win condition. If they full push, if they full cap, they win.
Yeah, this is like a... But I think Kings are always our point, and especially...
Oh, we're going to keep the train puns coming, I feel like. Oh, what am I doing? I turned captions on? Grow up. I actually just tried to fast forward it, forgetting it was live. That's 2x again, not subtitles, 2x. Yeah, I know 2U was doing a lot, but yeah, I mean, it's just the echo gap is colossal right now. Flora's doing decently on Tracer. Interested to see how Flora stacks up when we get to the big boys. Like, how does he stack up when he has to play against a Stalker or something? Did he still hold his own? We've seen Flora play a decent amount of Tracer in Overwatch League, but not to that same level, I don't think. But, like, for this against Argon, he's more than good enough. Just needs to be an unbelievable 2U carry. And here we go! 2U's back. The train's back. The train's back, guys. Alright, opening pick. FTG on the back foot. They're just going to wait for Burner. Oh, we force. Lee Min has it. Oh, he gets Flora, actually. He had the TP forced early, but he gets him. 4v4. Oh, Ade goes down. They're on point as well. They're not really getting damage. They're just trying to finish off these kills first. Violet. Oh, my God. Alfie and Violet all over him. They can probably retake here because of how fast they are, but they've got to do it with no ult, so... So, yeah. It'll be tough. Yeah, equal ults all round. Yeah, but suddenly it's starting to feel like you need to hold them, even at holding them at the end of a third, there's a lot of time to worry about right now for Prisa. And the big thing is, even when Prisa have these moments where like 2U does a thing and pulls them into the fight, they just lose all these macro fights. They lose all the support ult fights here, Prisa. They don't find kills with their support ultimates. They always get caught by FTG's ultimates. I mean, that's maybe just the nature of one team being notably better than the other team, but really hard for Prisa. Anytime they make an individual play, it's normally undone by losing a macro fight. Now Kitsune ult comes through. Lee Min gonna match it. Oh, Alfie dies early, actually. Beat over the top now as well from Hyunjae. Need to finish the kills here. They use both, and we only get one kill out of it. Even again here, like, we use one more support ult than the other team, and we only get, like, one kill out of it. Alright, so now we have to play to disengage this beat. Lee Min's got Flora again! He's got his number this round. Flora, we were just saying Flora Tracer looks okay, but it turns out Flora Tracer in the bin. Now this beat comes in. Disengage. Is it okay? Ade wants to push him, actually. Meteor Strike comes in as well. Argon dies. Ade's on Lucio for 0.2 seconds. Now he's not on Lucio anymore. Ah, yeah. Yeah. My mates walked in and asked what I was watching, and it was really easy just to say Northern Lion? I don't know what it is. Am I out of touch? I'm out of touch? Fuck. Who's Northern Lion? Wait, let me bring it up on the other... Right, I'll bring it up after... We'll finish the map first. Is a big, bold streamer? Big physically or big popularity-wise.
FTG is put to a stop.
Look him up. We'll look him up after the map. He's been around for at least a decade, almost 2. He's my favorite streamer's favorite streamer. Oh, okay. What game? Everything? Oh, okay. I sort of only watch, I don't really watch a lot of streams. The only sort of, I watch like bits of Overwatch streams and stuff, mainly just because it's just like the game I'm most interested in. But most of these streams I watch are just like tournaments. Like I watch Counter-Strike tournaments or Halo tournaments or StarCraft 2 or something. Woo! It's a big stick. Yeah, it's over. Or I watch like Day 9. I don't watch as much anymore, but I used to watch loads of Day 9. Huge Day 9 fan, especially from the StarCraft 2 days. Or I just watch like Richard Lewis was probably the only one I watched like quite consistently. But even then, normally on YouTube more than Twitch. You're blocked by Richard Lewis? Probably your fault. I'm not blocked. So, think about this. I'm endorsement level 5. I'm not blocked by Richard Lewis. So therefore, it's probably you that's the problem. Yeah, that's a fair crime, actually. Alright, so Ade with the Doom copy again. Ade's copies, I just don't believe in the Doom copy at all. I know I've probably said it to death now, but I just do not believe in this Doom copy whatsoever.
Really impressive by FTG, how they control the enemy ulti. Really, they do like well disengage, well make a decision. I think they're already making a decision.
Bellasria played map 3 yesterday. He dies as he pops it as well. Who do you copy here? Tracer. So the normal copy here is Tracer. I think that's the one a lot of EU and NA teams have been doing a bit more recently. People aren't ready for my take on it, where you should copy the Lucio, and then you get a third support ult. Some people are doing Kiriko for the kind of same reason, but I actually think it's easier on Lucio than it is on Kiri. My take. Yes. Yeah, I invented Lucio, I think it's fair to say. I'm pretty sure I invented Lucio. So the Kiriko ult will stick around for like, I think it's like, I can't remember, it's maybe it's like 0.5 or 0.8 seconds after the copy ends. That's the same for all of those effects. I don't think the Kiriko ult stack together. You know, like it just means you could obviously have like a bigger area covered by the Kiri ult, but it doesn't actually mean you get more Kiri ult, or like it doesn't like stack the speed. That'd be super broken. Alright, I'm actually going to grab some water and a drink while we wait for this next map. Let me do the prediction stuff first. So, FTG, the 1% have been crushed.
Why do you need to fight? Do you just like disengage and you're gonna be not die? So that tempo is really good tempo.
Alright, who will win map 3, guys? Does anyone really have the balls to back Prisa right now? We're going to have a halftime team talk. Do we actually back them? Alright, FTG versus SPG map 3. Who will win? Leaving you for 2 hours. You won 140 scrim bucks. You're really actually like betting, honestly, betting FTG against Prisa right now is really just like walking past a homeless person and taking the 70p they have in their little cup and taking it for yourself. Alright, be right back. 9k will keep you entertained. Listen to 9k, guys.
Finn and Ballet bring to our team on the top level, and we almost win. We have a multiple story for that to why we lose, but that isn't there. Lucio Kiriko synergy seems like really high. I'm impressive. I am really impressed of how they bring that synergy to any team. Just build up the team like a few weeks ago, and just that high level.
All right, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the pre-established synergy between Violet and Finn definitely helped a lot because, you know, if the back line is already established, has already established a like solid coordination, then it's easier for the entire team to, I guess, you know, kind of coordinate with it, right? Because they have kind of like a example of what they want to follow, and maybe it's depending on the coaches, right?
Yeah. Also, there's tempo of the ultimate decision, and everything like seems like very interesting right now on the how they're gonna play. And also, one time I want to try to mention about this is to Violet. How they did good is because if you want to disengage, Lucio need to give speed on perfect timing. I mean, you can do like slight late timing, but that looks like it's really perfect time you're giving the speed.
Wait, do I need my light on still? What's for lighting light?
Alright, that was impressive stuff from Violet, but
This is okay, surely. Surely we can use natural daylight. Ooh. Oh yeah, North Lion. Let's see then. North Lion. This guy? Does he look like... Should I just steal his profile picture? Oh, he is big. It's literally me. North Lion reacts to his own content. Yeah, I can see it, guys. I can see it. People I get recognized for at Overwatch events, and this maybe won't surprise people, but yeah, the people are, unsurprisingly, it's face a lot of the time, especially if I stand near Hunter, or if I'm hanging out with Hunter, the chances of me being mistaken for face increase dramatically because they see Hunter next to a bold man, and then they just put the dots together. Get mistaken for Smex as well. When we were at the World Cup, it was like, Smex, right? Not at all. Close. Hold on, I'm going to eat another sandwich while we wait for this one as well. Long lost brothers? Maybe. Hmm. A North Line collab when? Think he might be a bit out of my league, guys. It's not a McDonald's McMuffin. It's my own McMuffin. Wait, where's my camera? Am I lining it up? It's bacon and brie. Maybe a bit early in the day for brie. Maybe controversial to have brie before 10:30, but I like brie. Don't shy away from controversy.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Championship Series Korea.
Surely the French take would be to just to not tell anyone about this, but then reveal it 3 or 4 months down the line.
Secured match point, and if they win the push map here, then it's already 3-0, and we will be going a full week. I mean, so far of 3 Overwatches.
Did Seeker end up on the team? Yeah, he ended up on like a bit of a leftovers team with like Mirror, McGravy on that team as well.
At least when we were casting this
Seeker is working at McDonald's in Australia.
Yeah, I think this is
Have wine with every meal?
pretty good choice because Esperanza is
Yeah, you can.
definitely
My top sandwich tier list.
high
I
confidence.
don't know really.
FTG.
I mean, brie and bacon actually does have to be up there. Otherwise,
Ultimate
I do actually really enjoy just a good ham and cheese.
more important thing is
I feel like that maybe that's like a super sort of basic, super basic take. But yeah, ham and cheese, like a good ham and cheese with lettuce.
I'm not sure because I haven't seen the Akpo as much at the Colosseum, but
He can get Seeker pack. Yeah, ironically, I thought we had Seeker at a reasonable time,
Arsenal also
but
is not
we were a week too early.
as much as
BLT, no, BLT's massively overrated, I think. Massively overrated BLT.
Point what I'm trying to say is they
I'm actually tomato in sandwiches. That's maybe the big problem for me.
individual value.
Cheese and cucumber. I actually hate cucumber as well. I like tomatoes not in a sandwich, but cucumber I don't like anywhere. Have I had a pork roll? What's a? I don't know. Is it like a specific thing? Otherwise, I've just like a pork sandwich. I had once. I went to Austria once to visit my friend. And he took us, my friend is Austrian and he lives there, my friend Giggs. He took us around and he took us to this, like, I don't know what it's called, but just like meat sandwich place. And it was honestly one of the best meat sandwiches I've ever had. I don't know like what the specific name of it was, but I feel like in Austria and Germany and all the sort of countries around that part of Europe, the meat sandwiches just go incredibly hard. Let me look up pork roll. Let me get in.
I was waiting for the... Okay, there we go.
Zucchini? Is zucchini courgette? Do we call this like different things in the UK?
Alright, good chance for both teams.
Yeah, this is a courgette. But yeah, I like courgette, but it's not really a sandwich thing for me. I'd have this, I'd have it more like pasta dishes. The wiki is right. This one.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the devs are already kind of like, you know, sneak peeked on what the next hero is going to be. I was just kind of like asking for about the...
Oh, okay. No, I don't think I've ever had this before. I will say though, actually, all the sort of like, you know those classic American sandwiches where it's just like, here's a piece of bread, here's a piece of bread, and then they like Scooby-Doo the meat when it's just like a billion amounts of meat in it. Those are always really good. Those are really good. Thoughts on black pudding? Really like black pudding. Don't have it all that often because I don't really have breakfast all that often, especially not like a full cooked breakfast. So, but do like black pudding. Would happily eat it. Who do I think Sam's for? I see the setup here. I think Sam's thoughts on black pudding would probably vary a lot depending on whether you ask him when he's interviewing for Winthrop or you ask him when he's talking to his friends. If I like ham, I'll like a pork roll. Yeah. Top 5 kebabs. I don't really know the different types of kebabs. I kind of just go to places and order kebabs. I don't know, like, it's just a selection of slightly different meats on different things. Yeah, I don't think anyone in England actually calls it zucchini. I think, like, courgette is only what I've ever heard it called here. Alright, the polls. Don't manipulate the markets, guys. God damn it. They're just giving up a little bit of space to make to have that fight in a place where they can win. Yeah, there's something else as well. I think it's one of the herbs. It's like coriander or something. You call something else in the US.
Alright, so while you were playing with them, they never did it, but now they're doing what you taught them to do after they're on a different team. Yes. Alright, so I'll give you...
Isn't there one? I can't remember what it is now. I always see it in recipes where it's like something else. I can't remember what it is. What's the one where some people think it tastes like soap? Like if you have a certain genetic gene, it tastes like soap.
Not for long, assumably, but while 8 is there, everyone else on the side of SPG is cleared out. And FTG is looking towards
cilantro. Yeah, but we don't call it cilantro.
Because maybe they can. Looking at the positions here, maybe Doomfist?
Yeah, coriander. Coriander is cilantro. That's it, yeah. Okay. Coriander and cilantro. I think technically is like, maybe cilantro is like the root part of it and coriander is the leaf or something. I don't know.
They have a disadvantage. They just try to need to disengage from the enemy and ping pong, and once they get the ultimate, they're going to be fight.
Alright. And they also baited out, well, not baited out, but they...
Yeah, UV Pelican are on Hawk's team. Yeah.
Where's the Tracer? Tracer was at the
Yeah, that's what people... If you have a certain gene, apparently, like, coriander or cilantro just tastes like soap for you.
But in the end, FTG, like you said, 9K, they waited for the perfect opportunity because right before they capped the point, they were at a positional disadvantage to fight against Prisa Gaming. So they waited, they backed up a little bit, they forced Prisa into using their sound barrier, and
I think it might be over for Prisa, guys.
okay, this is our opportunity to win that fight, and they took that opportunity, they won that fight.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, like how the FTG is doing. They're like almost like perfectly making the decision to fight, and
that's rough on
lost
Elysium.
to what do I want to say, but yeah, it's not, yeah, okay. This is
Well, the
like
good thing about
hard to say,
losing this push,
SPG
losing like 90, 100 meters on Colosseum so quickly,
clean.
is now you've got loads of time to win your own 100 meters.
Don't have a decision easy target. They're
Or we just see a world record, because they've got support our advantage here as well. Beat him.
actually together in the same time, so this is
Oh, no, with Ade to go.
SPG. I'm not saying SPG is really play bad, but I think FPG play really high quality of the team game.
Yeah, I mean, FTG is forcing...
Alright, Kitsune ults each. The Echo's probably a really good target with Beat, just because he's got such limited mobility.
Little choice.
And also,
Kitsune ults traded. Copy coming up closer for Ade. It's actually Tuyu who finds the big punch.
yeah, but yeah, there's Finn. There is a Finn and Bowler.
Alright, lifeline, lifeline. Right, this is it, guys. This is the reverse sweep moment right now.
But anyway, he's a
Oh!
ultimate is
Gets him for fadeaway.
ultimate for the counter the enemy tempo.
Has this been close or not?
So it was
100% not a close game of Overwatch so far.
really good tempo to close the fight. But still
Not
have
at
5
all.
minutes, so, and Colosseum 5 minutes is good. Not really bad for the taking the enemy.
Channel points betting is banned in your country. What country is that?
Free time, you have a chance to can be like making the opposite push angle.
Alright.
Denmark? Really?
If Prisa can use
Denmark have quite strict gambling things.
to get one, because they have a lot to...
Copy Kiri from Ade. Alright, we can get support out going maybe.
They use,
Maybe. Oh, we've all DP'd it.
for,
Gonna end up being a wasted copy.
Yeah, Kiriko.
B advantage still for Hyunjae.
maybe, I don't know. I don't know why.
Oh, really?
it was used. Maybe it was because it needed to survive.
Is there a sheet for Korean replays? Yeah, it's on the same one as the other one will.
SPG.
Hold on.
This dying is the best scenario for them to take the space with the free time, free push, and they also don't need to add ultimate at all.
CX and Chris hate Denmark. Do I hate? I don't think I hate Denmark.
And, well,
Chris is anti-Denmark because he got bullied by Danes in one of his old teams.
that they need. They're backing up a little bit because of
I should have a command for that.
that position, but Hyunjae is investing sound barrier, so this is going to be a big fight for the side.
Actually, makes a lot. I'll set it up afterwards. Someone remind me. Set up the replay command afterwards. Alright, so we got 35 meters. We'll lose this fight, but we come back with Kitsune Rush.
So many times, and without that tracer, it's going to be pressure on momentum swing.
I think the big replays is this next game. Honestly, this next game, guys, maybe I'm overhyping it, but this WAC Genesis game, this is going to be a benchmark game for I think a lot of teams trying to learn dive and play it themselves. So I think whatever, especially what WAC do, I think a lot of teams will be learning from that. I think so far things that I initially saw from like Falcons we've seen play twice. I think Falcons' disengage game is as good as anyone's, if not the best right now.
You need to concentrate that fight, but yeah,
Ready to lose. Yeah, the WAC Genesis one is actually like, those would be good bets. Those would be actual competitive predictions.
they can push the payload almost like a lot of points.
Oh, this one's over.
Have a leak hole, so that means they need to be prefer the next.
All right, 3 minutes.
Or advantage. That pulse
Is there really any way back?
kill, that's huge. But if you miss the kill, you don't have a leak.
So we got copy, we got copy, we got pulse bomb. Yeah, we just need plays from our DPS boys here if we're Prisa. It's a really DPS heavy meta, and Ade and Argon are just not competitive on these heroes.
It cost him a lot.
Yeah, because if you're
We'll force out the Lucio copy. Lucio copy's the correct copy. He's gonna get beat. No, he's not gonna get beat. Oh,
disadvantage of like this kind of distance, you need to focus
it was the correct play. He would have got beat.
ultimate. And sorry about talking about this kind of thing like a very long time. I was kind of upset about
It's okay, but
Yeah, Ade's really underperformed, but he's also a hit scan player.
is absolutely tearing Sempri's
I think the biggest disappointment for me is
this is the thing I want to say. Sorry about that. But
obviously we're gonna lose. We're probably gonna lose to FGG if we're Prisa. We need to lose our minds. They're a better team, but The fact that we've just gone down playing this Doom, Tracer, Echo Mirror the entire time, and we've had no plan B, no Hail Mary, no anything. We just think we're going to somehow close the gap on this. Like, the first maps weren't close, so the idea that they think they can just get back into it playing more of the same, and it's just not true, is it? So I don't know. It feels a little bit like there should be a plan B. What I think the best copy in the matchup is, obviously Tracer is like the obvious one in terms of you get a lot of good value. You can do sort of double Tracer dives to make it really hard. I think copying Lucio, I think copying a support and having us a third support ult is really a really broken way to do. Because if you get the best ults in this game, or in this mirror I should say, are the Kiri and Lucio, because it allows your dive to go so much harder than the other team. So if you can get a third one of those, and you can win these big long macro fights in a way you can't if you just use the echo. Pardon me, if you just use the echo copy on something else. Why is Doom good? Because he can actually survive. Because he can actually live through this DPS passive. One problem we have, this is why Doom and Ball have both been good, is because they have the ability to go in and cooldowns to get themselves out. Go in and go out. Whereas something like a Winston, he gets to go in, he gets to use his bubble, and then he has to use his cooldown to go back out, and then back. So it's just a lot slower for the Winston. And a lot of the time, because of a new DPS passive, better player of the match seems usual. But because of a new DPS passive, a lot of the time, like when we see people play Winston, the Winston goes in, he uses his bubble, and he just fucking dies. It's a one-way trip, right? He never gets topped up. And in these mid fights, Doom and Ball, even though we're not really seeing Ball, but it does apply to Ball, I think the same. Doom and Ball are able to get in and out way more often, way quicker, and they're able to reset their heals. And it's just a bit, it's always just a bit easier to heal up a Doomfist because he's, a Winston, just because the hitbox is smaller as well, so it's harder to like keep triggering that passive. Why not D.Va? I think D.Va can be really okay. We've seen Falcons running it with Hanbin on King's Row mostly, and on any map, well, map 2, I guess, like hybrid, they've run Hanbin both times. I think it can work. Obviously, the D.Va's Matrix actually has like quite a lot of resource to help reset her healing and all of this. And the D.Va matches up quite well against the Echo. So I don't think D.Va's impossible. I think I'd rather see D.Va than like Junker Queen or something like some of these teams have been running. But it still suffers a bit of the same problem that he's just a big chunky guy, and really easy to just, once you start shooting him, you can really just keep on top of his health. But I don't think the D.Va's impossible at all. But Doom is just better, I think, for the most part. Need to buff Brig. Yeah, I think the real problem is, I think this new DPS passive is just like a shit change. Because the idea is we increased everyone's hero pools. We increased the hit, so there's like a few changes, right? We increase how often we can hit stuff in terms of like hitboxes and projectile size to make it feel like everyone's hitting stuff more. But we also increase everyone's health pool to counterbalance this. But when you do something like this, the idea with increasing everyone's health pools and taking away one-shots and all this sort of stuff is that we want a longer game. We want fights to go on longer, more chances to influence it, more chances for everyone to have an ability to impact the fight. So we want a slower game. But this DPS passive doesn't make it a slower game at all. This new DPS passive makes stuff way more killable than it actually was before. We've actually, I feel like we've almost reduced kill time rather than increase it.
FTG versus FPG. Bernard obviously getting the POTM.
I feel like a good Echo Tracer should be mostly able to poke Winston. Yeah, I feel like the Winston's life's really hard. You watch it when Haddy plays it, and Haddy's super disciplined with these things. But Haddy's having to use so much cover, always trying to be sneaky or take a slightly longer flank. Really let our Tracer Echo just do a lot of a pocket. And I mean, to be honest, this is how teams always go. If you remember, do you remember the start of last year when we were just on Winston, Sombra, Tracer the entire time? And the way Boston would hold points, if they had a high ground, I'm gonna have to just draw this for you. So let's pretend we're on Dorado. This is Dorado. This is like the high ground here on the left, and this bit. Then we got the building here, right? Got the little staircase here. Are you guys with me? You can pitch in this part. First point Dorado on the first corner. What Boston would start doing is they'd have their Anna Brig here in what you would call a pretty standard position. Then they'd have their Winston just play quite passive and high. and then their Sombra would hold the cart. They would just pocket their Sombra to stop the payload on corner. Not for Winston. For Winston and Tracer would stay just on the high ground for dives. They'd actually just pocket the Sombra through. And I think with the DPS passive has made this even more true. It was probably the optimal way to play in these dive things anyway. But actually, we want the tank to be way more save their own resources. Let the pocket be on the DPS way more. So I think if we were to do this same hold now in current meta, there's maybe even an argument we do the same thing, except this Sombra is just the Echo instead or something, or even like, or even like we just like swap the Tracer's position or something. So like the Tracer just holds carts and the Echo's up here or something. I think this is how more and more teams are going to start playing and start holding. I think it's become way more DPS focused in terms of how we construct our fights. You see little elements of it. You see little elements of it. Like, do you remember when London were doing Tracer, Genji, Winston? And obviously, normally with a dive, your Winston would obviously lead the way. But a lot of the time, Backbone was actually starting the dives on Genji, and Hadi was following him. So Backbone would go in, dash onto whatever he's dashing on, use his little... This is deflect, guys. That's deflect. Deflect to keep himself alive. But then it means Hadi's jump in to get the bubble on top is easier. Then the Kiri can TP into bubble if she needs to. Then come pocket Backbone as well. The Lucio can join. The Tracer can blink. We're all getting bubble out of value. So yeah, I think a lot of the time now we're actually having DPS lead some of these dives, and the tank actually becomes the follower. Obviously, that's like on London we used to call this paint theory. There's which is when we're just drawing and saying here is stuff how stuff will theoretically work. Once you get in game, this stuff is still broadly true, but there's also possibilities for, and we'll see it in all these games. What if the Doomfist just pops off, right? What if the tank just makes a mistake? We can just punish it. There's the paint theory, and then what actually happens in game. There's a lot more variety because stuff can just happen, or people hit shots, or people make mistakes, or everything like that. But the theory stuff's still important for the broad way of how we play. And I think, yeah, there's a pretty fundamental change between DPS and tanks in these sort of dive comps. And again, you'll see like who's dying first a lot of the time. It's not necessarily the tank player. I mean, sometimes it's the tank player, of course, but I think a lot more focus. And hopefully this is what we're going to see in the next game as well. But WOC versus Genesis, I expect we're going to see a much higher level of play, where people aren't able to just get kills so easily. So I think as such, we're actually going to see, hopefully some very useful and educational content coming up. This is the big one. Hold on. Red payout? Yeah, super reasonable. I cash this one out. Yeah, isn't it, right? All right, FTG, 1-1. That seems reasonable, right? All right, so... yeah, I'm going to go to the toilet quickly then, but I'll leave you with this funky music. Can't bet in Denmark? Fuck. Oh wait, did I put the prediction up? I should put the prediction up, right? WAC. Or WAC versus Genesis. Very serious name, Genesis. Who will win? Map 1. We'll do half an hour on it as well, because we've got like a bit of time now between both of them. WAC versus Genesis, 30 minutes. Who will win map 1? Cool. All right, I'm gonna head to the toilet. But yeah, what's the series prediction as well? I'm going 3-1 WAC. But what are you guys thinking? I'm back. You can bet 0 points. Set up a command for replay codes. Great. Good shout to bees. Let me do that actually as well. Where's my Nightbot thing? Nightbot. Okay, commands, custom commands, add a command, command, replays, message, this. All OWCS replays on this are on can be found here. Submit. Alright, that should now work. Testing. Test successful. There's one Scrimbuck on Genesis? No way it is. Just one? Come on, guys. It's map 1? Right, let's talk this through, guys, because obviously a lot of these matches have been super one-sided today. But let's look at these teams. WAC are a top 2 team. It is a tier break. WAC should win this series. Yes, WAC should win this series. But Frio, are they that much? Like, this Genesis team is good. Think about all the stuff we were just talking about in terms of what's important in this meta. It's strong DPS and tanks, right? And this isn't actually, like, Tracer Echo, not the strongest. Not the strongest for Lip. Jumping Max. Apparently Jumping Doomfist goes hard, so okay. Kiri for Shu. Not actually Shu's strongest hero. Shu is probably the best flex support in the world, but last time I've seen anyone play Kiri when it was Kiri meta, it wasn't that strong. Obviously Chorong Lucio will be fine, right? Let's not get carried away with that. But then Genesis, Decay and Choicer 1, Echo and Tracer seems pretty good. Kellen, Doomfist. Kellen, for me, Kellen's the 3rd best tank in this region, behind Smurf and Hanbin. And they got Kalios as well. Maybe we're not going to see all that much Kalios today, but whatever. Maka and Teru. All right, this is where people are obviously a little bit anxious about this roster. Okay, I can understand this is why people are a bit anxious about this roster, but I think this is the sort of meta where supports are the least impactful. Like Kiri Lucio, as long as Teru doesn't super feed, we'll be okay. Is there an argument? Has anyone seen? This is their first official, right? Yeah, Maka won Overwatch League. Shu didn't. Exactly. Shu came 2nd. Maka came 1st. Think about it, guys. Think about it. Lip's Echo isn't tragic. Yeah, I think. I don't know. We have to wait and see with Lip, because he might just be, because obviously he's saying you probably want to put on Tracer, so maybe Lip is just on Echo. But yeah, I think like Kiri Tracer. I don't know how Maka's Lucio is, but obviously if we could get do they do Teru on Kiri? Is it crazy? Is Maka's Lucio? I mean, the Lucio's going to be rough either way. So do we just want maybe Maka's Kiri's good as well? But either way, no matter what combination. Yeah, I saw Teru play the Lucio. Okay, I just thought maybe I don't know if they like flexed it around depending on which flex support was in, because obviously like that's Teru's bag, right? Being the Kiri guy. But okay, Teru Lucio, Maka Kiri. Maka, I've not seen Maka really play, but Gumba says he's good, and if Gumba says he's good, Gumba's normally right about these things. So we'll trust Gumba's judgment. And I think it's less about the supports. Will these guys support this one? Think of all the games we've watched, guys. In all these games we've watched, have you been sitting there thinking, this is an insane Lucio gap? This is an insane Kiri gap. The Kiri's gapping him so hard right now. Or have we always been talking about Tracers and Echoes and Doomfists? And if we're always talking about Tracers and Echoes and Doomfists, well, this is competitive. This is close. On Tracer, Echo, Doomfist, this is close. So, I still think WAC will win the series. I think they're still the better team, but I think they take maps for sure. Who plays Tracer? I don't know which way they're going to do it. They might do Tracer 1 Echo and Decay Tracer. I feel like that would be my guess, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it is possible if because we have seen it when we watched Vesta, and actually Dagon was having such a difficult time. Let me change my color. But Dagon was having such a difficult time that he was actually a bit of a liability for the team. But if Teru and Maka can just not be a liability, then they should be in a really good position. All we need Teru, we don't need Teru to carry or do anything crazy. Just don't be a liability. If Teru and Maka can just not be liabilities, it's really close, I think. Yeah, consider Teru and Maka aren't Dagon. Exactly. You think Jumbin might be a significant... Yeah. That's the word on the street is that Jumbin's Doom goes kind of hard, but Jumbin's Doom was also going kind of hard against when KSA said it was when they were playing Ram. So I've not seen a lot of Kellen Doom either, so these are both unknowns for me. But on the basis that Kellen is good at Winston, I feel like a lot of the skills with Winston do translate to Doomfist. They're both similar heroes in terms of diving and going in and out, finding good engage timings, finding good ways to take space without fully committing, all of this. So I think, in theory, it should translate to both of them. And yeah, Decay and Kellen are a good combo. I think they should be really strong. You think Jumpin' Diffs? It's really possible Jumpin' Diffs. I've not seen either of them play Doomfist a whole lot, so it is possible and there's a gap here that I'm not recognizing. But on paper, maybe we have a Jumpin' over Kellen situation. But I don't know which round the DPS are going to be, but if Choice of One is probably better than Echo than Lip, right? And then Decay over Heesang on Tracer. They're both really good, so maybe that one's close, but maybe. Jumpin' Doom didn't look good on the league. Yeah, I think there's... The problem is, none of Shock looked good in the league. I think everything should be... all of those performances last year from Shock should be taken with a huge caveat that all of those players are going to be way better. All of his players are actually way better than they managed to show last year. Yeah, we forgive and forget.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overwatch Championship Series Korea. This is currently our third match of the day.
Has Finn been good so far? Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's been particularly challenged so far. Who was it he played yesterday again? He played... Yeah, he's played Vesta Crew and SPG. So far, FTG have probably played the two weakest teams in the region, and Finn's looked really fine. But I think Finn Kiri is really good. When we played against Finn Kiri at the World Cup, it felt like Finn was doing loads to us when we played him on Team UK. So I think Finn Kiri, pretty highly rated from me. You don't believe Kellen Doom better? Yeah, I agree with that, but do you think the DPS is better though? DK and Choice One? It's a Tracer Eka mirror? Let's see. What's 64 to 36? Don't know. The problem is, I think WAC will win the series, but I think Genesis at least take one map. At least one map. But I don't know which map it will be. I guess Control is the one that's normally... I feel like it's Control the one that's most normally upset. That's a weird way to say it, but is Control the map that is most often won by the underdog team, where they still lose the series? I have no idea if that's actually factually true at all, or if that's just the way it feels. You think it's Flashpoint? Maybe. Flashpoint's not till... It's the fourth map in the series now. Yeah, someone said it earlier, but 9K needs to sort his jacket out. It's like, it's sort of coming over too much.
And definitely WAC is one of the strong team because of the DPS, and there's 3 people, the Junbin Max Heesang can deliver a good scenario for the team. I mean,
Someone should help him out and straighten out that jacket, but I'm sure someone will help him.
Shock doesn't have a good
right?
memory about with them, but it's not meaning their play bad, just like not synergy.
Alright, here we go. Alright, so what was interesting at the start of the last series is we had FTG come out and give a really shit walkout into a really shit sort of hands in the middle type thing. So we want to really break this down. My initial worry here, long sleeves on WAC. Long sleeves. Long sleeves is a bad sign. Couple of short sleeves in here though, so we might be okay, but a lot of these long sleeves worrying. Who's the guy in the coat?
Yeah, Lip is very, very cool. And
Who was it who's coaching this team? Is it
he's also very tall.
was it Pavan? Pavan on this team and Moon, that's it. Is that Moon? Was that Moon in the coat?
This is also a very stacked roster. If you can just recognize the faces of
Oh wait,
these
let's check this
players.
walkout first, but maybe it was Moon in the coat. Moon is the person that Gumba was convinced was
Very talented players here, and also Callius and Kellen on
a real leader of men. Could lead the free world, he said.
support as well. All these
Alright,
players are
Genesis.
well known throughout the history of
Oh,
Overwatch.
shuffle along, guys, shuffle along.
And if you look at some of these players, they have
Oh, they're coming in.
such history.
Plain white shirts.
And
Whoa.
Callius, they have been on multiple
It's a bit flat, isn't it? It's a bit flat.
Okay, his career starts at Kongdu
Team with Moon
Prisa,
loses for
and then he goes to
sure.
Kongdu Panthera.
I'm not sure. I always thought I don't have a lot of experience with Moon, other than the sort of early seasons with
That's just the history of one player.
LA Valiant. But I always thought that LA Valiant team by the end of the year they actually looked really well coached. And we don't have a picture of him. What does he look like? Maybe he was the guy in the coat. It would make sense, right? Yeah, Phyllis retired, yeah. So yeah, I expect we'll see zero of Max in this series, and we'll be all jumping, and it will just be all mirror. The big question for both teams is who's taking Tracer and who's taking Echo for the DPS.
ultimate decision and team fight decision.
I think you can get real mismatches sometimes if you have a Tracer main. Same thing we talk about Flora. Where Flora's alright at Tracer, but when you start putting Flora against Heesang or Flora against Stalker, suddenly Flora's Tracer isn't going to be okay. And I think we can maybe find the same thing here. Whereas maybe, yeah, if it is Lip Echo, maybe Lip Echo is okay against most teams. But what happens when you put Lip against one of the elite tier Echoes? Is his Echo still okay in that situation?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
This roster is very, very scary, and I would not envy the team that goes against WAC.
Surely Lip Tracer, I mean, from what they played in Overwatch League, Lip's Tracer was okay and he's played more of it. But Heesang's best hero is also Tracer, and I've not seen Heesang really play Echo to memory. I don't think so. I'm not sure. You make the same argument here. I feel like both can play Tracer and Echo out of their DPS. Kalios is in?
Their career kind of talks for themselves, and look, let's take a look at the
Where's the felon?
Decay and Tracy Juan on the damage again.
Kalios Doom?
We don't have any substitutions on this front. Tank, we are having Callius over Kellen today, and
Kalios plays?
on the support. So both teams have a
Oh, guys, cancel the market. Take it. Everything I said about Genesis has been underwhelmed. Oh, Kalios Doom. Oh, no.
Callius is more of an off-tank player.
Oh, no.
What do you think is kind of like apart from that? What do you think is
Big problem. Big problem.
A lot of Doomfist player
Big problem.
friendly with
Maybe it's gotten better. Maybe it's gotten better. Is that possible? I feel like the problem is the only memory I have of Kalios on Doom is Kalios going off the map on Lee J Garden. Not Lee J Garden. Lijiang Tower Garden. That's the only memory I have of Kalios Doom, of him going off the map. So now it's Terry the Terrorist Lucio, Kalios off the map Doom.
Genesis wants to play the Doomfist composition, correct? Alrighty.
Maybe I've baited you guys. I was trying to big up Genesis. I thought this game was going to be close. We need. Let's see. The proof's in the pudding. That's what people say. That's what people say. The proof is in the pudding. So maybe Kalios will prove us all wrong. Maybe they go Queen. Maybe.
So we'll be seeing a little bit, a lot of these motions, a lot of these player, a lot of
Liar Garden
here.
is actually Liar Market on Liar Market.
Still waiting for to get ready, of course,
I just wanted your points.
in a stage setting rather
The
than
house always wins. Think about it. The house always wins.
team houses. So it sometimes does
The house always
take
wins.
some
You
time
guys never
to
stood a
get
chance.
These necessary settings ready for them to be at their best. Let's talk about let's talk about both teams for a second. What do you think?
Oh, how's this shit? The game is broke.
on WAC versus Genesis. What position?
Astro never recovered from the market. Yeah, exactly. That was a fatal a fatal moment for him.
I guess you're assuming that it is under the Doomfist dive comp, right? So what does the two?
No, I think just in general.
Maybe Kalios might prove us all wrong. Does anyone know he's not
Okay, so why
not incredible at Doom now?
The reason about that is like
Also, don't forget the sleeve gap. Right now, it's much shorter sleeves on the side of Genesis.
like thinking about the leap.
Might be the swing factor they need.
They can deliver a lot of like damage to the team, and also the mobility-wise or the map-wise, they're using a really widely using.
A couple of Lip fans in the crowd.
I'm really curious about how they bring the tracer concept.
All I know about Kalios is that whenever he was a player on cam in Season 6, he was about to cry. Yeah, Kalios has had a pretty rough run of teams. Maybe up until Boston last year. But even Boston last year had a few moments where they would have a full mental breakdown and collapse.
Alright, so we have
He must be better than Kellen. It's true, Cubit, right? Let's presume that the Genesis coaches have tried both options and have come to the conclusion that Kalios is better. We didn't know Burner had a good Doom, but we saw him have a good Doom. So we're going to have Samoa ban. Oh, it's a great pick. Samoa ban from WAC. Ilios ban from Genesis. But WAC pick Lijiang Tower. Kalios is going to go off the map on Garden. They've exploited Kalios here. They're in trouble. They're in trouble. Morning, Harris. You alright? Excited for a big game? Perfect pick. Perfect pick from WAC. If Kalios goes off the map on Garden, he's gone.
I think so because right now the only other map is Nepal, and Nepal is DPS is important and a lot
Genesis look calm.
but less important than
Giggles being exchanged.
Lijiang Tower is like more you can do with the tracer
A little bit more serious on the WAC side, aren't we?
for the winning the game. So if I'm them, I only gonna choose the Lijiang Tower.
Alright, can this be interpreted as
Don't know what these signs say.
gesture of confidence?
Was there a good match yesterday in any Swiss? I didn't actually see. I saw the first couple of EU Swiss games, and it was just... I was watching on Astro and Vestla's stream, and they were just rolling people. I didn't see any of the NA ones. I saw, obviously, all the NA drama and the roster mania stuff that happened when I woke up. So that was a lot to read when I got up.
With a lot of team, especially high quality team, and then mean the possible to the
If you like tank players are always the shortest.
most of the time. So this can be game.
Yeah, Fletter was really tall, which is probably why he was bad at tank.
The graphics have changed.
Trying to think.
This means you
Is Haddy's not particularly tall. Poco's quite tall.
should be ready.
Poco was one of the taller people on London.
I hope we can get that monitor issue fixed because, you know,
Maybe it's flex supports. Are flex supports the shortest?
Set up straight is really, really
Landon's not
so,
particularly big.
Hope that issue is fixed as soon as possible. I am not here
Who
to
else? I don't think
whether,
Shu's not tall.
issue is fixed yet, but
Yeah, maybe it's flex
from the fact
supports.
that we're going to this map graphic,
Any tall flex supports come to mind? UV's quite tall, actually.
well,
Hmm.
let's just say I'm so excited to see this match because this I of course no disrespect to the teams that played before, but this match
Who is the
expected
size of a
to be a
shoe?
very close match. What are your predictions for this match? I know I'm throwing you the hard questions, but
What was the most bold people? Smex, Haddy.
okay.
Yeah, we've done the prison Overwatch team. Could we do a bold Overwatch team? Would it be Haddy, Smex?
I mean, I definitely also think
Then
that
who
we
else?
may
We're really
have
struggling.
a slight advantage here in terms of roster power here.
Is that only tank players?
Hearing that we are having
Clearly
a
coach role.
just had
Yeah, can we have a pretty... Me and Face could coach. That's not the problem.
the match and they are being invited into the lobby.
But we're really struggling for players.
Everyone, 9K told us to watch
Is J3 bold?
Tracers because
Super?
Tracer might be the game changer. Of course,
I feel like
we
these
have
people... You're just naming people who aren't bold.
10 very talented players. So of course everyone can make a difference here, but definitely in terms of just team composition and all
Is
that,
it possible
J3
now?
is the one to look out for for. So we'll definitely see how that goes out. And
Is it possible that actually the most underrepresented group in OWCS is balding men? Is that true?
Would normally expect the Doomfist, but of course Kalios is a man.
Yeah, I can't imagine any of these Korean players bald. Mag? Is Mag bald?
We've seen a lot of Junker Queen from Kalios.
I think. You think women?
If my memory serves,
I think it's balding men. I think it's probably balding men.
maybe that's also an issue. Also, Legion Tower, which map?
We've got calling all heroes, but then when are we going to have balding all heroes?
So, we'll
Tell me that.
but it looks
Tell me that.
like we're taking a few more seconds to get into the game. I'm running out of things to say, to be honest.
You hear Proper's wearing a wig?
And
Yeah, it's just me, Hattie, and Smex.
one more thing to say is, and Shu and Turbo,
Yeah, shaved hair doesn't count. It has to be. You have to have like a proper receding type thing going on, I think, to qualify
I mean, each other
for balding Spitfire.
die from the
Or the music's playing. I think that means we're actually close.
I think which
All right,
does not die from
I'm closing the poll. The market cannot be manipulated. All right, 73 to 27%. Okay,
Alright.
we'll see.
I mean, it is the last
Looks like we are getting this. And okay, so yeah, Choice of One Echo, Heesang Echo, Lip Tracer. So in theory here, you have to imagine Jumpin will have the advantage over Kalios. We're going into a pause. Pause already.
Well,
Should have let the bets keep on going.
we'll see how it goes.
So we're going to
What
have
the specific issue is, but I know that Kalios
it's going to have Decay on Tracer versus Lip, and you have to say Decay is going to gap the guy, isn't he? Lip's Tracer's good. It's all right. But Decay's Tracer's really good, so if maybe Decay never hits pulse bombs, and this is a really hard meta to hit pulse bombs. So maybe that's still a struggle. But then Choice One Echo versus Heat. I've not seen Heesang Echo, so maybe Choice One could actually have the edge. It could be a DPS advantage here for Genesis on these heroes. Why Doom instead of Winston? Because Doom has 2 mobility cooldowns instead of 1 mobility cooldown, it allows him to just play this more high tempo and this more in and out style. A lot of the problems you have with Winston is you can go in and get good value out of your first dive and your first bubble, but then you have a really hard time getting out and resetting again.
So, we're back to the game. That means the issue has been
Heesang Insane Echo? Okay, let's see it. Choice of One Heesang Echo, I'm interested to see that. And we need Kalios to prove himself on Doom. Kalios needs to prove it to the people. We're not on Garden, so Kalios has at least 1 round to settle before he has to face his biggest fear. Jumpin has taken down Teru. We said supports weren't as important in this meta. We just need him not to be a liability.
and Maka is taking down as well. So I don't know what happened there, 9K. But WAC just
Maybe we might have found the liability.
fight, and they're claiming control of the first point.
Yeah, jump in. It's just one fight. Let's not overreact yet. Let's not overreact. Everyone hold on to their horses. Let's give it at least 2 fights. 2 fights, then we can be sure.
Playing the role of flex support.
Choice of One taking a bit of space. He's half health on the coast here.
So,
Maka's with him.
yes, you're correct in that Maka was
Poking their way out. In comes the dive. He is soup. Choice of One solo. They're diving so hard. Maka's desperately trying to peel him out of it. They've got him out. Jumpin dies for it as well. Jumpin's gone too far. The repush is now on. I told you we had to give it 2 fights. Genesis are back.
diving skill. Decay is everywhere almost.
Yep, and that especially since that you said
Alright, we're going to get the touch here. Trung's going to get the first touch. He's in so much trouble. Surely he goes down. They get him. It's 1 for 1. Tank advantage now. Kalios has gone down.
4v4, but
Pulse bomb hits, actually. I don't think it hits. It's just on the floor. Jumpin, where's he going?
Jumpin just has to reset.
It's been reversed. Jumpin is the new Kalios. Jumpin off the map.
What a performance from Decay there.
Yeah, that is actually impressive.
Jumpin's smoked now. Jumpin is he's been Jumpin market.
They killed the Maka because
The Jalios. The Jalios is good.
impossible to dive from the enemy dive, and also
Another pause. Issues now.
so I just really curious about what happened there. But I really impressed of the DK after 2 pulse bomb and like a lot of point he do the damage and the space, And that is
Put this guy on ball. Everyone was bigging up for jump. You do have to remember that it was jumping playing Doom into Ram where KSA felt the team were the most impressive, not just over Mirror.
The screen right before asked had a cheer sign that says, "Hey, please have lip on the camera," and that was
Doom fist.
Good gesture, good job.
Strong with a Stone Island patch.
Well, let's talk about Lip then. Now that he's on the screen,
Let's wait till we get him again.
how is I mean, yes, Decay just did incredible things with the Prisa so far, but Lip, I mean, Lip also is doing a lot because remember he took down Callius early on, and then I think this Tracer duel.
People
is
hate showing their faces in Korea. Very modest.
This map and everything seems like Lip also doing a lot.
Yeah, Lip is so tall. You don't realize it because obviously most of the time you see these players, they're all sitting down. But when you see Lip walking around the venue or something, you realize he's about twice as tall as everybody else.
Why DK is one of the best DPS Tracer called by other team.
Yeah, I mean, he has all the. If I'm not mistaken, he does not have any titles to his name so far. He always.
I don't know his exact height, but Lip is real tall. Real tall.
When we talk about good DPS players, I mean, it depends on who you're talking to, but usually, most of the time, he's mentioned at some capacity.
How are people feeling? It's interesting. We get all these pauses, so we get a chance. Everyone's getting a little bit more time to reflect on their betting decisions. Genesis, the Genesis bet looks reasonable now, doesn't it? It's not now they're going to win the series or anything, but it's actually starting to look like this Genesis bet is really reasonable. Just a fluke. Jumping will cook. Element of wind, a big jump in head, but I don't know. I've seen this guy fall off the map. Honestly, 50% of the fights so far, jumping has fallen off the map. We're back. Okay, big old fight coming up now. In control. Oh, big punch onto Maka. Trying to go all the way here. Counter punch actually onto Jumbin. Forces him back. Kitsune comes through. Terry with the beat. Copy Doomfist. Oh, wait, no. I'm just imagining it. Copy Kiri, actually. Choice one doesn't get it to his copy, though. Maka's dropped the Kitsune ult as well. And it looks like they've won the ult trade. Only a one-player advantage, though. If he can stall it out for a while. Off the top ropes. Doesn't hit the punch. Copy. Oh, still no copy. He's going to come out of copy, actually finish off Maka. They do give a big ult retake. Had to use more ult, so it is copy advantage coming back in now for Choice one. Choice one a little bit slower on this charge. Back and forth so far. Early Suzu actually forced onto Maka. Lip goes for the pulse bomb, but it looks nowhere close. They use Suzu here, so Decay has a bit of an opportunity, but they want to go Tracer first. They are all over Lip. Recall's force. Lip has no recall. Can they keep chasing it? No. Gives them a bit of space, but Kalios is low. They're gonna make their way back to point now, WAC. Jumpin's still trading. Choice of one with this copy. Has a chance to make something happen. Pressure onto Chorong, but I didn't actually get any damage on him. Jumpin looks like he wants to flank. Pulse bomb on the back! Remember when I said Decay couldn't hit a pulse bomb? All Decay is doing is hitting pulse bombs. Retake for a pulse bomb. Good trade economically as well. Oh, they've traded 2 kills, actually. Can WAC make this a dogfight? Don't want to have to use any more ults if we really have to. Yeah, we kill Lip. We still shouldn't have to use ults. Okay, it's not the end of the world. Overwatch League was holding Decay back. It might be true. Choice one still has this copy. Support ults coming up for both teams. WAC won the big ult trade last time around. Heesang's gonna nearly lap him here. Oh, Heesang's caught again! Kalios! This is why Kalios is in. I was saying it from day one, guys. You guys were all doubting, but I was so big on Kalios. I knew Kalios would have a top doom, and he's proven it here. They did throw copy into that, and we're still gonna have a big support ult fight for this last one. Heesang now has copy advantage because of this. Trying to work their way in, so they caught Heesang on the way through here. Pulse bomb from Lip. Suzu is good, actually. Saves Decay there. Navigating all the space. Kalios has Meteor Strike if he needs it. He is getting forced back. Maka's going to regroup. And WAC are going to try and exploit this and go to point. Heesang has to be careful. Beat's actually going to be used. Later beat from Teru. Kitsune is later from Maka. Not a lot later, though. It's all going to be coming down to this. Heesang's copied Doomfist. They find Choice of 1 in all of this. Lip's got 2. WAC in big advantage now. DPS advantage. Pulse Bomb comes out. They're low. Decay's got 2. He's hit another Pulse Bomb. Can Decay do it? Decay and Teru versus the world. The flip's going to come back in. Teru goes down. Decay needs to get the touch here. Only has 1 blink. Nani's recalled. Can anyone touch after him? Decay needs another touch. No.
But, wow, I mean, what a close fight. What a close round for both teams. And like you said, 9K.
Strong's beat. Yeah, I don't know why they started it so early. I'm always like, I'm really a big believer that if you just beat these high mobility comps, if you just beat into it or something, the other team will just disengage if they have their cooldowns. You have to try and take a dive first or something. So, yeah, not necessarily a dive first, but you have to take a cooldown. So you just, whatever it might be, right? Tracer, Echo, Doomfist. Can we force, like Echo you can make, if Echo doesn't have copy, you can maybe, you can catch it. But especially with Tracer, what we see a lot of teams do is, can we just dive for Tracer, force his cooldown, then keep going? Kalios is on Junker Queen, so he can't go off a map on Junker Queen. Unless he rampages off a map, but he's not going to rampage off a map. That wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. So we've seen a lot of Junker Queens struggle here. Just taking too much poke, punish after the shout cooldown. We really want to see patient shouts coming out, but they just kill. Decay just dies before anything happens. Jumping super low, manages to survive. Teru in trouble, can't be saved. And then now Kalios gets taken down. Don't know. I didn't really see how Decay died. This is obviously the nature of it sometimes. Oh, Kalios is going Doom. Kalios is going Doom.
I believe after Decay fell, WAC easily took control of the space and took first control of the point.
Kalios going to take this early space in. Choice of 1 been a little bit quiet on the Echo so far.
This is not the scenario for the Genesis.
Trying to pressure the cap, work their way. Kitsune ults come out. They can just walk away from this one. Disengage looks good, actually, I think, here.
This is not the scenario for
Can they catch anyone? Can they catch Decay? No, punch to help Decay out. Good disengage, cheated the ult. Maka with Kitsune rush advantage now. Teru's beat's a little bit slower.
good for the people dive. Just need to using like a
Trying to come around the corner here.
And I'm also looking for that Decay pulse bomb as well because he has
There we go, dive in. Maka has to be careful. Teru's got off the map. How's Teru got off the map?
Teru has fell from the drone.
Did he just kill him with boot? I don't... But either way, how does Teru die before anything happens?
Genesis has to retreat and not invest any ultimates here because without that Lucio.
Yes, it is a Lucio gap. Alright, it's a reset. Still have the support our advantage, but now we've just lost.
Okay.
Oh! Wait, Kalios has killed the backline?
kind of like a defender. Like,
How is he killed the... He's just dived in and killed the backline? Oh, they've traded a lot here. Still have the Kitsune rush and the copy. Heesang's going to try. He's going to have to do a lot of pocketing. Heesang might get a little bit of this, but the pressure's they're turning on him now. They still haven't capped here, Genesis. This point is so small. People are going to be back so fast. So they drop this Kitsune ult. Still a lot of fights to happen. Beat's going to come back now. Teru Beat's back almost immediately, but they should still win with support ult advantage here. They've got extra health. Just need to find the kills now. Lip's pulse bomb's no good. Space on the point now. They'll stall it out for 99. Just need to make sure we finish the fight as cleanly as possible. Don't want to have to use any more ults here. Okay. We're back in it. 99 down, but we're back. Yeah, Kalios Doom is actually going really, really well. Big surprise so far. Decay's got to increase his sense. Jumpin's on the roof. This is what KSA said was happening to him, is that Jumpin was just on the roof the entire time against him. Does the big rollout. Doesn't find all that much. Kitsune ult comes in. Choice in 1 for Lucio copy. Needs it. There's the amp. Come on, Choice in 1. Get the beat going. Get the beat going. Oh, he can't get the beat going. Copy ends up being a waste, but Genesis have survived versus all of this. Decay has a pulse bomb again. Jumpin's going to go down. Doom advantage. Oh, Decay catches another one as Shu comes over the wall. Decay and Kalios are the guys right now. It is a Pepsi Max, yeah. I know, at this time in the morning, but I need the caffeine. I need the caffeine to get me through these early starts.
I anticipate at least 2 more fights to win
Okay.
before they can match
Support ult's coming back up. Will be slight advantage for Genesis here, so they should be in control. Decay has to be careful here. Does have a pulse. Beat comes in. Kitsune ult in response. Choicy One gets caught by the beat, but they trade Shu. Heal advantage now for Genesis. They're hunting Chorong. Decay gets him. Teru tag teams him from the other side. He sang out a copy.
no supports at the side of the
Oh, they lose Maka. Need to slow down the trades here. Can't afford to give Cappy. They have to go deal with Jumbin.
comeback here.
They'll kill Heesang first. Need to give a touch. Teru in trouble. Oh, Teru dies, blocking the point. Oh, they've given the flip. Oh, so just, oh, it hurts so much to give the flip there. Oh, the big punch as well. Oh, Decay goes off the map.
So it's not looking good for Genesis.
Oh, no, they see 9. What have they? Oh, they made such a mess of it.
Taking Sound Tower. Wow. I mean,
Oh, it was so close. They had it, right?
Love gaming each other.
All right, choose outcome. WAC.
Each other DPS are carrying a lot of points, but this is their second match of the game. But
It's winnable though, right? It's 100% winnable.
I think what is the best word for them? I think
WAC. This is Genesis.
depends on what you want.
All right, we'll put up a poll for map 2. We'll put a big poll in case any subs come in.
because Leap and Chorong and Junbin did a lot of things for the.
Jumbin just warming up.
So I think they're I mean that Lucio bit was incredible.
US Genesis had a backline. I think Maka's looked really fine. Maka's looked really fine. Not seen any major missteps from him. Terry's just dying in a lot of these situations where you feel like
All right, yeah.
a slightly better Lucio wouldn't.
WEC was kind of in a tight spot there because Genesis did kind of like flip the point and they were kind of like winning fights in a row.
Jumbin warming up.
Thanks to like Decay's
Lip non-existent. I think it's we talked about it a bit before, but that's the big gap.
sound barrier there.
Like Lip Tracer is probably okay against the middle of the pack teams, but once we get to these top teams and you're playing against Decay or Stalker, Lip is actually going to get gapped by all these elite tracers. He is just going to get gapped. You think they should put Lip on Echo? I feel like you just shift for problem then. Your problem then just becomes Lip's then going to be getting gapped on Echo instead of it. It's a bit unfortunate for WAC that one of their best players doesn't have a hero they can excel at in this meta.
Hard to see the other player or DPS doing the good performance.
Oh really? Okay. Yes.
Tracer's the most important hero. I think the Tracer Echo. I think it is 100% DPS focused now.
I do. I mean,
Yeah, Heesang's a Tracer specialist.
Point out Kalius,
But-
it is time for a break before
Yeah, Heesang is a Tracer specialist, but the problem is Heesang is going to be way better at both heroes than Lip. So you have to cop it somewhere. The DPS, yeah, I think the DPS passive has shifted it massively in favor of DPSs. They should get Wamone. Import Wamone. Lip out, Wamone in. That would have been the real roster mania yesterday. What Lip's best heroes? Sojourn, Ash. Maybe he's played bits of Widow, but I feel like Sojourn definitely really up there. Sombra sort of, but obviously Sombra's been changed so much now. Yeah, but the problem is I don't know if maybe it probably is still Sombra, just because part of why Lip was so good at Sombra is he just had insane aim. But the Sombra is so bad and different now that the playstyle is really completely different. Yeah, Sombra's definitely shit now. I think it's really hard to play. Yeah, so I think as much as Sombra was Lip's best hero, and he probably was the best Sombra ever, this new Sombra is... The rework is so big in terms of playstyle, it feels almost like a brand new hero. Is the Sombra fixable? I don't know. It's hard to get it... If they don't like how the old Sombra was, then... I'm not really sure, because all they've done right now is just make her like a really, really, really shit Tracer. The problem is Yeah, he really was world class. He was so hard. He would do more than anyone else. Only Birdring was close to him, I think. Was the first game a close? First map was really close. It was 2-0, but WAC really should have won that second round, I think. It was really 50-50 in terms of whether they should have won Garden or not. Decay looks way better than Lip. Kalios is going toe for toe with Jumbin, really. Maybe actually you can make an argument Kalios has had a bigger impact in the game so far. Heesang does seem better than Choi Se-wan though. Yeah, what was so good about the old Tracer Sombra Winston? So what you would do with old Tracer Sombra Winston is you could set up these big perfect dives, of course, where the Sombra goes behind, they're pinging the guys, and you do some sort of perfect 3, 2, 1 dive, and we all hit the same guy on the same frame or something. But what Sombra was also really good at was doing multiple timings. So the Sombra could come in, TP out, be back in the dive quickly. If you look at teams like Atlanta and Houston, once teams got really good at this dive mirror, it was very rarely the first dive that teams would kill on. It would never be this first timing. That's a Winston, if you can believe it. It would never be this first timing, but if they do one of these cycles, everyone would reset, and then the Sombra, it would be how quickly can the Sombra find the second timing? And can the Tracer be available for this second timing? And can our Winston be available for a second timing? And his second timing, or even his third timing, fourth timing. And that's where you'd find the value. But with new Sombra, it's really hard to do this, because when you go backwards as new Sombra, you sort of all go back the same way. What you could do with old Sombra is you could have a cut behind. Like, it's always better if you can dive, but you hit them from like 3 angles or as many angles as possible. If you all dive them from the front, if they can have a cooldown and they kite one direction or kite to safety, it's a lot easier for them. But with Sombra, you could get a second dive really quickly, and you could get a cut on the second dive really easily as well, which is something you just can't do with any other hero. And you can't do it now with new Sombra either. You wouldn't mind old Sombra still being a thing with the new translocator? I don't know. I feel like the ability to place for translocator, it changes the game so much, but is such a... I'm not sure. How good can I draw Winston? Badly. But yeah, I don't know if I really want old Sombra back. If you want Sombra to be viable, I think Sombra's this hero, and it's really hard to have her be viable, but have her not be broken. So I don't know how you get the two things right. She's either too weak to do anything, because her utility value in terms of being able to be invisible the whole time and see everyone the entire time, and ping everyone the entire time, and be completely independent from heals, is so broken. It's so powerful. You have to make her sort of shit at everything else to balance it. If she's got like the best utility in the game, the best scouting and all of this, and best information, if you give her decent damage, she's broken. So you have to either like hard fuck her other stuff, in which case she becomes like only really useful in high level team play when you're full communicating, and then just a shit hero to kind of play in ranked. Or you give her decent damage so she can be independent and decent ranked, but then you push her over the top in a competitive environment. So it's really hard to get old Sombra right, so...
I'm not sure what they can do. Alright.
Does the new Sombra have a place in a theoretical team comp? I don't think so, no. Teams have tried it. I don't think it's impossible. It's okay. But I feel like Echo's just way ahead of it. The new Sombra is really punishable. I think, when we talk about these concepts here where... We'll get onto this... Surely they're not going to play this comp. We'll come back to that. We'll get onto the Max thing as well. What was I going to say? But yeah, what you see a lot in this meta with the Echo Tracer Doom is what happens is if a Tracer uses recall or if the Echo waits her shift, you'll see teams push really aggressively to punish this. The problem with Sombra in this meta is as soon as she translocates out, it's so easy to chase her down. It's way harder to chase these heroes down than it is to chase a Sombra. But yeah, Max is in. I'm going to close the poll. So, WAC, 72% favourites again, but people are trusting the Max. And they're actually starting Sigma and a Brig Tracer Echo.
Okay, I think what happened is, in the end.
Why Max? I think we've seen Hambin play in this map and the second map as well for Falcons. There's a good argument just to let people play. Is in terms of give everyone time on your roster in this early stage. Remember, this group stage is just about getting top 4. It's not the end of, and then they like seeding matches. So getting top 4 is the important thing, much more than necessarily finishing first or something. So making sure everyone has playtime early on in a new roster, I think, is a super important thing. All teams in all regions should be considering if they've got more than 5 players. But it's a Zen and a Sigmira, so maybe it's just a different meta in. It's just a different meta, I think, in Korea, I guess. Shu wanted to play. Okay, so yeah, Zen Anna, Charong on the Zen, Terry Brig. Yeah, would have much preferred to see Terry on the Kiri or something, really. But first fight good, so very different. Still the dive DPS though. Can make this Sigma's life really hard, and we're seeing Kalios is being bullied into a corner. Terry's coming to help him. They're rotating top here, and remember, Terry's on the low ground, so Maka is exposed a little bit on this low ground. Well, sorry, Maka's exposed on the high ground. Yeah, they just focused on Kalios. I feel like since the DPS passive, Echo just fucks up Sigma so much. They've got all the space. Pulse Bomb's good. Oh! Did he shield that Pulse Bomb? Oh my god. It's actually an insane shield. It doesn't save his life, but the shield was insane from Max. I'm gonna delete Kalios as he tries to come back in, and yeah, it doesn't actually save his life, but it was insane. It nearly did. You gotta remember, if you forget Season 6 happened, Max and Jumping came in with such big reputations. They were gassed to be the next big thing. So, maybe without that shock atmosphere, the horrible start Shock had, they can now really shine. That's what we're hoping for, at least. Alright, coming out, we got both support ops for both teams. Rally is a really scary one for Max to deal with because it means he can just get pushed. He can't Matrix, he'll just get stunned out of it. Here it comes, he's used his Matrix, so they want to flux him now. Max is going to flux Kalios, and yeah, they just kill him through it there. You have to be you can't use, if the enemy Sigma has flux, you have to be so careful about using your Matrix, because they can just kill you through it, especially with Echo. So they've given all the space, Terry's rallying. Don't know about this. They're going to sort of hold for space, they get a good stun, they force recalls. Choicer 1 is going to, he's going to copy Sigma, but get nowhere with it. Heesang is looking really good on the Echo. They're pushed all the way back, but with these slower poke comps, I feel like Chorong is just going to outvalue Teru. Choicer 1 with a nano though does get value. They nade onto Max as well, but Transcendence just save him. Where's Lip throwing that pulse bomb at? What were you pulsing, mate? Okay, they managed to stabilize. So once we get to this slow and neutral, I still think the Zen is just so much more powerful. Kalios does have Flux advantage. He's thinking about it. Doesn't need to pull the trigger yet. But yeah, Flux and Echo to finish it. It's so strong. It's so strong. It's so hard to live through. We're going to get a copy Sigma going out here, so we have to be careful. Don't want to feed Heesang this Flux. Kalios does have one of his own. He wants to kill the supports. Think Chorong's in big trouble. Yeah, Chorong will go down, but they just pushed and killed the backline. Heesang with the copy Flux. Heesang and Lip have taken over. So Kalios' Flux ends up being all for naught. And they will cap second. Big time bank now. I feel like Terry should just be on... Yeah, Terry going Zen. Especially on this third point, Zen's so good. So this probably makes more sense. I still think if you just went Doom, Tracer, Kiri, do you not just beat this? The Zen and Anna's life should be so hard. So yeah, I'm not convinced by this comp. Obviously, if you're just going to play a mirror, any comp's fine. I think you can really run over this comp. Should be so hard for the backline. Nano's going to come in now onto Heesang. The sleep's good. Big Maki. They're going to finish him as well. This is one thing that's one of the sort of subplots of this entire thing is this is one of my first times really seeing Maka play. So I'm seeing Maka play a non-Kiri hero as well is really interesting. So good sleep, nice little clutch play. Looks like he's played fine so far. But big stabilization now for Genesis. And this third point in this type of slow poke mirror, so good for defenders. For the defensive position for the supports is so broken here. And we see Maka and Terry playing opposite sides. Oh, Tracer gap. They actually nanoed as well. Probably didn't need to do this. All right, take over. Maka played one game for Florida last year. I actually don't remember that game. Makes more sense. Grow up, Will. Genesis should... Yeah, I feel like if either team just goes dive, they're in a much better position. But it's nice to get a bit of variety. Why not? Transcendence for both teams. Flux advantage for Kali. Flux, with the Tracer Echo and the Zen, Flux, if you hit people with the Flux, they should really die 100% if the Echo can follow. So, Flux, a really powerful ult in this type of mirror. We'll see what Kalios can find with it. Means Max has to be really respectful about when he uses Matrix. Kalios on the off angle here, making his life hard. Don't want to let him move. Kalios is getting focused down a little bit. They're pocketing him now. Kalios is backed into the corner. Copy. Tracer comes in. Oh, he gets forced out of it, but he still gets the kill. And Heesang's going to get Kalios afterwards. He dies for it, but he's carved it open. Now choice in one with the Tracer copy. Gonna lurk his way into the back, but they're all focusing him. So hard for him to get value in this. Yeah, they've just backed up. They've given him no space. Did they catch him as well? Alright, Maka's got him. Maka's got him. The trade actually is good. Even though Heesang gets 2 kills, but he dies for it, then we have to deal with Choice 1 copy, and it just buys time for the respawns. Even though Choice 1 got nothing out of a copy, it's actually really useful. Chirong is early pick onto Decay. Now Terry under pressure. Nano's going to be traded. Heesang wins the Nano trade. The Trance comes out from Terry, but it's too late. Heesang taken over again. All the pressure on now. 30 seconds left. Transcendence to make sure everyone's safe. Choice 1 back on Widow. He needs 3 or 4 kills. He's got none. Kind of a Heesang show, right? Heesang is Holy Pig's son. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's Holy Pig's son, of course.
Every single thing, but when the decay die, it seems like everyone just dies.
Well, I mean, I think that's maybe.
Does Heesang have a diva though? This is one of the most interesting gaps because I didn't think I thought Choice 1 would do better on the Echo. Maybe Heesang's just that good. But yeah, Heesang seems really on top right now. Everyone else looks reasonable, what you'd expect. Chirong does alright on Zen, all things considered. Looks like we're going to maybe get the same mirror here. I don't know. I don't know why this is the meta on this map. Or in this type of map even. Because even, you remember yesterday and the day before where they would sub in, Falcons would sub in Hambin for map 2. And we thought it was, originally I thought it was just to give Hambin map time, but maybe there's worlds where it actually becomes a Sigma Zen Anna mirror. Because Majid also said his map was map 2 as well. So maybe there are some maps where it is just a Zen Anna Sig mirror. What are Genesis considering here? Do they all dive? All dive? Choice 1 to Tracer. Kalios go in Diva. So yeah, Zen Anna, even though it dies quite a lot, it's also super good at killing a Doomfist. So the Diva probably does match up slightly better in terms of the Matrix just means you can kill him. But they just absorb the dive there. The idea with dive is you can't all in the dive, but if you just go and they have all their cooldowns, you're probably going to have a bad time. Yeah, the nicer thing about Doom is you get to do multiple cycles more easily. They're going Genji Echo here, so probably better on this Kingsray first because everyone can get to the high ground.
that is like a literally
They need to force point. If they force point first, they should be okay. They're trying to Matrix all over Shu. Again, they're just trying to... It's like... It's just Route 1 Overwatch. It's just... Guys, do you see Viana? Yeah, I see Viana. Right, everyone press shift right now. Terry does eventually get the kill, but... maybe it's... Yeah, it's a little bit awkward to get him back, but...
Okay, you're talking about our meaning Genesis, right?
Like, what you want to do here, I can't, it's hard to draw because the camera's always moving, but if this is for point in King's Row, and everyone is on the high ground, you want to force point a little bit first, try and bait someone to come down, then go over their head. And that's what you want to do ideally. Probably Genji's the best to do it in this with, but if you just all-in dive, you just make WACs, all they have to do is play defense. So you just immediately press for Transcendence and you just win the fight by a mile. Or, Choice of One still hits for stickies, but yeah, the damage is done.
He's really good at the dirty fight.
I mean, oh, poor Kalios here.
He's getting staggered.
Good.
Any Bruce heads? Fuck's sake.
Genesis is struggling to get ultimates online.
Just force out cooldown? Yeah, well, just do something. Just do something before everyone presses fucking shift. Oh.
I don't know. Maybe the breakthrough of Genesis.
We're gonna get to ults. It's taken... This is now what was. It's the 4th attempt. We're gonna get to ults, though.
It's not the key of the winning.
Shu has defensive nano.
If you don't have a nano, it's
They force him to... they're all underneath him right now. Kalius is going to dive. They're going to follow up. Kitsune ult up top. Shu's in trouble. They're trying to trade.
Shudai is
Oh, the flux is massive. It's got all of them.
Step 1 of Genesis.
Can they stop?
Victory.
They can't get Kalius out. The copy's no good.
So
The damage is done, though. He sang a Lipper just completely unignored when this goes on, and they're just getting killed. Can you have moderator or VIP?
I mean, Kalios is
Let me think about it.
on
No.
the point. But it looks like WAC is
Blade comes in from Decay. Alright, we've got Max. It's 1 for 1. Need a little bit more Decay.
it's not a multi.
Oh, Hisang is doing too much. Too much.
Stop in their tracks again. Oh my goodness. So much work. This pro here. Lip taking out Decay. Has to fall back once again. And remember
30 seconds left. We have beat. We have copy.
So this is
She's back up. Max is on Doom. We're on like Doom Bap now as well.
I think. I really want to see what the doing because
What a rubbish way for this map to end. Alright, gonna clear lip off point.
they still have
Decay is gone.
one
Tracer.
taking point A or else WBC will be holding A.
Alright. Got space. There we go. We got him. Still got the beat to keep going if we need it. Touch for point. Touch for point. Good. Ah, Choice One doesn't land on the high ground. Alright, we should... Oh, Kalios is fed.
not enough for the. Oh yeah.
Why have we done this? Choice of One's going in. He's going to trade 1 for 1. He has to get out. Has to get out. Oh, good kill by Maka.
So at this overtime push, Genesis,
Oh,
unless something
they're trying to lose it.
they will be able to take point A, and that is going to be a sigh of relief for the side of Genesis.
You're already funding Chris's pension.
Right now, after
Yeah, I think no Tracer on first point isn't unreasonable because it's kind of difficult to get your Tracer up there, and it's a bit of a shit like,
because
where you know like this long corridor. I feel like it's such a shit place for Tracer to fight. But I think the Genji Echo is really fine for the first point attack.
aggressive, but
I think you swap it afterwards, but yeah.
you need to take in more space. DK need to do. Oh, DK.
He knows where everyone is.
DK.
How's Max been? Max looks good actually. Max has been pretty good with the Preds correct. I went 3-0 for both the first ones, right?
Is the stick
Woo!
on Shu, and that
DK smoking.
really-
But they,
Yeah, all my Preds have been correct so far.
Literally enough, because after the bots die, they don't have option to win the fight.
Just mine into the corridor from hotel.
They're gonna coming back. Oh, they,
Chunk better.
they,
I mean, it's not the worst done, ironically, but I think Echo Genji just, yeah. Ooh! He gets the remake.
Get onto the mech, very low, but okay,
Maka's okay. Oh, Teru's not okay, though.
fight, like you said, 9K all over, like
It's such a weird comp now for WAC with this backline and then Doom, Tracer Echo.
and WAC gets the better end of this fight. So again, once again,
Do betting sites have these games? I don't think Paddy Power does, but I think I saw Bet365 was putting them up, but Bet365 is pretty slow at putting them up much beforehand.
But I think there have feel like only winning conditions.
I don't know about Betway. Bet365 is for one. I only really use Paddy Power and Bet365. But Bet365. Oh, I had Contenders Games did it? Maybe.
So far, historically, in this match so far,
All right. So we're low on time. Coming in again. Kitsune Rush over the top. Disengage is good, it looks like. They're going to have to lamp as well. Oh, Heesang shuts him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, actually, and Kalios is going to get demec'd. But maybe the damage is done. Need more kills here. Gonna have to come help our boy Teru on point. We're all going different directions now and dying. Doesn't look great for Genesis.
Okay, maybe.
Kalios is gonna die now. They don't have touch before Kalios is fully back.
On the side of Genesis, will they be able to touch?
Alright, need a bit of a pulse bomb miracle from our boy Decay here.
And he hasn't used
Where is it, Decay?
So he can buy some time for the rest of Genesis to come. But the problem is, there's only one ultimate. Only the pulse bomb is available.
It's no good. Needed a hero play.
Has a lot of,
maybe we can just still win a slow fight. Needs a deep peak window. If we can get to Teru's beat, it's not impossible. Alright, deal with Lip. Force him back. Keep Kalios up. Survive for window. Beat 20% away. They're going to have Transcendence for it too, but the beat will keep us going. Oh, Max just dies. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to this B, actually. Genesis in overtime again. Copy Diva? Oh, it's a terrible copy. No way Heesang gets anything done here. He's just trying to play slow, but he has so little health to work with. He somehow keeps mech. They have bomb. They nearly have both support ults. Beat comes through from Teru. Oh, they kill Chirong. He doesn't pop. Chirong doesn't pop it. Pulse bomb on top now. Genesis. They've dug their hit. Oh, the pulse bomb onto Teru. It should still... No way. They killed both supports. How have Genesis lost this? Can they still clutch? Maybe it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Pulse bomb misses. Alright, they are going to get it. They are going to get it. It's not over. They're back. Oh my god. Both these overtime caps have been so much harder than they needed to be for Genesis. Choice in one laughing. The guy's just having a good time. Whoa, that was fucking scary, wasn't it? Whoa. Oh dear. Chirong still has Transcendence. Teru has now gone Zen. Have they gone Zen Sigma? Presumably Maka will go Ana after Kitsune ult. Max is on Diva, so it's a little bit awkward for Max now. He's just going to lose his trade on point for the most part. They copy Diva. People are so allergic to the Tracer copy in Korea. Window comes out. Oh, Max just kills Teru. Yeah, this will be a fight reset. They dropped Kitsune ult in that too and copy. This is a horrific. I guess it's not great. Mac will go Ana now then, I guess. Sheer cold to WAC Esports. Gotta be sheer cold. Gotta support my region. I think they've got it in them. Alright, Bap Zen. Okay, Bap. The Bapka. Teru's in trouble. It's for copy Zen. Heesang's ego in them. Fuck's sake. Didn't want that copy anyway. They can't touch. Oh, it's a WAC win. Oh my god. Right. All right. Let's get the next poll in. Jeez.
Maybe I'm too salty about this one, but I don't care.
No, it's totally. I mean, I think it's totally valid.
Who will win map 3? WAC again or Genesis? Alright, we'll have a bit of a longer break on this one, so we'll put a big time on it. You're being robbed blind by fucking Heesang.
And duly so, because especially in the last parts of the game, last part of the Genesis
Treader's on XONA. Who is on XONA? Because is that the one SNR also went to, the coach? The next one is their map, I believe. Yeah, I think the way the map picks... work is if you're the top seed, you get to pick maps 1, 3, and 5. Ooh, camera shake. And then maps 2 and 4. So in this series, it'll be WAC have picked these ones, I think. And that's a G. Genesis have picked this one. I think it's like that. Isn't I went back to WD-40?
The content of the game is a lot closer than the score depicts.
Long sleeve gaming, however, winning. It's impossible, really, but they're doing it.
I do yes, I do have to check production.
Kings Row was Genesis map pick? Yeah. So this next map pick, even though they lost, I think we'll get confirmation when we see the map picks, but this next map pick, if I understand the system right, should be WAC. Yeah, I don't know what's up with 9K's shoot. 9K's suit. It's like it's just riding up in the chair. I'm surprised no one's not just said it to him. Get his team out of the kitchen. What are they doing? It's competitive. It's like it's competitive until WAC just decide to do something really fucking wild. FPL check. We can check my fantasy team, but honestly, guys, it is fucked. Where are we? I'm so fucked, guys. Alright, so this is my team for this week. Salah's out this week, so I'm fucked. Solanke might not play. Yeah, I'm a Saka head. Obviously, lots of people are Haaland pilled because Haaland always does well against Man United, but I'm struggling in our FPL league, guys. So I actually need differentials right now. I need someone to come and carry me. And you know what makes... If you look at my team now, you might go, oh, I'm a bit unlucky and all that, right? But you have to bear in mind, I wildcarded last week. So the fact that I wildcarded, and this is my team after this, it's so fucked already for me.
Alright, so the backline of WAC is definitely to be...
Replace Salah with Holden when he's back.
Yes,
yeah.
Was amazing. I mean, we don't even have
yeah, I play FPL every week. We got an uncoachable league going. I can show you the uncoachable league. We got we only started the uncoachable league because there's this league, which is my mates and Chris. You guys know Chris Graham. Chris is winning, prick. But we also started an uncoachable league. So we've got a few of us who've done it from game 1, but we also have for like live uncoachable league, which only started from game week 24. Which Chris isn't quite winning, but he's pretty close. I'm in a dogfight not to get fucking bombed. I play FM. Yeah, I play Football Manager as well. I've not played it that much recently. But it's like a nice... I like playing Football Manager, just watch a podcast or something, watch like YouTube videos. But yeah, so we can look at Chris's team. So this was last week. Last week, how has he managed this? Like, oh my god. How has he managed Douglas Luiz and Leon Bailey? Fuck. I don't know what his team's going to be for this week. I don't know what his team's going to be this week. We can't see until the lock. How's he got a 36 pointer from Triple Villa? I know, right? The craziest thing is it could have even been higher if he'd really committed to it as well. Chris is the visionary. You know as well, when Holgend went on his goal scoring run, Chris had him for basically all of his goal scoring run. He like transferred him in for the goal scoring. Like we go back in Chris's team. So yeah, Holgend, obviously he gets injured this week, right? Or that's like his last one. Good week. But he's had Holgend this entire time. Another Holgend goal. Another... I don't know if I'm even saying it right, but Holgend goal. Another one. Oh, okay. Yeah, he didn't have him that one, but fuck. He had him a good amount of the time. He got like at least like 4 or... What was it? Like 7 games in a row or something? He got like at least 3 or 4 of them. Hoyland? That's right. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I don't even know what I'm hoping for this week. I need... I need Sheffield to actually have their entire lives ruined by Arsenal. I need that to happen. I need City to beat Man United, which is hard because I'm a Man United fan. But I need Haaland to not do that much because everyone's captaining him. I need Foden to go off. Or maybe I actually need Walker to go off. Walker's my differential in that one. Then I don't know. Maybe Solanke, and obviously Salah won't play. So I think Garnacho is still the best option, right? Is Alfie Doherty better than Craig Dawson? I feel like Newcastle haven't been scoring a lot. Yeah, there are EU OWCS Swiss matches today. Yeah, I need a Kyle Walker hat trick would actually put me over the edge. I think Genesis beat Runaway. Yeah, well, I'm a United fan, and I actually need City to beat United here for me to have a good week. I need us to lose quite significantly, unfortunately. What do we think? Is Alfie Doherty actually, is that the optimal?
We are coming up to potentially what may be the final map of the evening.
So yeah, I don't know. My FPL season might be really cooked. I still have all my chips though. I still have all my chips, but yeah. Yeah, Man United win, and like Walker to Foden, Man United win or something, or a goalless draw is actually okay. Well, actually no, I need the goal. Maybe actually a goalless draw, then I get the Walker clean sheet, and nobody gets any Haaland or Foden points. Oh, has Keller been subbed in? I'm not paying attention to the Overwatch. How come no one's playing Sojourn? I think people are just finding in general hit scan too hard to keep alive is the simplest explanation. A lot of this new DPS passive means it's so hard to pocket people through stuff now. And that hit scans are people who can't just survive independently. Really have a hard time. And if you don't have time as a hit scan, you don't get those opportunities, you're not going to be able to impact the game a lot. I don't think it's hard dead. I think when teams are playing the Ram Moira stuff and some maps as well, I think you can 100% get away with Sojourn if you want. Maybe Soldier's still better, but I think we saw Hybrid play it for some of Team Peps, and it was really okay. Kellen subbed in. Is this shifting the votes then? What are the predictions at right now? 94% WAC. The problem I have with Genesis is they're now starting to give me the indication of a team that are definitely good enough to win maps and win these games, but they're just going to find a way to horrendously choke it or beef it right at the end. WAC's map pick as well, so we're going to Esperanza.
So not a big surprise, because remembering what you said about Esperanza is that you just play the doofus dive mirror maybe.
United for Elspawn. Well, actually, well, kind of. I was actually born in Kent, which some people might say is typical of a Man United fan. But my dad's side of the family are Mancunian, so I have... It's in the bloodline, at least, and I was indoctrinated young, but... In many ways, I'm also the typical Man United fan from Kent.
No. It's totally fine, of course.
The point is, he's a main tanker player.
Seems like Spraycheck have signed to an org. Cloudy said on stream, not announced. Ooh. Who could it be, guys? Do you think they really have an org? I don't know. Yeah, the decision making from Genesis has been letting them down. They actually look competitive in terms of player ability. Maybe give or take a Lucio. They actually look pretty competitive. Leeds fan? Oh fuck. You live in Kent? I don't live in Kent anymore. I moved away for uni to Nottingham, and I am still in Nottingham to this day. It's actually a shame. I was going to go to the Forest game today, but I decided too late because my friends... I got some friends visiting this weekend, and one of them's a Liverpool fan, and Forest are playing Liverpool, and I'm 10 minutes from the Forest Stadium, and I've got a membership, not a season ticket, but like a membership. But he let me know too late. Now we decided too late that we wanted to go, basically. So we're going to watch it. We might go walk down to the stadium, hear the noise and stuff, but I might have actually gone to it, but it's okay. We'll watch it instead. Yeah, censoring the name uncoachable. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, game is paused.
Who could it be?
Well, I mean, As soon as I mention Winston, the game pauses. Maybe a coincidence or not.
I can't confirm. I don't think it could be anyone. Might be.
Coach, are you sure this is
Maybe they're the new London Spitfire. It's possible. Cloud9 are back. Cloud9 are back.
Pause as he did point out that he has some issues with his audio.
Why everyone's smiling? I learned Chris. I never feel this one because I normally play the match together. So but there's everyone.
Cloud9 Cloudy. Would go good, though. That would be good marketing. I feel like people would buy it. You could do some merch off that.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, of course, I understand that these players pretty much know each other, even across rosters.
There's no Boston team to upset the Spitfire.
Really
Yeah, it seems Robert Kraft hasn't been super keen to get back into it.
very intrigued to see
All right, are we actually starting? Should we close for bets? Close for bets. 82% WAC.
So the monkey com is by a lot of teams say.
Let's see. All right, Kellen in playing Winston. So this is actually what we see. This is what we saw SSG doing a lot in some of the EU scrims. And the problem Haddy had was keeping himself alive. So I think the way you want to play this comp is, the simplest form is you want to play through the Doomfist if you are Genesis. You want to force the Doomfist cooldowns, use your bubble advantage to stop the Doomfist getting value, let your DPS peak and win those duels. And we actually managed to kill Shoot early on here. But Kellen can't get out. And this is the problem for the Winston players. Can I survive longer than my first set of cooldowns? Can I ever get out and reset again? Well, Stalemate are out now. Lip gonna have his recall forced actually, so probably has to give space here. Decay's is forced a little bit later. Heesang's back now. Both teams gonna kind of stabilize. Jumpin is on Ball. Ball bin. Big slam. Everyone talks so highly of Jumpin Ball. And he has immediately killed Choi Tae-wan, so we'll see how much he can do. I've not seen loads of Jumpin Ball, but I remember Chris talking about it, and that it's impossible to play against. He's just a hard carry. So let's see if Jumpin can take over now. Is he just spawn camping the Echo? He's spawn camping the Echo! Jumpin's taken over. Choi Tae-wan in shambles. Alright, 5v4, Jumpin's coming back, the Balls just move it. Is Choi Tae-wan going to get spawn camped again? No. He's safe, he's all over Teru though. Teru's going to get pocketed through it, looking for another slam. Gets Teru, more pressure on him, making his life hard as all heck. And Heesang's actually won the Echo duel when this is going on. Kellen trying to get value, it's a copy Kiri from Heesang. Not hitting anything though, come on Hees. Beat late. Why is he beaten back? Oh, it's ugly. It's an ugly beat. It's a disaster. And now it's support our advantage of a WAC. Yeah, people aren't getting robbed by Heesang anymore. People are getting robbed by Jumpin taking all their points. Okay.
Is quite similar lore. They're like making the fight dirty, and that they don't require a lot of healing.
It's so hard. Oh, they're going to beat an aggressive here. Mac is super committed. Yeah, they're just going to demolish him. Heesang uses the beat to win the Echo duel. Trade is good from Kellen. Yeah, they're going to have to give space, but they're okay to stabilize. It's only Lucio, though, so they can kind of just take the fight, and Trong will be there in a little bit. We're going to give space. Are we going back to the high ground? Oh, no, they're just holding the corner. Oh, where's Choi Tae-wan? Choi Tae-wan is getting absolutely... He's just getting his shit ran. Primal comes out from Kellum. Giving him the old loop-to-loop. Just using it as a survive tool. Still getting more meters. Still getting more meters. Copy Ball. Why is Choi Tae-wan copied Ball? He's getting spawn camped and he's copied Ball. Choi Tae-wan, his mental's in shambles right now. He's gone Sombra. Choi Tae-wan is actually just... He's gone. He's gone, guys. Copy Tracer all over Kellen. Nowhere for him to go. Yeah, Choi Tae-wan is a lot. He's gone. Genesis, it's over. This is a full cap. This is a full cap. Why is Teru all the way back there? They've lost the plot.
might be able to
What a desperate pulse bomb from Decay. Oh, it's over. Kellen's doomed. Choice of one. Alright, well, at least for good news if your Genesis is you got loads of time to push this back now. You got 5 minutes 40 to bring this one back. Holding, still have this beat. Chirong's gonna beat in, counter beat. Good from Terry. Alright. WAC were ready for it though, take a step back. Kitsuneyo on top. They're just gonna keep disengaging us though. Can they find any kills? Lip stuck behind maybe. Maybe they can get Lip? No. No value out of these double support ults. Now, Shu's about to drop this Kitsune rush on point, and that should be it. Copy on top as well. Jumping kills Choice 01 again. He's la, poor Choice 01. Yeah, it's over. No touch? No touch. Wow. Wow. Choice 01 probably got like 80 damage.
It's a 3-0. I mean, I thought this match was going to be close, and wasn't. Yes, sometimes.
They've been absolutely smashed, no? It's I thought it would be so much better than that from... I mean, we saw it kind of, right? Like when we were on... Before like the King's Road disaster, the first map, I watch it and it seems close.
DK can't do anything.
DK's just laughing.
But it's not, at least they tried. At least they tried it. They're never expecting the bull came out for the counter Winston. So that is only why they losing the fight. But first fight, almost they won.
Yep.
WAC on top. Do you think EU and US will have closer matches? I think yeah, in general, once we get to the group stage of Europe and America, most of those games will hopefully look a little bit more competitive. Who's the player for match? Heesang? Yeah. Why is he doing an M? What's the M? Is he sponsored by McDonald's? What's he doing? That's a heart? Could be a heart? That's not, it's a heart. Oh, come on. Oh, this is a heart, is it? This is a heart. It's a heart? Oh, come on. I mean, I agree with you, that's probably what he's trying to do. But it doesn't look like a heart. He's trying to hype up McDonald's. Yeah, I think he might just be trying to hype up McDonald's. Mo Farah fanboy. It's Ditto? Yeah. Fishing for sponsors? Yeah, but don't wait for sponsors to come to you. Just start advertising stuff and then hope they give you a paycheck afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, his entire team also enabled Heesang to do what he does best, right?
Shouting out his future employer, maybe. So, what did we... It was a bit of a wank day, ultimately, wasn't it?
His duplicates were very, very impactful as well.
What have we learned from today? What have we learned today, guys? What's been the important lessons? So, we've learned... Maybe the most important lesson of the day is never leave your computer with a French person. And that's the first big lesson. Outside of that, we've learned that Genesis have really fragile mentals. We've learned Heesang's Echo is actually really good. And we've learned that Kalios's Doom is actually really okay. And yeah, we've learned that Jumbin is the guy on Bull. I don't know if we've learned that, but we've had it confirmed.
I am back just like we are back. And player of the match for this match.
Oh, they're very loud. Why are they so loud? Would make more if I didn't believe CX's lies about Genesis. They look close at some points. They just have no mental.
Is at the center of the victory.
We just needed Choice 01 not to get spawn camped several times in a row. It was the King's Road that boomed them. Like, if we go to the... It was the King's Row that boomed them. They were fine.
First thing,
They were fine until they got spawn camped in King's Row.
this is
That comp differential on King's Row really threw them off when they nearly got full held trying to do the dives.
it
I think
looked
that's when
very
they lost their
close
heads.
at some points of the match, but in the
It's
end,
possible as well that from scrims, that actually the Falcons WAC tier is so big that everyone just sort of takes these games with a pinch of salt. That, oh, okay, we're just going to loosen these two teams, and we'll see how the other teams do. Can I do a full analysis on Genesis' first point attack on King's Row? I don't think the things will be up now.
have to talk about his performance.
Poker face. Oh, they're actually updating really quickly.
How does he?
Should we go into it? We can do a breakdown of it. We got time for one. Yeah, yesterday they took quite a while, but hopefully these ones aren't too long. If they don't take too long, we can have a look at it. Yeah.
And the crowd is saying no, that's not true.
자, 이번에 또 조합을 말하지 않을 수 없는데 기존에 보던 팀들과는 좀 다른
It's
조합들이 많이
the comps that
나왔어요.
you
그래서
showcased
보는
or
저희는
WAC
더
showcased today was a little
걱정적이었는데
different from
이번 조합
the other
어떤
comps that other
전략이었나요?
teams showcased. So please tell us.
Yeah, it looked really sort of like basic as fuck Overwatch. Just, we can all in, we can go.
Comps that we prepared were more of
I mean, I think, yeah, in theory, it should still be good. Is that sheet public? Yeah. What's the command? It's like hashtag replay, or not hashtag, exclamation mark replays. Someone hit the command.
say for the fans.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, sheet's public. All the replays for all regions are here. There's the. I don't think the Swiss ones won't be here, so it's only from group stage onwards. But all the group stage replays will be on here.
There be any fan service ceremony
And what we need is
for the future, and he says he promises to give a little bit more fan service. Back to the casters.
I mean, yeah, our mics were.
all right. Yeah, all these games were stomps. Are we in for more luck tomorrow? The answer might upset you. I think this game's going to be a stomp in this direction. This game will be a stomp in this direction. Oh, WAC are going to play Sin Prisa tomorrow. Do you think we're going to have an entire week where there's not a single map traded amongst teams? It's really possible. Really odds on. EU the only competitive region? I mean, it'll be better later on, right? Like, we'll get more, like, you know, like, as soon as we get to, like, next week's, we're already looking at situations like, oh, FTG Yeti, that'll be good. This game will be close, at least. Yeti versus WAC, Genesis versus Runaway, Runaway versus Yeti. You know, like, so next week, I think we just get, like, a handful more games that are, like, close and competitive. And then after that, we're still going to get like Genesis versus Falcons, FTG versus WAC. Like, this third week's starting to look pretty good, right? This should be decent. This should be good. That'll be good, actually. Yeah, like, so third week looks pretty good. And maybe we've just been a little bit unlucky with how the games have fallen this week. Because on paper, I think this WAC Genesis game was actually the only one that was meant to be good. Vesta versus SPG will be peak. When's that? Is that quite late on? Where is it? This one? Round 10? This is the final week of the final week of the first group stage. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, in terms of what we learned today, how are things shaping up? There's no real surprises. Yes, the only team we are yet to see play. You just want SPG to play Milgari? I think one of the things that's probably made this feel a little bit worse as well is that these teams, or the teams we've just seen 3-0 have just gone down. I mean, no team's changing comp, really. I guess we saw Genesis do that a bit today by playing some of the Zen Ana or Ana Brig and all of this. and then trying Kellen on map 3 on Winston. I feel like, ironically, what I foresaw all week is teams need to stop fucking just taking the mirror if they think there ain't no way of winning it. And then once I got to this WAC Genesis one, actually they should have just stayed on the mirror. They actually had a really decent chance on the mirror, and then they just start doing other shit, and it all goes wrong. It all goes wrong. All right, we'll keep refreshing this. If they come up, we'll look at the King's Row attack. If not, we'll probably end the stream in a little bit. EMEA Swiss started yesterday, but there's no official broadcast, even though there will be more games today. So I think who was streaming last night? Master and Vessler was streaming theirs. Astro was streaming his. Is there anyone else? I think FD God was streaming his. Was Chasm streaming his? Was he playing? Is he on yeah again? Oh, Chase stream too? Yeah. I think that kind of matches with... Where's my... So I think my main plan... Let's go here. My main plan for these remaining days... I don't know if this video will actually release today, but in theory I've maybe got a video. It'll either come out today or tomorrow. So now it'll just be a YouTube video. But my plan for this Sunday is we'll do the exact same that we did this morning in terms of we're going to do the Korea co-stream, same time, same place. Get to see Yeti play for the first time. That'll be kind of cool. And then I'm not going to stream any of tonight's, but tomorrow I'll do like a Soccer Saturday style stream. Because the problem with Swiss and co-streaming it is you can't actually get into the lobby of any of these games because it's all just done through the Faceit system, so it's all super locked down. But what we'll do is just kind of a follow-in results, trying to figure out who's going to qualify live. So we'll just do lots of following other people's streams, following the results, trying to figure things out as we go, and trying to figure out who that top 8 is going to be for Europe. And then after that, we're actually going to have exclusive Toronto access to Toronto's point of view. So Kasaurus is going to share his POV with us of him watching the games and watching the players, and we'll do a bit of a co-stream following Toronto's route through the Swiss. But we'll try and keep up with the other NA Swiss results as well in terms of what's happening and who's getting ranked where. Ranked where? Is the Scrimcoms video going to be just a Scrim VOD, or it's going to be like a breakdown? So the general format is I do a little bit of an intro, and then we look at one particular fight where I think we played particularly well and communicated particularly well on Ryan Sim last season, and I'll just sort of like break it down, like what bits are good, what bits are important, and then it'll just be like a clean, here's all of it put together, and then some final thoughts. So you'll get, it's just one fight essentially, but I think there's a lot of good examples of lots of things we do well. But now it'll be out. It's either today, maybe today, or maybe this weekend. Wait, what time is the football? 3 o'clock for Liverpool game? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can probably do it before then. I'll get it ready before then at least. But yeah, and that's the main plan. And then next week we're starting a bit more. I mean, it starts here, but what will happen next week is we're not just getting the Toronto exclusive on Sunday for the Swiss. This channel is going to be partnered with Toronto, and we're going to bring you all the Toronto scrims over the next week or so. So loads of teams have signed off on it. Gators team have signed off on it. Timeless have said we're okay to watch their scrims as well, as have, am I forgetting someone? Oh, well, Kaluja's team did say yes, but you know, hopefully the new McGravy team will be okay with it as well. I'm sure they won't. Hopefully they won't mind, and I can go into that. And we'll still bring the EU ones as well, because hopefully Spray Check and SSG and EXO are all still okay with it. Peps are still okay with it. So actually, quite a hefty schedule of scrims next week. Is Goomba actually behind that WD-40 team then? Because I saw, was it McGravy and SNR are on it? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, then it'll probably be fine then. Shouldn't be a problem. So what you'll see is everything will probably become a little bit more Toronto themed. Obviously, everything's quite blue at the moment, but it will start becoming a little bit more red. I have to Toronto myself up. I've still got it somewhere. Where is it? Is it this one? Here it is. Oh! I shouldn't put it directly below the things. I'll put it somewhere useful. Go up here. There we go. But yeah, so we'll be bringing you loads of Toronto stuff next week, but we'll try and do the EU stuff as well. We'll obviously just... like, the EU stuff is obviously unconnected to the Toronto stuff. So we'll just try and do a little bit of both. But other than that, I think... I don't know. It's been an okay game. The last match... okay game. It's been an okay day. The last match was a big shame, really. I thought I was going to do a lot better. Or be a lot closer. And it had the potential to. I think we look at it and it's like... I think Jumbin's Doom didn't look crazy, right? I think what KSA was saying about Jumbin's Doom being so oppressive, I think maybe it was just into the ram. It's like if you're losing to a dive team as like a ram or some kind of brawl ground tank team, the Doomfist is always going to feel like he's getting like the Doom will carry in those situations. The Doom and Echo will feel super oppressive. The Genesis mental collapse has to be imminent. Yeah, they just seem to... I don't know if it was like booming or if they just weren't taking it seriously. I think one thing that's possible, if we just go back to the thing for a second. One thing that's possible is that actually Falcons and WAC have such a tier break above everyone else that people, like if they lose these games, people are just like, oh, okay, we lost it. It's not the end of the world. It just is what it is type thing. It's really possible that's the case. Yeah, I think even above FTG. So either that's true, that the tier break between these two teams is so big that everyone just accepts. Because it's the same in Overwatch League. If we lost to the Atlanta Reign in the league, or we lost to Florida Mayhem in the league, we'd obviously be sad that we lost. But we wouldn't lose our minds. We wouldn't get hard tilted. I can't believe we lost to the Atlanta Reign, guys. How did we not fucking beat those guys? Like, it's a lot easier to brush these ones off if you're underdogs. And if that's how the power rankings are for all these teams, then maybe part of what Genesis were experiencing today was just like, it's fucked, guys. I can't fucking touch these guys. It's okay. We'll keep competing for the spots we can fight for. You got to remember, too, that this part of the group stage, the system's different. It's different in Korea compared to Europe and America. So what we're looking at here is to get out of Korea groups, what you do is there's a top 4, like 5 to 8, and then a 9. So the 9th team, they're fucking dead. The 9th team fucking dies. They're gone forever. But these top 4 go to a seeding group. And then the seeding group has 4 teams in it. In the 4-team seeding group, there's a top 2 and a bottom 2. And there'll be a bit of a round robin where everyone plays everyone. I think everyone plays everyone twice as well, right? Yeah. So then the top 2 seeds will go something like this. The bottom 2 seeds will go something like this. And then of these 5th to 8th teams, they go into a fucking last chance qualifier, which is a double elim bracket, which I think... Oh, wait. Let me erase those bits. I can't remember exactly how this one goes, but I think it will just be like, there's 4 teams, right? So they'll just go into this. And then we'll just do a double elim bracket. And then the top 2 teams, from here, will join this one and go into here. So, as much as these group stages are obviously a good way for us to get the power level of all the teams and everything, there's a lot more to happen. There's a lot more to happen in Korea before we really get to crunch time of who gets top 4. Yeah, there's a mini play-in bracket essentially, because the way it works after this, so out of this, That's why there's a third place match. So this team, the top 2 teams, and the winner of this game, they go through to the Korea LAN. And then this 4th place team goes into a wild card game against, if I can type, the 3rd. Oh, it's gone behind the camera now, hasn't it? Fuck, hold on. But yeah, so these 2 teams and this 3rd place team, 1, 2, 3, they go to the Korea LAN. And then this 4th place team goes into a wild card against, it's the 3rd from Japan and the 3rd from Pacific. And then they'll go into a wild card tournament, and then the winner of that wild card tournament joins the 3 Korean teams at the Korea LAN. And so there's loads more to happen to figure out exactly who's even going to the LAN in Asia. So, and you got to then bear in mind as well that timeline-wise, this group stage has 3 more weeks left. So we're now 2 days into week 1. So we're going to have played 3 rounds. But then there's 3 more rounds. There's 9 more rounds after this. 3 weeks, 9 more rounds. And this finishes on the 24th of March. And the 24th of March, so when just part 1 of Korea ends, this is going to be EU ends on the 24th as well. So by the time we get the end of this group, the entire EU and NA bracket will have gone. So as much as it's exciting that Korea started, we're really just starting in Korea. Then all of this stuff is going to happen afterwards. All of this stuff. And then we get to the Asia LAN, which is wherever it is. Oh, I've lost the calendar. This one? Yeah. Wait, where's the Asia one? This is the one I want. Yeah, so stage 1 qualifiers. And then playoffs and wildcards, stage 1 event, and then they get to the major. So wait, are they only going to play 1 event, essentially? I'm just piecing this together now. But yeah, they're only going to play 1 event. EU and NA are going to play 2 events. Oh, okay. Interesting. So actually, that is interesting, actually, isn't it? Because it means essentially that these top 9 teams are just the top 9 teams that have any chance of going to the major. They're way more locked in than the NA and EU teams are, because the NA and EU teams can shift around and change a lot more. But the Korea teams, all the APAC teams are really locked in, aren't they? Because they're just going to keep going. Because you know when I said that group stage ends? Why is the Asian region so different? I'm not sure. Racism? Yeah, maybe it's just racism on their part. Different. It is obviously, it is run by a completely different tournament organizer. So maybe they want a different structure. Obviously, what happens... It's a little bit weird, yeah, because obviously what happens when the nice thing that other games have is if you're Counter-Strike and you're giving stuff out to ESL and Blast and Faceit and whoever else to organize all your tournaments, what you get is loads of different looking LANs throughout the year, which can be good, but can also cause a load of problems. In terms of some formats can just be shit, or people are just experimenting for the sake of experimenting, it's not actually better. But because essentially half the world, 2/3 of the regions, maybe that's the fairest way to say it, 2/3 of the regions are all ran by Faceit. It's actually still quite a homogenized look for all of Europe and America. And it's obviously quite nice because obviously it means they get to feed in together to this event, but it means it's very different from this event all of a sudden. So, yeah. All right. You say the replay codes are up as well? Which one is it? This one? Alright, should we have a goose? Let me bring up my game. Let's stick it in. Alright, what have I got here? Let's turn off... Let's transition. Turn off predictions. Turn off Toronto Defiant for now. Turn off predictions. It's only 2 APAC teams get to the international ones, so it's an 8 team bracket. They only let 2 Koreans in. All right, so let's take a look. We'll only do a little bit of this because I do have to also go out afterwards as well. But we'll take a look at the King's Row attack and why, even though in theory Genesis should have kind of hard rolled this, they didn't. And this is where it all started to fall apart. Let's crank my sound down. Alright, you can see my pen when we do this, can't we? Yeah, maybe we want yellow for King's Row. King's Row's a... Yeah, okay. We can skip over... Is it probably like there? Too soon. Alright. Oh. Okay. So the general idea is, with this type of all-in comp, what you want to do is, if you can get on top of the Ana or Zen, you can have your D.Va drop your Matrix over the Zen so the Ana can't heal him, and then you just fucking kill him. And this can be really reasonable. I think the D.Va versus the Ana Zen is quite a nice matchup in terms of the D.Va Zens. It's much easier to actually kill the Ana Zen than maybe some of the others. I still think Doom would be fine in all honesty, but you have to bear in mind, playing Doom into Ana Zen, you obviously still have a lot of kill potential, but the Ana Zen have loads of kill potential on you as well. So it actually becomes a pretty volatile skill matchup. And if you're not really, there's really a big chance that the Ana Zen can just obliterate you. I'm not sure. I think there's like a few different things. I think the D.Va being played here is because of the Ana Zen. I think the reason Falcons play it is just to let Hanbin play, just to give Hanbin maps, rather than anything dramatic. Hold on, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. So that's why I think we see some of the D.Va. And the general theory for this is, if you can get all of these guys on top of the Ana Zen, you should hopefully feel good to kill them. The other side of this, the WAC side, is my Ana Zen is going to be the primary target. Can my Sig buy enough time for him, make the dive high enough that my Tracer and my Echo can carry? So when these guys go like this, I want my Echo to carry, I want my Tracer to carry. We would call this like killing the tail, or like fuck these guys on the way in, you know? Like, we're never going to stop the D.Va necessarily, but can we stop the other guys? So it becomes a pretty one-dimensional, almost like, if you want like the sports analogy, it's like attack v defense, right? It's a, can WAC, can we survive? Or can we actually find the kills and connect on the backline? So one thing you can do to kind of manipulate this is, one thing that the Sigma hates is if he ever has to drop to point. It's really shit for him. So if there's a way for these guys to force point, probably with the Genji, probably with the D.Va, and just try and force more resources to point. Obviously, in theory, you do lose the point fight versus Zen Ana because they have so much more pocket and utility. But you also kind of don't, right? Like, if Lip has to come and touch point, or Heesang has to come and touch point, they still get fucking headshot by a Kiriko. They still have a hard time, you know? It takes a little bit longer, but you can still actually just play a little bit through point here, then go over the top. And I think this is... We'll see how the fights actually go out, but I think that's... When I looked at it the first time, that was the big fundamental problem, is we're just a bit too one-dimensional with our dives. So, we'll see the first dive come in. We go to hotel. We're going to wait for Choice 01 to come on Echo. Well, actually, okay. Problem one. Problem one, we didn't fucking wait for our guy. Fuck's sake. The problem one, we didn't wait for our guys. And this is obviously going to cause us problems. Or maybe we are kind of just soft diving, so we're not all committing here. Maka's going to TP up. So we get kind of what we want, right? We get some people going here, and we get some people going here. But if I go and look at Choice 01 and go, what angle do we have? Kind of just some downtown stickies. Doesn't feel that great, really. So then, if we look at this from like Heesang's point of view, it's going to be very easy for him. It's just follow the dive in, hit something. Discord onto Decay earlier on. Heesang's able to connect with Discord. All seems really good. And I think what's going to happen is, because we all in on one timing here, Max's job is going to be really easy as well, because everyone's diving my backline. Try and rock for Diva. Shield some damage. And now I'm going to Matrix everything. And I'm actually just Matrixing all the damage. And my Zen Ana, we've had good movement. Like... It's not completely straightforward for WAC, but it's also pretty simple if you're good. Everyone's used their cooldowns correctly. We're going to see Shu's going to manage to get the nade through Matrix. Because Decay dies early, and I go again, where's Choice 01? Right? There's all-in dive can work, and you can trade kills, because you can also make an argument that if we're Genesis and we all land here and my Genji just immediately dies, but then my Echo is now just here and hits all the stickies, we just win through trading kills anyway. So even if our guy dies for it, our Diva dies for it, our Genji dies for it, we were able to overwhelm them. And I think you can still do that a lot of the time with all in dive, and that's why we don't see these comps. But I think this area is like a really nice area for the Zenans to play in and kiting, because it really limits the dive team's abilities to get on them. But if you're only diving with 5 people, you're probably going to feel a lot worse. Like, I think it's not even completely Choice 01's fault. They didn't wait for him. They do like this dive when Choice 01 is still in spawn going on Widow. You can also make the argument like, why the fuck is Choice 01 on Widow for so long? But grow. I think the idea was 4 people go hotel. Choice 01 is Widow here. So if Heesang does anything like this, like maybe he gets something. I guess an opportunity on Widow, but don't know. Just fucking go and do the dive, mate. Get off Widow. What's the score of this game? It was 3-0. 3-0 to WAC. It got... yeah, to be fair, there was elements of closeness, but it very quickly faded. So anyway. Alright, attempt number 1 was a bust. Attempt number 2. This time we have 5 people. Again, you see Heesang. We always talked about this on London. We would call them intercept positions. So if I'm Heesang and Lip, my job is to kill something that goes in, right? So if I want to kill something that goes in, I don't want to be overly far forward, because I know what these guys are going to do. These guys want to get on these guys. So this movement is going to be super predictable from them. So I want to stand somewhere where I can intercept him. So Heesang's position here, he's super ready for it. Doing the right thing. But the main problem is, why isn't this dive working for Genesis? So again, we see Shu is hard baiting here, right? Shu wants the dive to come on him. The dive comes on him. Shu's ready to go. He's going to walk into Max. He's going to be orbed the entire time, I presume, right? Yeah, oh, got it on our Sigma. Surely we'll... Yeah, we orb our Ana out. We go all the way back. And again, what do I want if I'm diving a team? We talked about it a little bit when we talked about the old Tracer Sombrers. We want a cut. We don't want everyone to come from this same angle, or the kite's really easy. We want someone to come from this angle. In fact, it's so expected that someone's going to try and cut them. Now, Heesang's already just trying to camp this area. He wants to camp the Genji because Heesang's trying to be a step ahead of this dive. But if you ever dive anyone, you want to try and get multiple angles, because otherwise it's too easy to run away and peel from. If we look at Shu's life, Shu's life should feel like hell. And the question is, does Shu's life feel like hell here? Again, Shu's played around the Matrix really nicely in both fights. He's done his part of it. But it's just too easy, right? It's just too easy because they're pushing into a team in a tiny corridor where they can get insane cooldown value. Max's shield, and Max is playing with full shield, full matrix. They're getting so much value out of it. And I go like, well, they're all coming from one side. Decay hasn't been able to do anything. Again, Heesang's just hitting the stickies on him beforehand. We start to have this, whereas like, we talked about changing the order of dives now with the new DPS passive. We talked about in like, when London were doing some things where actually Backbone would lead the charge on Genji to make the life a little bit harder, a little bit easier for Hadi to follow him. Maybe we can start doing some of the same things here. Go like, well, this Echo is fucking our Genji, but can we be smarter about this? Can our Genji lead the way, and actually our Diva plays to push the Echo? If the Echo's playing hard to camp here, can we actually just pull the attention in different ways? Because if our Diva or Echo look at this Echo at some point, or even our Echo plays to counter dive the Echo, you know? Like, what are we all doing? We're just 5 people trying to land on an Ana. Like, what opportunity does Choice 01 get here? Alright, we're going to use... Step 1, we use our fucking stickies before we go. Cool. Didn't want them anyway. But what opportunity does Choice 01 really have here? Was actually, if we could find an opportunity to counter dive this Echo, maybe we can find something a little bit more. But yeah, just super one-dimensional, super basic dives. And there's no cut, there's no baiting or pulling anyone out of position first. Because if you guys remember, Houston last year would run Ana Zen on some of these types of maps. That's a Z, believe it or not. That's a Z. But when they've got this really overpowered high ground where the Ana Zen could just play here forever. Do you remember Houston's Shrine? You know when you've got the Shrine point and then you just have these like little fucking, the high grounds up here, and Houston would just play that Ana Zen coming in and out of this room. Again, that's a Z, believe it or not. And it would be so hard to deal with because Shu and Violet would just be parked there and it'd be impossible. And then, okay, so in this dive, they do actually get the guide. This is the sort of powers. You can actually even still trade through all of this just because it's so oppressive. But they're going to cost everything for it, right? And the trade is good as far as WAC are confirmed. I don't know. Genesis felt like they just lost their heads a little bit today. Alright, so now we're going to see a similar situation. Shu's going to have to... Genesis do the right kind of thing where they're like, Shu's going to have to try and come this way, right? Because to do this, I would say it would be way too slow on the respawn. So can we catch Shu in this transition area? Perfect, cool. But if I press now and I say, have Genesis dive the Ana? Well, Genesis haven't dived the Ana. Fucking Kalios has, though. It sort of becomes obvious why these dives aren't working. Alright, we're going to transcend to save him. Everyone else is going to come now. Alright, but again, if we ask ourselves, is Shu's life should be fucking hell? Is Shu's life hell? He probably doesn't even need for Transcendence, if we're being honest. But the funny thing is Chirong probably expect this to be a way more scary dive, and that in theory, they should need for Transcendence. But they don't. And again, Lip's able to get the Pulse Bomb kill. Lip and Heesang are doing their jobs. Shu's life hits for sleep. He does get full stickied. Choice 01 does. They do, like, get Choice 01 the opening they were hoping for. But the damage is sort of already done. You obviously got to be really careful as well. If they have Transcendence, you don't really want to all-in dive unless you have a beat or something to keep going as well. So, okay, we're 2 minutes in. We've had several attempts, and they've all been fucking shit. But we'll get a good one. We'll get a good one eventually, right? So, again, exact same setup. We have the boys in the corridor. We have Heesang ready to fuck up Decay's day a little bit more. Max ready to use all these cooldowns in this direction. All right, we're going to go through Hotel again. So again, what do we want in this situation? Can we get people behind here? Maybe not. Maybe it's quite tricky. But if they're going to position to this back high ground, maybe we can even force point, right? There's a bit of a... mind game's not the right word. There's a bit of reading what the other team are trying to do. And you'll see in my comms video, but one of the first things Hadi says in the fight we look at is, let's do something different than we did in previous fight, just so we're a little bit harder to read, or harder to predict. So far, we've all in dived. So Chirong and Shu have gone, these guys just fucking see us and they all press shift. So let's play in a really safe position to make sure we don't just get shifted next time. So now they're playing super far back. So you go, oh, these guys are just playing in the fucking Mozambique. They're all the way over there. What if I just start touching point and go, your angle's shit? And then if anyone ever drops or comes out the window or peeks too far, then we hit the go button and we pull the trigger. I can't remember exactly what we're doing this fight, but I can probably guess we're just going to dive. All right, we see the Echo. We do a little bit to try and find where they are. I guess they don't actually have information here, right? So they're trying to find. Again, if I look at this dive and I go, doesn't feel great, does it? Because Kalios gets good value, and this is for power. This is why D.Va can be good into Ana Zen, because if you can connect with D.Va, you can actually make their life really scary. You can eat nade, eat sleep, or just even eat the heals onto the Zen is pretty good. So we get the orb onto him. Did Shu use any of his cooldowns? Of course he didn't, because Shu's too fucking good. Always manages to get his nade off. Still has his sleep. But again, if we look at like this moment where Kalios connects, does anybody else connect? Kalios is on the backline now. But if I go to Choice One's POV, I'm not on the backline. I'm on a Tracer. Right? So it doesn't feel like it took us too long to figure out where they were, too long to figure out how we were playing, and then we don't even connect necessarily with what we actually wanted to do. There's even a world where actually, we don't even have to all be on the backline, but if Kalios is going to do something like this, maybe their Sigma dies. The problem is, it's actually, the Sigma's really, really happy to fight in here. So maybe it's not as easy to kill the Sigma. But in general, an Echo can kill the Sigma a lot of the time. An Echo Genji can just go kill this Sigma, even through his Matrix and stuff. It's harder in this corridor for sure. But the bigger problem is, whether we're on backline or on the Sigma instead, we're on neither things here. So by the time DK arrives, fucking DK is here now, right? But someone's been nanoed. We still managed to kill Viana through it all. But then we use the Flux. But Decay gets the... we still actually kill the backline, even though our dive isn't that great. But we're able to get the trade-off. Terry still doesn't quite have beat. And now a little bit of this is the fact that we just didn't quite have beat in time, didn't quite have blade in time. We just don't have our ults quite in time because we spent the first 2 minutes just fucking throwing. Yeah. Yeah, mirror on WD-40 now. Yeah, just bad timing. It's bad timing and it's really one-dimensional. Just doing the same thing every time. So now, Shu and Chorong are going to come back a little bit slower. Oh, Terry's going to eat a fucking rock. Fuck. Force out the early Suzu. Now we are sort of reading. Obviously, it's easier when when WOC are being fucked by respawns, but now we're actually reading that. Hey, these guys are really far away. Max is vulnerable. Should we just dive Max? We can just go kill Max, right? The answer should be yes. There we go. We got him. Easy. I don't know how Heesang just gets the kill in the meantime. Oh, okay, just rolls him. Again, if I'm still thinking I feel like, Choice 01 probably had the weakest performance out of anyone here. Maybe the biggest thing I'm worried about on Genesis, other than their mental stability, is the fact that I had Choice 01 pegged quite highly as a DPS, especially in this sort of meta. And maybe Heesang's just really good, but he was anonymous today. He was really anonymous today. So then, yeah, Heesang's actually just able to carry. Feels like... I don't know. It feels a little bit too easy for Heesang. No one's ever really looking at him. In any of these fights, have we actually seen anyone look at Heesang? Pegging not good. I actually can't say anything in front of you guys. Oh, fuck. He's actually deleting people. Yeah, so no one looking at Heesang, not enough respect. Whenever you play against Echo, you always have to be wary of these mid to late fight timings. Because if the Echo just gets in this free engage where she just gets to drop onto your backline, she's going to fuck up your day. And it's fair to say Genesis's day has been fucked up. Yeah, Troy is just, yeah, like, Heatang just gets to do whatever he wants. Now Decay's going to go at Widow. Not, I mean, if he gets worth a shot, right? See, catching on overextending. That's obviously actually how Runaway capped against Falcons, because Cheer was fucking in the spawn and got a headshot. Alright, but now we have a dive. Now we have our beat. This should be the reason these comps often lose out to these comps over the course as well is even if you can survive some of the neutral dives, the problem is there's two ways. You either just get traded, kind of like we see, right? Even though we looked at some of these dives from Genesis and thought they weren't that good, they actually still killed Shu twice and Charong once, despite all their problems. So the backline still has a really hard time. But then what should really happen is these support ults just break the other comp. Because if you don't have Transcendence or Beat or something of your own, there's no way to really respond to these things, because they can dive, and then they can Kitsune Rush on top of you and keep going. Or they can dive, and they can beat and keep going. And there's no way for you to survive. So I think that's why these comps outvalue these type of comps most of the time. But if you make enough mistakes or get low enough value through some of your dives, this is why you start to see the comp run into problems, just like Genesis did here. Yeah, WAC versus Genesis from today. Just map 2, really. Mainly just this attack as well. Okay. So now we're back on Doom. Shoes. Where are we going, Shu? Oh, yeah, gets booped down. Yeah, Kalios was good. Pushed him into what can only be described as a horrendous position now for Shu. Has to lamp himself out. And you see all of a sudden, like I know we're dealing with respawns and other stuff. But yeah, we're just able to take it a little bit slower. We spot someone's in a bad position. We've even started touching point. I know we've not only got progress, but we had progress for a little bit. We pulled people around. It helps that they're respawning, but all of a sudden we're able to force Shu out of position. And then we just get a really free dive all of a sudden. This time again, Heesang's able to force our copy for free. We punch him out. And now we're just like, I don't know if Kalios really could have... Alright, we get him. This fly-in from Kalios at the end is crazy, actually. I don't like... This just feels like Kalios seems convinced we are going for more here. We want to kill this Zen before he gets trans. Which, I don't know if the ult call was this perfect, but really would have helped. Really would have helped. But there's clearly a bit of a disconnect here between what Kalios wants to do and what everyone else wants to do. So he goes super deep, he loses it, and we do eventually cap it. But fuck me. Now Choicer 1's going to try and throw the cap as well. Oh, we're finally back. We're finally back. And I think actually, ultimately, what saves him is just the fact that Maka just kills people on the way in, honestly. Like if Maka doesn't do this, maybe this is really fucked for him, because Heesang's copied Tracer as well. Like, despite actually finally getting a successful dive and catching Shu out of position, Maka still kind of needs to do it. Hey Adam, long-time viewer, first-time chatter, just wondering why I have such a bad crosshair. Wow. It's because I mostly play Winston, mate. The crosshair doesn't matter. I don't think you've ever seen anyone willingly choose green circle with a dot in the middle. Well, green's a good color. I think we're all, consensus-wise, green is good. When I used to play TF2, which is probably like my main game, I had 2 crosshairs. Do I have enough colors on Epic Pen to show you? I don't really. I had 2 crosshairs. So one was just a green circle, which I used for projectiles. Imagine that's green. But just green circle. And then I had pink, just a pink, but it was just like that standard crosshair. And I would use the circle for projectile and the cross for hit scan. But on Overwatch, I didn't really try that hard. I kind of just used the default one, and I just used green because I always find like green's like an easier color for me to pick out on most maps. For the same reason I picked pink. I thought green and pink were the most sort of standout colors. Green is a shit crosshair color. What's the right crosshair color? Like a yellow then? I don't know. I feel like green is the best. I'm pretty green pill. Green or pink is how I feel about it. Green is great? Yeah, thank you. Green is right. We'll be careful with the phrasing of that one, but yeah. But yeah, so hopefully, I just want to, yeah, so, since you asked for it, I thought that was probably a good, or a good example of how not to go about in this comp and why it felt maybe so easy for WAC during this defense particularly, but why in reality, this comp should beat this comp. Yeah. Playing tank makes choosing crosshairs easy, yeah. Didn't the human eye evolve to better perceive green and other colours? I have no idea if that's true, but let's presume it is. Let's presume that's 100% true and scientifically backed. What do I have to do now? Okay. I have to go sort some stuff out because I got friends staying this weekend. But thanks for watching, guys. I hope everyone enjoyed it. I won't be on for the Swiss stage tonight. Wait, let me do a transition. Bum 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 bum. Where's my OBS? There we go. Oh, can you see this already? Maybe you can see this already. So in short, a coach cap. Yeah, it didn't seem like, yeah, Genesis would try and all out hard. Or like trying to focus. Who is the Genesis coach before I make an enemy of someone? Let's see. Ho Chi Lee? What does that name ring a bell? Toronto, right? Did I make that up? Oh yeah, Toronto, then Houston. What seasons were this? 21 and 22? Okay. Yeah, I don't know too much about him. But yeah, anyway. That'll do it for me for the stream. I've got some stuff to sort, so maybe this video comes out today, maybe it comes out tomorrow. I'll see how my day goes. But it should be out this weekend, and this will be a comms breakdown of some London comms. It's hopefully goes down a little bit better than the last time some of our scrim comms were leaked. This is maybe a better example. And then tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow's the big day where we're gonna do co-stream in the morning like normal. And then we're gonna do an EU co-stream with the Swiss Stum. An EU, did I say any of those words right? An EU co-stream of the Swiss games, a bit like Soccer Saturday, and just follow the results, try and figure out, we'll just chase around other people's POVs essentially. And then we get the Toronto exclusive for the end of America Swiss, where we're going to see their POV for the games. So big day tomorrow, lots of streams, we'll watch loads of games and we'll figure out who the top 8 for both regions are, as well as seeing a bit more of Korea's group stage. But yeah, all right, I'll tell the comms story before. So it was Hattie's fault. It was all Hattie's fault. So what happened was, let me remember it. So Hattie was streaming, and it was when a few people had accidentally leaked scrims, like when it was even pre-season and stuff. I can't remember exactly when it was, but a few people had sort of leaked a couple of codes and all of this. And we were all sort of joking like, because we just won. This is the problem. Never win too many scrims or your egos will go out of control. We were all like living it large, won some scrims. So then Hattie was like, and this many, well, what about scrim codes? Scrim codes for gifted subs and all of this, right? And then in London, we only have one monitor for each of the PCs. So there's no like second monitor where you can keep your Discord and stuff. So I think what Hattie does is Hattie accidentally leaks his Discord. So I'm not going to use my Discord as an example in case I make the exact same mistake, but he's got his Discord, right? And he's on like the London thing and we've got all the channels. And for whatever fucking reason, Hattie accidentally shows his Discord, then panics that he's leaking his DMs and leaking his Discord. So he clicks off it and then he just starts clicking on all of these other channels because he's just panicking and doesn't know what to show or not show. So he's just clicking on all these channels, and then one of the channels he clicks on is the channel that has our scrim playlist in it. So then obviously what people do is they clip it, you go back and pause it, you type in the letters, and it all goes away. So yeah, so that's how we leaked all the scrims. Because they were all just unlisted as well. Whereas obviously this, So yeah. Whereas obviously all stuff like this is like you can type it in, but it's locked to my account. You know, you have to like fully steal all my stuff. So yeah, it wasn't intentional. Had he just kind of beefed it, unfortunately. But yeah, it all worked out okay in the end. But yeah, I'll have this comms video won't be like that at all. This comms video will very much just be a good example of us communicating well at a high level, an example of some of the things we do. And you'll see in the video, but I think a lot of the stuff isn't like something you can't do or won't have thought of. It's just about the consistency and energy and listening of it all. Now I think really separates the tiers. But yeah, thank you very much for today, guys. Appreciate the support as always. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more of the same. Okay? Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.